Not afterwards, Lum Lum. During.
During.
During, yes.
Okay.
And there we are. We are live. Well, we will be live on YouTube in like 3 seconds because it's weird like that. But hey, hello chat. Hello, hi. How are you?
Oh, good. We have Cat Arch back.
We do have Cat Arch. Yes, because Lum Lum sent link that I asked for, so this is Lum Lum's reward.
Yay! Also, hi guys. I dragged on another friend of mine. For everyone who is not aware of who Armchair Expert is, this is Armchair. He autistically talks about VTuber corporations and how they're fucked up.
That pretty much sums up everything people need to know about me. Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Oh, very welcome. I'm sure we'll have a fun time today.
Yeah, so what you got for us first, Archley?
Well, firstly, I was thinking I'd go AFK for a bit and just let this play in the background for about 10 minutes. After that...
Oh, you're gonna leave me alone?
Oh, you're not alone.
Okay. You're just gonna leave me here to talk about whatever I want for 10 minutes?
No, I expect you to appreciate the images of this man taking down the USAID sign.
Yes, that's fun, but I'm not going to do that in silence for 10 minutes. So while we appreciate that, if you're going to leave me alone for 10 minutes, I'm going to vent about the retardation that was the past 24 hours.
Lum Lum.
What?
Why must you be this way?
Because it's a hot topic right now.
You're very cooperative. That's the problem with Lum Lum. You could simply enjoy the simple joys in life of watching a massive government agency be dismantled before your very eyes.
So you want to sit here in silence for 10 minutes and pull a Hassan Piker?
I would kind of, I would love to put some of that Hassan music over this, you know, where they sing in foreign about Mausers and stuff. I like that part. Like, what was the text? My heart yearns for a Mauser. It's like, yes, I can identify. My heart too yearns for the Mauser. It's a beautiful weapon.
It is a beautiful weapon, but we're not pulling a Hassan Piker here.
I don't know. What kind of a Mauser do you think? Rifle? Pistol?
Rifle for sure.
I prefer rifles myself.
I don't know. My heart would yearn first and foremost for the good old-fashioned pistol. Like the Mauser pistol is a work of fucking art. God, it's beautiful.
It looks like a gun was welded onto another gun and said, this is good enough.
It's gorgeous. This is why I have Desk Luger, because Luger is, God, such a beautiful weapon. And so very German as well. Over-engineered to high heavens. Beautiful thing.
Oh, hello, Dev. Did you see people were talking about you and you had to spite them?
Hello. How's it going?
It's going. We're talking about guns.
Nice.
Just any
nice.
gun. Lum Lum. Mausers.
Mausers. See, look what you did, chat. You talked him into existence. This is your own doing.
Largely, yes.
Well, no, actually. Well, no. I mean, this was pretty much the weekend that I was coming back for a while now.
Let me pull the chat narrative that they made the monkey's paw curl.
So how's everyone been? It's been like a month or so. How's everyone been? What have you guys been doing in my absence?
Been witnessing pure retardation with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
Oh my god, I heard that was actually a shit show.
God.
You ignorant.
Listen, I've been like offline. Well, not completely offline, but partially offline for the past month due to real life stuff. So, the funny thing is like I mean I've seen some of the comments like here and there. People are saying Dev finally backstabbed Arch, didn't he? That's why he's not here. No, that's not what happened. Everything is fine between Arch and I, as far as I understand, Arch. Unless there's a surprise you want to reveal.
Well, you're starting to get on my nerves now, because we're talking about how beautiful the Mauser is, and then you have to come in here and make it all about yourself.
It is a nice gun, I will say.
It's beautiful.
Okay,
It's a
now
fucking weird piss
scoot armchair over so he isn't overlapped with Dev. God.
Oh, god damn it. But I am busy.
Busy doing what?
Looking at the Mauser.
Good.
That's
You
fine.
can look at the Mauser while you drag armchair over to the middle.
That reminds me, I probably shouldn't show off guns on YouTube. YouTube doesn't like that. God damn it.
Yeah.
They don't mind
will get-
pictures of guns. They mind people holding guns and pointing them on screen. That's how some people got banned recently. They were pointing the gun at the camera, so then they got banned.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Like, oh, isn't that done in like rap videos all the time?
I think there's a difference between a rap video where
YouTube makes
usually-
exceptions specifically for
Yeah.
music videos.
Yeah, it's like people cleaning their guns or showing off their guns, and then they were pointing it at screen, which is bad gun safety.
Damn.
Yeah.
Ah, so they make an exception for specific groupages. Hmm.
Oh, it's
Hmm.
Yeah, they're called rappers.
Hmm. Is that what we're calling them now?
that's what we've been calling them.
Also, hi,
Leave me
Armchair.
alone.
What's up?
Hello. Not much. Just trying to. Actually, I'm very interested in what you were about to go off on before, Lumi, about the Kingdom Come Deliverance thing.
Oh my
Yeah.
fucking god. Okay, so just for the past 24 hours, fucking what's that website? Not Fandom Pulse in that retard fucking website. I
The
decided
JF
to
Trent
put
vehicle.
it's just like they decided to put out probably the world's worst fucking headline that I have seen related to a goddamn game.
Ignorant slut.
And it just says, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 creative director Daniel Varva addresses child sodomy scene. Guess who's the child in this?
Who's the child?
Henry and Hans. The 27-year-old men in the game.
Okay, I have not played the game through since it came out. Wasn't he like 16 or something?
The historical figure that Hans is based off of, IRL was 15 around the events of the games. But they have said in the game itself that they are 27.
Okay, well, fair enough.
See, this is I'm going to do a video on this probably like Monday on how Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has been a minefield for all content creators. Because the thing is, even this is not that closed and shut a point. Because as Hans and Henry are displayed in-game, they're obviously not 15. And this is not a 15-year-old boy by any stretch of the imagination. There is also no children in the game at all. Not for you, not for the civilians. They don't exist, and that is because killing kids in the cartoons and televisions and stuff and games, it's a bit dodgy with EU law and so on. However, they also do have a codex entry in, I think it was 1 or 2, where they describe Hans Capon as 15 and explicitly call him the underage son of so on and so on. So both sides have points here.
I mean, it's like with the codex, because I read over them offline because they do enjoy, like, you know, the little history facts and everything on what was going on during that time period. It's like they don't say specifically Hans Capon is 15. They say that the historical figure that Hans is based off of is 15, and this is his, like, what he did, what his role was during his life. It's not Hans is this age. It's this real life person that Hans is based off was this old in historical context. Because if you look at the codex, everything in there is describing what it was in that time period in actual history. It's not a game codex. Codex. It is a historical codex, so people, if they want to learn more, they have little snippets.
This is true, but they do not make it clear in the thing. They say specifically the underage son of Jean Jessic Patak, Hedvig Doba after the death of his father, blah, blah, blah. They don't make it obvious. It's obvious in the models, but it isn't obvious in the codex. So it's one of those poor communications things that has been endemic with this game, to the point where I'm starting to wonder if it's fucking deliberate at this point.
I mean, if people had such an issue with it, why didn't they call it out during the first game?
Well, that is a fine counter-argument, absolutely, because if this was the problem during the first game, well, Hans bangs a lot of women in the first game. So surely that should have been a problem. Then the counter-argument would then, of course, be that that would be historically accurate at the time, and in fact it's deeply historically inaccurate for Hans and Henry to be the age they are at that point in their lives. Like, Henry moves out of his parents' house at 27. In 1400s Bohemia, they would probably strangle their son as a failure at 15 if he hasn't left the house.
It's all shit that, like, you can't be truly historically accurate in terms of ages unless you are skirting across some laws in terms of depicting children in games.
Correct.
It's like, what I prefer them saying, like, they're, like, 19, 20 years old. Yeah, sure. But I think the actors for Henry and Hans are about 20s, like, in their late 20s, like, mid to late 20s at the time of the game's release. I don't know. Let me see how old Luke Dale is.
Yep. And the characters themselves are obviously of age, so this is one of those, again, idiotic scenarios where both sides are going to be fully convinced that they are correct, and both sides is going to have ample evidence to back up their position. There is no position you can assume here that will please everyone, which is exactly what's so fascinating with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. As this is actually a good thing, that will be my title of my video. KCD2 has been a minefield for content creators, and that is a good thing, because I think it has burned a lot of pores, and has made a lot of people understand that their audience are not actually just their brainless followers either. I think it's interesting.
Mm-hmm. But it's like some people are just taking this argument in, like, the worst way possible, being extremely bad faith as well. It's like, I didn't see Grums's post before he deleted them, but apparently he made some tweets, deleted them, and started backpedaling. Jay Viper, I don't know what the fuck he's on about, but he was showing people, okay, this is how you can report this game, and this is how you... Oh my fucking god, it's so fucking cringe, man.
Yes.
And
yeah. So I know, like oh no, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
It's like, I enjoy Indevion's videos. He does hard work, he does good work, but this isn't it, man.
Actually,
this isn't fucking it.
Shut up. I must interrupt you for something important.
What?
Tomahawk says pets Archcat.
Jesus Christ. You skip over all the super chats, ignore the money that Brandon just gave us.
Ignore the $100.
He didn't pet Archcat, now did he?
Thank you for the 100, Brandon. We appreciate it, even though Arch doesn't say it out loud.
Lum, you can't just be like, this person gave me more money, I love you more. That's what we call whore behavior, Lum. I appreciate both of them.
So, hold on. This is Arch's communist arc beginning. Because it doesn't matter how much he actually gets paid, he treats them all equally.
That's correct. Yes, no. I like Brandon better because he gives me more, but publicly, every dollar is a gift. But no, Brandon, money for you to bring back on Savvy. I'm bored and want to watch you suffer. And what curry are you eating? I recommend Japanese pork curry. Ate it a lot when I was stationed there. I don't know. Well, he didn't mention that for the curry fund, so we'll just let that slip by.
Oh, hey, we got a plan to get Savvy back anyway. Because me and Savvy right now are doing in-depth research of Love in Deep Space. So it's going to be fun to talk about.
Nice.
Like a pair of perverts.
Well, actually, I actually.
Are you also playing Love in Deep Space?
Service guarantees.
I haven't even heard of that, but I did speak to Savvy, and I was like, listen, I'm sorry I couldn't be on, but I mean, real life stuff, right? So, and she's like, no, I want to come back, and so I can actually be around for next time, because I heard that the two of you are fucking degenerates.
Yes, we mind broke ours. She was silent for the longest amount of time. It was beautiful.
Add the mind rape tag to the stream.
It was great.
Okay, so there's a few things here that I'll hop in with. One is that I think the video game industry, just in general, for a while now, has been strange about the depiction of children. Like you can go back to like Fallout 3, and Fallout 3 had so much incredible stuff in it, especially for the time, but you couldn't kill the children NPCs. They were just invincible. And like it just made no sense. I mean, I don't know if you played Fallout 3, Lumi. I'm pretty sure you did, Arch. I don't know about you, Armchair. But if you think back to it, like you have mutants that are getting fucking gibbed everywhere, and you have crazy weapons and all this shit, but like you can't hurt kids. It just like it didn't make any sense, right? And then in Fallout 4, I don't know if any of you played Fallout 4, but there was that redheaded Irish companion you can pick up. And if you end up getting into a relationship with her, she says, "My parents sold me into slavery when I was 18." And I'm like, this is the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Why would they keep you around for 18 years and then sell you into slavery? It makes no sense. But the actual reason is because they don't want their game to get fucking banned, right? And I think we are at a point where various regulations have become infringing on artwork. I mean, when it comes to video games, anyway.
And it's
what is this? What is Child Killer? Oh, it's from Fallout and Fallout. Oh, it's an older Fallout perk. I guess they just took that shit out for the new games, eh?
It's like, isn't it in Fallout New Vegas there was implied pedophilia for like a character? I don't remember. It was implied. So. It was never outright said.
Dude, I love the Fallout artwork. It's so fucking funny.
Oh, that's great.
Do you think there was a specific point in time over the last, let's say, 20 or so years where this became a thing? Where games became really keen on pussyfooting around anything to do with kids? Because in 2006, Rockstar put out Bully. And I mean, in that game, you're a kid who's running around beating up other kids. So...
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it was like the late 2000s that started to shift. Yeah, because even in the late 2000s, you had like you had like r/jailbait on Reddit, right? Where it was like guys would post pictures of girls that were hot, but you couldn't tell if they were above or below 18 because they were just on the cusp. And like that was a big thing for a while. And it was kind of strange. It's like, what the fuck? Like, why is this? I don't know.
Oh yeah, I remember that. There was a period of like 6 months where everyone went insane over those like forum style thingies like that, and equating it to basically child porn.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a whole thing. But I suspect, honestly, that a lot of this has to do with the internet and entertainment becoming mainstream. Because when there was only a small niche audience playing, you could get away with even something like this, because everyone was kind of in on the joke, you know? This is Fallout, it's a terrible universe, horrible shit happens every day. And even then, Child Killer was a highly negative trait, because you'd get -30 for the purpose of dialogue and reactions at random encounters, right? So it'd be a big punishment, even in the world, but they weren't going to stop you from doing it. And it was, you know, within this grouping of people, it was understood that this is part of the roleplay experience, and that the developers obviously don't intend for you to go out and kill children.
Yeah.
Whereas when this began to hit the mainstream, you also hit mainstream sensibilities, and thus you have a great deal of people who have no understanding of the reference material, who don't get that the developers obviously don't want you to kill kids.
Oh, someone in the chat said in Warcraft 3 during the culling they removed children. Yeah, that's right. I don't know if you guys know Warcraft 3, but there's that really infamous scene where Arthas is trying to stop the zombie apocalypse, so he decides to kill the entire city of Strathlome, and he kills everyone in it, including the kids. Yeah. And when they re-released Warcraft 3 recently, they just took all the kids out of that scene, and it's like, well, I get it, but this was made, 20 plus years ago.
Yes. And again, it's because it's not a club anymore. Now it's everybody, and a lot of people have very high sensitivities when it comes to these things.
Like people in the
Yeah.
chat are saying Arthas did nothing wrong.
It's like I blame video games going into the mainstream. That's when things started getting sanitized to hell and back, honestly. It's like
Yep.
they're fine showing gore of like literally everyone else. Hell, they're even fine like killing pregnant women and everything. But as long as you can't see the child doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. I think there's also something else too. I just lost the thought. Give me a second.
Yeah, I'll keep it away from you.
Heresy's the question.
No.
Fire is the answer.
Meanwhile, this is an interesting question. Armchair, what is your position on child sodomy?
Really?
Wow, that's a wow. What a head scratcher that one.
I know, that's what
Unsurprising.
I just realized that I had
Unsurprisingly.
the opportunity to ask that question and make it make sense within the conversation, so I had to.
Unsurprisingly, no, I'm not very in favor of it.
A bold position to take. Explain.
I think that I mean, it's what what can I really say? You really put me on the spot here. Now I have to argue against something that is obviously horrible. Am I expected to come up with a coherent counter argument that actually indulges the position that some people may think that it's okay?
Not necessarily, no. Condemnation will suffice.
Just making sure, because
Just say.
I yeah.
Service guarantees citizenship.
This is why we need borders around our countries.
Yeah, to keep Arch out. Dear God. when he tries to travel over here, he's either going to torment me or he's going to die via Mexican food.
Lum Lum.
Mm-hmm.
Considering
What?
my tax bracket, your government would probably value me more highly than you.
That's nice, but you're still a foreigner.
If we were stuck in a bank robbery scenario and, you know, the sniper team had to kill one of the hostages to kill the terrorists, they'd shoot you, Lum Lum.
Wow, thanks, Arch.
Just saying.
Listen, Arch, all you have to do is
How-
get an H-1B visa. You'll be good.
I mean, no, don't worry. Depending on who the sniper is, if they really don't like the pale blondes, they might take you out.
Heresy's the
What were we
question.
talking about?
Okay, so I
Fire
got
is
it.
the
I got it.
answer.
Right. Okay. So I think there's just been a change in how our culture views entertainment in the past 20 years. It's not just that it's gone more mainstream. That's a big part of it. It going mainstream is a big part of it. But it's also that, like so, Arch, do you recall 2019 or 2018? We were playing the zombie, not the zombie, the vampire Nazi RP, and
Mhm.
everyone was fucking angry at us because how dare we role play as Nazis when the point of role playing is that you are playing a role. Like you're not actually playing as yourself, you're playing as someone else because clearly we're not Nazis. And the entire internet was mad for a few months there well, they were mad because we had I think the most popular Vampire the Masquerade stream on the internet while it was a fucking Nazi RP, which was hilarious.
Yeah, that
But,
was a little sad.
It was funny though. It was really good. And it was a fun game too. But the point is that everyone said you role played as Nazis, therefore you are Nazis. And it's like, well, hold on. That's clearly not the case, right? Like none of us are Fallout characters or our Mass Effect characters or whatever RPG it is that we play, Kingdom Come. You know, we are not these people. We're explicitly playing a role. The idea is to step into someone else's shoes. But in the past, let's say more explicitly in the past 10 years, but it was probably like quietly creeping up before that. Entertainment has taken on this role of you can't simply role play as something that you're not. It has to represent something that is real, right? That's why we talk about representation so much. So you
I would say that the main I was going to say that I think a major part of that is the fact that across a lot of the West, mainstream media has been marketing itself for a while now on the basis of being representation rather than escapism.
Yes. Yeah. And that's the big part. That is where the shift has come in, because now it's no longer that you're just playing a game with a cast of characters that are interesting. those characters have to be representative of something that is happening in the real world, which is fucking cancerous in my opinion. But that is kind of where the zeitgeist is right now.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but-
will actually disagree with this. I will
Yeah.
let Lumum speak first. Go on, Fishy, go on.
It did.
Go on.
Did you just click at me?
Yes, go on.
I'm not. Whatever. Fuck you. Anyways, this is why like D&D is going down the fucking shitter. Why they're not like they're no longer allowing half elves,
I have
half
lost-
orcs, half anything anymore. It's like, oh, but a representation. He needs to make everyone fit. No. Fuck you. Fuck your fucking feelings. Let evil races be evil again. This is the reason why everything is going to shit. Okay, we can continue.
Extra credits video about orcs.
See, I don't even think it's the cultural shift. I think it is simply the fact that when you have strident sides, they will attempt to attack their opposition using whatever they can, and that becomes easier the more public it is. And we can go back to the good old-fashioned Satanic Panic and our friend Oprah Winfrey, who used to be against that. It could be a plot of a horror movie, but it's not. Cults are growing, especially among young people. Find out how to save your kids from satanic worship on the Oprah Winfrey Show. It is simply that whenever something becomes popular, it becomes a battleground. And then both sides will try to paint it in the most negative light to drag people into their direction away from it or towards it. The left did that, the right did that. Now gaming is merely just in the spotlight, and so they will try to utilize whatever they can against it. This is why we see the right-wing Puritans calling games satanic now. That's why they can go like, oh, this game has child sodomy in it.
They're doing it now, but they also did it, 20, 30 years ago. They just came back.
Yes, because again, this isn't a specific cultural thing. This is just what people do when they are, well, when they believe themselves, more correctly, to be in a position to enforce their own narrative over something. Like when they see something they think is an easy target. And when a cultural movement begins to collapse is when they see something they think is an easy target, but it isn't. That was the Satanic Panic, where they produced zero evidence of anything satanic with D&D, and they lost enormous amounts of cultural power. That was what then happened with the left as well, when they started looking at video games like, this is sexist. And again, they were wrong, and they lost enormous amounts of cultural power. Whenever a movement grows complacent, they start targeting something they can't actually win on attacking, and they start collapsing. It's just that this time we fucking speedrun that.
Well, I think it's because the right tried to get in there like extremely quickly. The left has only just begun to collapse in the kind of the video game space, and you had the right wingers. They got in there like as fast as they fucking could, and it's like, what the fuck? And I think everyone was already on guard for it. There was no time for anyone's guard to be let down.
No,
It was all like Goonergate stuff from like last month or whatever it was. I don't know. Like again, I've been gone for a month. I don't know if people are still talking about this or if like woke right is still being talked about or whatever the fuck it is. But I remember what was going. I think didn't Razorfist come out on the side of the fucking Puritans while I was gone? Like what
Yes.
the fuck, dude?
Yeah, Razorfist came out on the side of the Puritans, and then he got canceled for past affairs that he had.
Well, those have been around for a few years now. That's not any new news, I don't think.
Yeah, but now people are actually canceling him for it, and now like Broomerfist is trending amongst
That's
some
what? That's stupid.
groups.
That's fucking dumb. Like, even if he did anything, even if he actually did it, the fact that everyone knew about it years ago, but they're only canceling him now because now we hate the guy because he did this other unrelated thing. That's dumb. Like either
I
what he
honestly
did.
had no idea until all this came out. I'm like, huh? Then why wasn't he
Fire is the
canceled then?
answer.
It's because he finally did something wrong now.
Mm.
People will forgive almost fucking anything or not just based on arbitrary things. Frankly, something that I'm learning right now. In fact.
And there was a little response from that side of things with Melanie Mack, who's quickly becoming a bit of a favorite of mine. First they normalize porn, then they normalize sodomy. Again, this is the perfect example of the speed run of the right, who got to a position of not even cultural dominance. They were on the threshold of beginning to assume a position of cultural dominance, and they leapt. I mean, we haven't jumped the shark now. The shark is back there. Like we're over the depths of the Titanic now, and it happened in like weeks. I fucking ugh.
I mean,
Yep.
I think we just aren't allowed to have a win for longer than at least 37 seconds. Because, like, come on, this is ridiculous. It's like I've used this example before. I will use it again. Once the right started getting some momentum with the pendulum, the fucking religious psychopaths decided to use that to jump right off, and we are gonna head straight to the left real fucking quick again.
Just get a good look at you.
What the fuck?
I hear that,
No.
Arch.
What the fuck?
Arch, are you
The
playing
fuck are you doing, Arch?
I don't think so, no. Ah, never mind. There we go.
Did you find the tab?
Did you have a tab open?
I have lost.
Were you listening to ASMR again, Arch?
Yep.
Was it playing?
I had it in the background whilst I was smithing in Kingdom Come Deliverance to grind money. Then I had to turn my headphones on and back off again. Apparently that autoplayed it.
Wow. Good job.
This is why
I
you
wish
call
it was porn. That would have been better. Let's see, do I have any
Porn
up?
is less embarrassing than ASMR when you're caught listening to it live.
I do have Buffy, but why didn't the Buffy start playing? I would have preferred the Buffy.
Are you watching like Buffy the Vampire Slayer episodes or something?
I am. I was going back through it again because I was like, it can't be as good as I remember. And it has held up remarkably fucking well.
Oh,
right.
so listen. So I watched Buffy seasons 1 and 2. It was when it was live. I was way too young for it at the time, but you know, it's like a teen show, and I was below 10 years old, so I was way too young for it. But it was a great show. I remember it being a great show. And then I grew out of it, stopped watching. I was a kid, whatever. And then and this past summer, Naomi was like, "We should go back and watch it, like the whole thing." And I was like, "I don't know if it's gonna hold up, man." And we watched over the course of the last summer. We watched through all seasons of Buffy. So the first 2 were like a nostalgia trip, and everything else was just kind of like strange and new. And then also all the seasons of Angel. And I was like, this series really just holds up. And I'm surprised that it feels modern almost. It feels like it could have been made, 10 years ago. I mean, not now, because everything made right now is shit. But it could have been made like 10 years ago. It's like, oh, this is actually really, really fucking good. Of course, they're talking about rebooting it and like doing it again.
Yeah.
And the only solution, the only thing they've said about the new Buffy is that Buffy's going to be black this time, and it's like,
of course.
okay.
No. They did not say that Buffy's gonna be black. They said that fucking I forgot the actress name, but she's reprising her role as Buffy, but it's a continuation, so she's obviously gonna be older.
Okay, older Buffy. No, that's fine. Yeah.
Yep, older
Sarah Michelle
Buffy.
Gellar. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the
Sarah
show
Michelle Gellar is so hot.
the show has no right to have held up as well as it has.
How far in are you, by the way?
Season 4 now.
Nice.
Okay. So I watched season 6. I think season 6 is probably the season I might have enjoyed the most, in fact. And it's very strange because, like, I see a lot, and this is both positive and quite negative. I see a fair bit of my younger self in the villains of season 6. The whole nerd crew guys. It's like, ooh, this is kind of uncomfortable to watch. It was very interesting to go back and see it.
Heresy's the question. Fire is
I
the
can see a
answer.
lot of villainy in Dev. It is true.
Ha.
Well, like,
Okay, Melanie Mac though. Melanie Mac fandom pulse, woke right, whatever the fuck we're calling him now. Yeah, like I don't like. I know that JF Trent, who runs Fandom Pulse, is just a fucking grifter. I did that 2-hour video on the topic of his bullshit. Melanie Mac though, I honestly, I still kind of feel sorry for her because, the few times I spoke to her 10 years ago, she was not this person. I think she's just been like trauma fucked at this point.
Heresy's the
And it
question.
just feels bad, man.
Fire is the answer.
awoken. Even more importantly, I just want to point out how unbelievably hot the characters in Buffy were. I want to focus in on that for a second. It's much more important.
On Faith?
Yes.
Okay, so by the way, Faith was supposed to get her own show, but
Well,
the actress
see,
turned it
I would
down.
have watched the shit out of that.
Yeah, so they wanted to do like an ongoing universe the way that Star Trek was back in the 90s, where like when Next Generation ended, you had like DS9, you had Voyager, and like the shows were like overlapping, like airing at the same time and happening at the same time. They wanted to do that, where after Buffy ended, I don't know if you recall the season finale or the series finale of Buffy, but Faith is there and they're kind of setting her up for a show. And concurrent with Angel season 5 or 4 or whatever it is, there was going to be Faith season 1. And she was basically going to be like on the run, driving around the States on a motorbike, doing like her own adventures. However, the actress turned it down, which is a shame because it sounded like a good idea.
That is a shame. Like it really is remarkable because virtually all of the characters in Buffy are gorgeous. Even the ones that are bullied. Like Willow, it's like, Willow, you're just a nerd. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Apparently,
Willow was definitely my favorite character as a kid.
At some point between 1997 when they started, I think, and now we just lost all of the pretty people. We misplaced them. They don't exist anymore, so we can't hire them for TV shows.
That's not true at all. They're all OnlyFans and Twitch streamers now.
It probably pays better. That's the worst part. Oh, God. No, fuck. 40 minutes. We've wandered off topic now. And poor Armchair has barely had anything to say. I am sorry. No, Armchair.
Yes.
Buffy or Faith?
Ooh. I'd have to say Faith.
There you go. Correct answer. Correct answer.
Yeah, you know what? It's probably Faith. It's probably Faith.
Yeah, correct. Like, just look at her. God, she is amazing. The worst part is, she's probably illegal. I can't say this legally, but they did a good job.
What do you mean?
I think the characters in this season were like 17 or something.
Let me think. Faith is season 3, right?
Yeah.
I think season 3 is Buffy's last year of high school, so they could have been 18 by then.
Could have
Close
been.
enough. Close enough.
Close enough for government work.
The fact that we're even entertaining this hypothetical speaks volumes about where our culture is right now. But yeah, sorry.
No, it's like I agree with you, Armchair, because it's like it's so stupid that now people just have to be like, okay, wait, how old is this character again? Where it's like when I was in high school and everything, granted, you know, high school, whatever, I didn't give a shit about like any of the ages of fictional characters because guess what, everybody? They don't
They're
exist.
fictional.
They're not real. I have to have this conversation with fucking retard aunties on Twitter all the time. It's like, okay, what's their age? I don't care if Marin Kasagawa is fucking 15. She's hot and she's an anime character.
Yeah, the lolly conversation and all that's always fucking stupid.
I just looked it up. We're safe. Buffy was 20 at the beginning of the show. Phew.
Well, the actress was, yeah, but no, the character was not 20.
I don't care as long as the actress is fine.
I'm pretty sure that like the Buffy movie, even though it's not like the movie is not canon to the show, like the broad strokes of the events are what happened before the show. And I think Buffy was 14 or 15 in the movie. So I think by season 3 she's 18.
There
in
you
canon.
go.
In canon. But no, and anyway though, there's a weird balance here and you're right about this, Lumi, I think, is that you have tons of people who are out here absolutely losing it. And it's over like anime girls, like, oh, well, she looks underage, or just an excuse, she's over 9,000 years old, whatever. And it's like, it's a drawing, who fucking cares? And then they kind of feeds into like the age gap discourse where like it's problematic if you're like 6 or 8 years older than your partner. It's like, fuck off. It's so stupid, right? There's like it's almost like there's this cultural overreaction to what is otherwise a very legitimate concern, which is pedophilia. Because there's definitely, again, there was that jailbait period of Reddit where you had like grown ass guys who were posting pictures of girls who could have actually just been underage and like and they look like they were on the edge. And it's like, I don't know, man. I feel like we're now there's like a new Puritanism coming up, and it's not based in religion, but it's based in sort of this knee-jerk reaction to something that is bad, but they're going overboard with it. You know what I mean?
It's just like it's like with this whole Kingdom Come Deliverance thing. They're like, oh, but look at this absolutely vile child sodomy shit. It's like, okay, where's this energy on helping real kids? I say that to aunties all the time. What about the real kids? Are you going to help the real children, or are you just going to be a pixel warrior for these non-existent fucking characters?
That's always a point. I think actually we can kind of burrow down here.
Ah, yes. The
Burrow
bears.
down here.
Okay.
Listen, so I think I kind of came up with an eureka moment here. We have for so long been buried deep in degeneracy. Like, that's been the left's legacy. Absolute degeneracy. Including the bear sex scene, of course. To the point that now our minds have kind of naturally begun to backlash to the other extreme, which is why we are now moving into a very Puritan period. The more extreme the degeneracy, the more extreme the backlash will be, which is why we're now looking at old-ass shows and going like, oh god, am I allowed to say that this character's attractive? I better check her age first.
It's just so stupid. It's like, again, fictional characters, fictional scenarios. But then, like, Arch, I sent you this article, I think it was like last week, where an OnlyFans chick fell from a third-story balcony after filming a threesome.
What?
Yeah.
How did she fall though? Like, was it during the threesome?
I don't know. But
Were they
it's
fucking
like,
on the balcony?
I don't know. But it's like these women are trying to find more and more extreme things to get attention. Unfortunately, that one just kind of died. But no, women are trying to get more and more extreme for more eyes on them because people will report on it. But people will, be like, oh, look at these fictional characters. Oh, look at these terrible situations that they're in. Oh, good Lord. My heavens. No, look at the women that are actually hurting themselves on OnlyFans.
Here, Arch, pull that article up. I just put it in live links.
Really?
Because I know there's definitely this tendency to be like, oh, it's all leftist degeneracy that's bringing about this child fucking shit. And it's like, no. There's a strain of this on the right as well. All right, it's been there for a while. There's a reason that state level Republican lawmakers do not want to ban child marriage. It's like, guys, there's weird shit everywhere. Don't peg it to one political faction. There's always just people out there who want to fuck with kids. It's as simple as that.
You know what? I desire to leave this topic.
We can leave the topic. We can go to something else. Hold on here. I think I have something in Lumi topic gathering. Oh yeah, here's something better, more happy to talk about.
Hold on a second. Just real quick. How come the
What?
chat's going, my both sides... I just fucking posted an article about Republicans and child marriage. Sometimes both sides is just true. You fucking retards. Okay, go ahead. Welcome.
Both sides are
I
also
love,
just gross.
I love being back, Arch.
And
It's good to be
anyways,
here.
congratulations, Red Dead Redemption 2 sold 70 million copies and is now the 6th best-selling game of all time.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. It's a
This
good
has
game, dude.
nothing to do with children.
You
wanna
said
move
you
off of
wanted
it.
to leave the topic, Arch.
Yeah, but this
Don't
was a bit of
gaslight me.
whiplash moment.
I mean, you can kick around Jack. That counts. But only a monster would kick around Jack Marston.
I question this.
What? What do you mean?
I have lost shit.
Ugh, you said you wanted to change topic. Fine, here. You want to keep going with the child topic? Here you go. The SEC wants to investigate Roblox for child.
You know what?
family and labor
I can get
allegations.
behind that one.
Oh, 100%. Do you know how many children
Yeah.
are like coding games for adults?
Well,
The
not just
children
that,
yearn
I
for
mean,
the minds, but in a digital sense this time, I guess.
there's also just a problem with kids massively overspending basically on loot boxes. And one, the parents are pissed because they're like, oh my God, I just got $1,000 charge on my fucking credit card. And secondly, you are getting kids into gambling at a young age, which is not a good idea.
It's like Roblox has its own issues with like pedophiles being popular game devs and getting like a lot of fucking money from these children.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of games that like they're role-playing games where it's like a child can, you know, be a child and an adult can quote unquote adopt them. And it's like it's gross.
That sounds
It's
disgusting.
It's like I could probably send you some videos if you wanna look at the topic some more, Armchair. But it's like
Sure.
I went down this rabbit hole when like, you know, the big Roblox boom was happening. And it's just disgusting. It's on the level of VR chat predator disgusting.
Oh my God.
On top of that as well, Roblox is, I mean, big brands are starting to notice that Roblox has become this sort of congregation point online for kids. So what has started to happen is all of the crypto bros that used to be invested in creating some sort of like metaverse shit, now they've moved over to using Roblox as a hosting platform for that kind of stuff because it's just easier since it already has a massive user base and since you can build like worlds on there as well. So you have these brands like, for example, like Blackpink or Google or something that actually pay money to companies to create entire worlds that are basically designed to shill their brand and nothing else to kids, essentially, which is a little, we're getting real close to cyberpunk real quick, and not like the cool portion of it either.
And it's like, because with these games, like each individual game can have their own like in-game currency, which essentially some crypto bros can just be like, oh, look at the crypto thing didn't work out, but I have my own currency that people can pay like an assload of money for. And it's like you can have your account basically be anonymous as well. Because I've seen some dudes that are just like, hey kid, get this money paid through your PayPal and just send it to me via family and friends. And that's how a lot of people get their money. Because it's through someone else, and then they just use a different account that doesn't have their name under it. It's just, it's a whole fucking thing. It's just, I'm surprised there's not more moderation on this hosting site, like, at all.
Moderation would cost money, and they wouldn't want to spend that now, would they?
They don't want to be looked into, despite being one of the largest hosting platform for games. Like, well, custom games hosted in their fucking engine, website, whatever. I don't know. It's like, I'm waiting for the day where it's like, oh, Roblox shut down because of mass pedophilia.
Oh, it's gonna fucking happen.
I give it at least like 3.5 more years.
Well, do you recall, this might have been 6 or 7 years at this point ago, but Snapchat was almost shut down for the same thing.
Yes, I remember
this,
that.
This would have been like pre OnlyFans, but you had girls who would sell their premium Snapchat accounts. And
they still do that.
I mean, yeah, but like the premium Snap meme has gone away. It's been replaced by OnlyFans at this point. It's not as popular as it was. But yeah, the premium Snapchats. Because I'm not a user of Snapchat. I'm an old man at this point. But from what I understand, Snapchat it like deletes itself after you send it, basically, right? Like you send a message on Snapchat and then in 2 minutes it's gone. So it's like it's the ideal way to send stuff that you don't want to stick around. So you have girls who will sell or who would sell me, I guess they still do, their premium Snapchat accounts, so you can just see, nudes of them that are going to vanish. And underage girls would do this all the time, all the fucking time on Snapchat. And it got to the point where, basically the government started investigating Snapchat. 'Cause it's like, listen, you can't be fucking peddling child porn just because it deletes itself after 2 minutes,
Yeah, it's like the fact that they had to add a notification function if someone took a screenshot of your picture is just, one, why didn't they do that from the get? But two, like, come on.
Yep.
It's like it reminds me of when people would make burner Kick accounts, like not the gaming platform Kick, the other Kick, KIK, if you're familiar with that at all.
Well, no. What is Kick? Okay.
It's basically like a messenger app. It's like Messenger, it's like Line. But a lot of pedophiles really liked using it because you didn't have to have an active phone number. You can just make an account, be completely anonymous, and then dump it.
Never even heard of it. Okay.
It's like I used it when I was younger because it was like the new thing when I was in like I think eighth grade, I believe. And a lot of my friends were using it. And then we heard about the creeps that would travel over state lines to meet other chicks, and it's like, nope.
Mm-hmm. Chris Hansen time.
Yep.
Luckily, I don't know any of these platforms. I'm happy.
I'll have to educate you one of these days, Arch.
But 53 minutes later, we no longer need to speak about Lum Lum's grooming history.
Hey, I didn't groom anyone. I was groomed at least 3 times.
Well,
At least 3?
At least 3.
Was one by your current BF?
No.
Okay, well, I don't know, man. I thought this was a joke and you were going there.
No, all 3 of them were like, I was in middle school. One I almost met up with in Washington, D.C. on an 8th grade trip. But then I ran out of minutes on my phone.
Jesus, dude. Okay.
Oh, Lumi would have been like gone. I would have been on a missing child poster.
Oh my god.
Lum Lum.
You know, those silly learning experiences.
She has been attempted groomed 3 times and successfully groomed twice.
Yes, once by you. And the other, I don't know.
By
What was the
Mooseman.
other one? No, that's called love.
Yes. Exactly.
They're all called love, Lumi.
Exactly.
Shut up. Anyways, here you go. Sony is going back to Japanese only, firing all the Americans.
Fucking racist.
Oh man, thank fucking God.
I don't know. I actually think this is worse because Japan is going down the exact same path that we did.
They're always
I think-
5
I
years
think-
behind us, unfortunately. But hopefully they see the signs a lot sooner.
I think Japan will return to the good old days
I don't think
of
so.
making good video
I
games.
think they're retarded.
And it's like what this tweet here says. You know, if it works for Nintendo, right? Because Nintendo hasn't had these problems. They've been Japan only this whole time.
Nintendo has other problems.
Like what?
Like suing people for shits and giggles.
Okay,
I mean,
yes, but when it
Wizards of
comes
the Coast
to
does the exact same thing.
listen, when it comes to
A
having
deviant
making like
position.
garbage
If it
games,
doesn't affect me, it's irrelevant.
wait. Not only is it the Deviant position, it's your position. You've said that multiple times. Art.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter now, does it? This is not weird.
Not
Me
the
we're
de-
talking about.
It's not the Deviant position if Arch takes it.
I see. Okay, let me get through a few of these too. Knight of Caliban. Hello, Arch. Good job on the latest Sabbath lore episode. I thoroughly enjoyed it. On another note, you must be punished with spicy curry for saying dogs have no souls in last Stamford Bridge podcast. That's correct. Dogs do not have souls. Accurate.
Dogs do
Oh.
have souls. Fuck you.
They do not have souls, Lum Lum.
I mean, it's not in
you.
the Bible. That's true.
Yep. Dogs do
That's
not
nice.
have souls.
That's nice. I like to believe that my dogs and my cats have souls.
Yes, your dogs and your cats are grooming you.
No.
Yes.
I spoil my babies.
Exactly. That's why they're grooming you.
No,
Listen,
my
chat.
cat shows me love.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, she
It does
does.
not.
She
It does not understand the concept of love. What your cat
Yes,
does
she
understand,
does.
however, is the evolutionary imperative to gain food via whatever means possible. And if one of those means is going up to you and going, meow, then that is what it will do.
You know, kind of funny you saying this while you're ArchCat at the moment.
Yes.
Maybe you don't have a soul. You know, your dismissive attitude towards a lot of things. It really makes sense now. Are you sure you're not just a cat in a dude suit?
It's correct. Dogs and cats do not have souls. I'm sorry, but you're going like, my cat is special. That is you anthropomorphizing it.
Arch, did you just purr?
What?
You
Say that sentence again.
Deaf. Are
Arch
you fucking
rolling
hearing
his
that
R's.
again?
Arch
Dogs
rolling
and
his
cats.
R's is him purring.
The fuck is
Yeah.
wrong with you?
Listen, you roll your R's a lot, and it really sounds like a cat purr now that I think of it.
The fuck is wrong
He's
with
embracing the furry. We're losing him, guys.
you? You pervert scum.
You're transforming before our very eyes.
Dogs too. Dogs don't have souls. You like your dog because your dog has evolutionary evolved eyebrows so they can look up to you and go, oh, wine, please feed me. You're just being taken advantage of, chat. And hey, it's fun to be taken advantage of, you know. I'm not saying it's bad to be taken advantage of. It's a thing. Women do this moral transaction all the time when they whine at you. Looks at Lum Lum.
I don't whine.
You just did.
I don't.
You do. Literally right now, you put on a higher pitched voice to be like, I'm a sympathetic Lum Lum. Wee.
Oh, but I am a sympathetic Lum Lum. You're just mean to me.
See?
Yeah.
Arch is just mean to me. I don't know
Oh my
what
god!
I
Now
did
I'm
wrong.
thinking of like every single woman online who has a Twitch channel, and they all do this.
Yes. I mean, that is the fundament of OnlyFans. Is a woman looking up at the camera and basically going, meow, please, money. Women are evolving along this exact same evolutionary path as fucking dogs and cats.
All the OnlyFans girls, all the Twitch girls, all the VTubers, they're all doing it.
Yes.
All of them.
Women never learned how to stand on their own 2 feet, and so now they're doing the cat evolution.
No, I choose not to stand on my own 2 feet.
I think the cats did the same many years ago. Armchair, what is your position? Cats, dogs, do they have souls?
I've never owned either, so to be honest, I'm willing to take the unpopular position and say that they don't.
There you go. Correct.
Armchair, we need to get you a cat, and then you have to add it to your PNG.
The thing is, I can't because I'm literally allergic to them. So I'd be enforcing a disability on myself by simply having one around.
There you go, cruel, evil Lum Lum. Why do you want to hurt
Not
him?
fair. I would never want to hurt Armchair. We could get you one of the hairless cats. They look like little meatballs.
Okay, now those I can believe have souls for no reason in particular.
They're so cute. They look
how
like little
about the-
naked babies.
How about this, Armchair? Do women have souls?
Oh, good heavens, no, we
yeah,
don't.
that one's pretty easy. Defo no. Okay, I've happened across a thought now.
Service guarantee.
Oh.
Okay, where's
Oh,
this
no.
going?
That's the 15th super chat. So small fish Lum Lum on cat arch head. This is particularly retarded looking. But no,
Wait, chat loves it.
it's actually true though. Like cats and dogs evolved to make humans like them. And we have been able to prove that creatures can do this. The Russians did an experiment where, well, the Russians are Russian. A Russian scientist was banned from the proper Russian scientific community because he would not subscribe to Lychenkoism? Dev, you know this one. Lychenkoism.
Lysenkoism,
Yes. And because he didn't want to subscribe to that, he was banned to Siberia, as one usually does. And he was like, no, fuckers, I'm actually going to prove that you can force, like, genes to do what you want them to do and to do it easily. And so he started breeding foxes. And within 30 generations of foxes, he was breeding them specifically for friendliness. Within 30 generations, he was reliably creating breeds of foxes who were friendly enough to, like, operate around humans with very little shyness. 60 generations in, which is roughly where they are now, the foxes are as domesticated and friendly as dogs. This was all done in about 40 years. Foxes were bred into domestication, like full pet status. And women are taking that very self-same evolutionary path right now.
The thing is, though, I mean, I'm assuming this this was a bit of a hyperbole, but when it comes to dogs and cats, though, because I would assume that when you say they've evolved in order to appeal to our natural need to care for things, I would assume that that's more because we've been deliberately breeding them to do that rather than some sort of like process that would have naturally occurred without our intervention.
Probably it did naturally occur, because you got to bear in mind that dogs and cats have been domesticated for a very long time. It's fairly unlikely that humans were the first ones to look at a fluffy animal and go, oh, that would make an excellent fucking pet. Instead, what probably happened was that a very friendly mutation, basically, decided to see a fireplace and go like, oh, they've got food. I wonder if they'll feed me. And then that, of course, became a successful species, because now the friendly genes become more successful because they can attach themselves to human society. Thus, over the course of a very long time, since this wasn't controlled breeding like with the foxes, the friendlier genes would then be the ones who had children. And as the friendly genes were the ones who allowed them the ability to have children, they started essentially accidentally, selectively breeding themselves for this. In the same way that humanity has accidentally selectively bred itself over the course of hundreds of thousands of years.
And also, I think, like, the purposeful breeding in terms of getting, like, certain characteristics of certain, like, types of dogs or cats is more of a modern thing.
Very
because
recent.
They're like, oh, but this is super trendy. But then those poor animals have such a bad, like, quality of health. And then they end up
Talking
having
pugs here, right?
lesser lifespan.
Yes. Deliberate
Bugs.
breeding is only a few hundred years old. I think some of the early... Well, a couple thousand, actually, if we're going to be... I don't know. Could we? Because the Romans had their own special breed of war dogs, for example. What was the name of those things?
No clue. Can't help you on this one.
Molossus. And Pugnax.
Canis, mollussus, or something like that, yeah.
Yes, Molossus dogs. So the Molossus was a huge fucking dog breed that was largely bred for war. Now, the Romans didn't really know what they were doing, so it's dubious whether or not we can call that actual breeding for effect, as that species was eventually also wiped out. Probably the earliest example we have is breeding of war horses, which is only like, I think 400 years old or something. Because it's hard. It requires a lot of resources, because you've got to breed multiple generations of losers until you get the winners. Like, it's a major, major undertaking.
Yeah, I mean, there's a CGP Grey video on this, where basically, before the modern era, humanity had managed to domesticate about a dozen species just through breeding, and it's because people just didn't want to keep track of it with, like, accurate records. You know, like, understand each animal. Like, if it takes, years and years and years and years for this shit to happen, they just didn't want to bother doing it. So we domesticated dogs, we domesticated horses and cows and pigs, because they have family structures that humans can kind of like usurp and put themselves at the head of, and they they have no problem having sex under pretty much any condition, and also they basically they do it quickly. They reproduce really quickly, right? Because if you look at India and the war elephants, those aren't really domesticated. Like they're kind of tamed. You know, you can like lead an elephant around, sure, but they're not domesticated the way that like dogs or horses are. Because I mean, it takes 20 years or some shit for elephants to grow to maturity. So yeah, it seems like a lot of animals we're not really going to like. We can domesticate them now because now we have advanced record keeping and technology, and hopefully we can look ahead more than one generation. But yeah, most animals that we did domesticate were because just due to like environmental flukes, basically.
So I decided to look up like how modern is selective breeding for dogs and stuff, and it says humans have been practicing artificial selection in animals for about 9,000 years, with dogs being amongst the first to selectively breed. Compared to their ancestors, gray wolves, modern dogs are more trusting of humans, more omnivorous, smaller, and more physically diverse due to selective breeding.
Yep.
So yeah, little
yeah,
under.
but I think that is accidental selective breeding rather than intentional, because there's a large difference between simply just the friendliest pup being the most successful and going like, no, I want this to be a larger dog, or I want this to be a smaller dog, etc.
Well, I think that ancient peoples tried to do stuff like that. They just weren't as successful at it because they didn't quite know what they were doing. But they were kind of like groping around in the dark, and they figured a few things out, right?
Yeah, but by mostly accident, I'd imagine, because it's like, okay, well, this sheep has more wool than the other sheep, so I'm gonna have that one fuck the other sheep.
Yeah, and then hopefully they'll have more sheep with more wool, so we'll get more wool out of it. Yeah, it was that sort of thing. Yeah. And basically,
I have
the reason that Europe ended up dominating North and South America, it wasn't due to any sort of racial reason, and it was only partially due to technology. But the main reason is because humans had been living with animals for humans in Europe and Asia had lived with animals for thousands of years and contracted a whole bunch of diseases, and then the natives in North and South America didn't have any immunity to them, and they didn't have their own diseases to spread back to Europe because North and South America didn't have any animals to tame except for the llama. That was it. There were no horses in North and South America. Europeans brought those over. So
yes.
This is.
But the largest reason why the North America, South America would have been conquered regardless was due to the population density of Europe.
Yeah, that too.
Basically, even if the Aztec and the Mayans all fought at full effect against Europe, they were fucking nothing compared to us.
Mm-hmm. I know what you mean. But yeah, it's not like they didn't have war horses, right? They didn't have like animals that were domesticated they could eat. They had llamas to like pack stuff around sometimes, and that was it. Like they didn't have any animals to do any work. Yeah.
Yep, buffaloes too were not very cooperative and so on.
I just put a thing in live links. I figured you guys would get a little chuckle out of it.
What on God's good earth does any of this have to do with any of the topics of today?
What'd you put in live links?
Trump rules out deporting Prince Harry because he has enough to deal with his wife.
Oh, I mean, fair enough.
Wait, I don't see that in live links.
Yeah, me neither.
I thought I put it in live links.
I'm putting in the wrong room with dumb lum lum.
Shut the fuck up.
Wait, what room did you put it in?
A Lumi topic gathering because I made a separate channel for the shit I gather.
Oh, you have like a secret Lumi room.
Yes. Because then it's not flooded by the stuff your Bucky Miss puts down.
Mm.
And to be fair, he does have enough problems with his wife, so. God damn it.
All right, get reading Superchats before we lose the plot again.
Gotta get through topics. So, I wanted to talk about the Sovereign Wealth Fund as well. God damn it. The Sovereign Wealth Fund is a terrible idea for America, and it's nothing but a virtue signal. Americans, be ashamed of yourself and reject this silly narrative.
This one I didn't see. What's the Sovereign Wealth Fund?
Well, this is one of the things that Trump's done in the past few weeks that I thought was actually a good idea. Was the Sovereign Wealth Fund? What's the problem with it?
Because you're a dumb little American.
I'm not even American.
Well, you are. American continent.
Okay, tell me what the sovereign wealth fund is. I don't know what it is.
Well, do you know what sovereign wealth funds are?
That sounds like a lot of money that I don't have, so I don't care about it. What is it?
Okay, so the TLDR is a sovereign wealth fund is a fund that that the government owns, and sometimes they fill it with taxes, sometimes they fill it with like profits from certain companies or whatever. But basically, they take the fund, they invest it into the stock market, and then they take the profits from the fund and then they give it to citizens. So the idea is that you get your entire citizenry. Basically, the incentives of average people are aligned with the success of the companies of the country.
Does this mean I pay less in taxes?
Nope, it means you'll pay more.
No, it doesn't even mean that, Arch. No.
It does.
What it means basically is that, like, if America had a sovereign wealth fund, and the sovereign wealth fund, let's say, bought stocks in, I don't know, Walmart or something, right? When Walmart's doing better, then the sovereign wealth fund increases, and then the government pays out the increase to citizens like you. So you want Walmart to actually do well because you get a payout for it.
How does it actually pay that out?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It sells the
Okay.
stock, like any other actor in the stock market.
Fire is
Okay,
And
that's
then
cool.
what
How do I
happens?
get the money?
You don't.
Yeah. Does the fund just grow in size and then it just reinvests back in and then it grows in size again? And does that ad infinitum? Is that how it works?
Well,
Yes.
America, some states do actually have sovereign wealth funds. Texas has one, but it's used primarily, like, the profit from Texas comes from its oil, and I think it's reinvested into some sort of infrastructure. And same with Alaska. Alaska has one as well. Usually, what happens is, like, the social services are funded by the sovereign wealth fund. So, like, you have lower prices on your health care, or you get whatever social service that you end up using.
What I don't understand is, wouldn't a better use of that money just be for individual people to do that instead? Like, if they want to get into the stock market, then sure, they can do that on their own instead of having to pool all the money from everyone together to just grow this fund that we then have to trust the government to use correctly when trying to reinvest it into some sort of public infrastructure. Because I don't know how it is in America, but in Australia, that's a joke. So I wouldn't trust.
No, I completely understand, but the average person is not financially literate. They have no fucking clue what they're doing with money, or with stocks, or with property, or with fucking anything.
Most
I don't think that's a
people
good reason to.
aren't financially
Yeah.
literate, though.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was going to say I don't think that's a good reason to just say, oh yeah, so a fund like this has to exist or is a good idea,
Well, I
because
think it has to exist, but I do generally like them. Yeah.
the thing is
like,
how.
okay.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead, Armchair.
I was going to say, how does it pick the stocks to invest in?
Heresy.
Like-
Wow.
Fire is the
There's an
answer.
interesting topic. So, first and foremost, this is very important. This is very important right here. Look at that. Look at that.
You have the most famous one. Yes,
Yes.
Arch. We all
Not
know
famous, the biggest one. The most
legendary
successful
Norwegians.
one. This is the important part. And notice the name, the Government Pension Fund. That's our sovereign wealth fund. So the Norwegian sovereign wealth fund is the most effective in the world by a billion miles. And how it works is that the money in it is reinvested in. They take a portion of the oil and gas, which is the main income, and then they put it into the government pension fund. These are profits. That is the key difference here. So the US is currently about $5 bajillion trillion in debt. It has no profits. It cannot invest a sovereign wealth fund with anything because it doesn't have any fucking money. Which means it would either have to print money, which will only make inflation worse, to fill the sovereign wealth fund, or it would have to levy new taxes on the citizens to begin to do that, which is why Lumnum's taxes is going to increase. Once you get it large enough, though, once you get it like this point, you can take a percentage of it. What Norway does is it takes no more than 2% of the interest of the sovereign wealth fund. So this is, 1.7 like trillion dollars, right?
Mm-hmm.
2%
Is this
of that
1.7 trillion of Norwegian funny money, or is this
dollars.
US?
It's American money. Yeah.
Okay, I was about to
1.7
say
trillion
the.
American.
Okay, I was going to say the Norwegian funny money. That's a different definition.
This is dollars. And we take a percentage of
Okay.
that and we use that percentage to fund infrastructure, like health, for example. And at that point, it's a lot of money. And since this is basically money that is created out of thin air of various investments, it's in essence free money, which allows us to run a lot of our resources. This is why Norway can have such a high standard of living, amongst other things. However, you need it to be huge. That's the thing. For this fund to grow, you need a lot of money, you need a lot of investments, and you need to guard yourself against bad investments as well, of course. And then you also need to only take a little bit, because if you take money out, it's not going to grow anymore. So it's a very difficult balance to get right. And again, you need a lot of cash initially. America's not in a position to have that cash. Like, what will feed the American Sovereign Wealth Fund? Are they just going to put debt in there? Like, hi, we owe ourselves $700 million. It's like, good.
Okay, so the way that I'm thinking, because I don't know economics, I don't know money. All I know is that my taxes get taken, I get sad, but then I get happy once a year when I get my returns. But anyways, does the funds like that work kind of like 401ks, where it's like you have money in there, but if you take any out before X amount of time, you get heavily penalized, but you still have to pay it back? That type of thing?
No, you don't get a dime out of this.
Okay.
This is money that is ran by the government at your not leisure. How do I put it? Approval, I guess. Because the thing is, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund is actually bound by a lot of ethical guidelines. The Norwegian people don't want them to invest in tobacco companies, for example, no matter how profitable they are, so they sold out of them. They don't like them investing in weapons, so they don't invest in that, and so on. It is, in essence, supposed to be a ethical representation of the populace in question that decides what should and should not be invested in. Now, it could still be a lot better, because this is still then invested in the most profitable thing, rather than reinvesting itself in the country of origin, which would be vastly superior. But it is a well-functioning system. Like, it allows Norway to spend a lot more money that it otherwise wouldn't have from taxes and income on tariffs or whatever, right? But again, the key point is you need money first. You cannot simply create a sovereign wealth fund and expect it to produce anything.
Well, maybe Trump will create this, and then in 20 years' time, it'll actually be somewhat functional.
What they need to do is trim the fat first before we start investing into anything.
Yeah, obviously, but nonetheless, I mean, the issue is that these programs have generally worked, not only in Norway but other places, right? It's probably a good idea to have one.
No,
sure they have.
No, they haven't. Look
Okay,
further down the list, Dev.
Shitholes.
Look down the list. Look at this.
Okay.
Look at how little money this is, relatively speaking.
No, I get that, but like here, for example, go to Canada's, right? Because Canada has one just for the province of Alberta, and it's like, what is that, 5% the size of yours? But also, Alberta is a very tiny province.
Yeah, but it also has a very tiny amount of money.
Yes, but that's fine though, because it has less people to pay out for.
Yeah, but it doesn't pay out. That's the point. This doesn't pay you out anything. It is an investment fund, the profits of which, the interest of which, is then used for other things. So basically, you are taking that 123 billion and you are utilizing like 2 or 3% of that.
No, I understand that completely, and I know how this works. But 2 to 3% of 123 billion is a fair amount of money for a province the size of Alberta in Canada.
I doubt that.
Arch, 2 questions for you. So, you mentioned before that the Norwegian sovereign fund is supposed to reflect the ethical considerations of the populace in general. Do you think that it would? Oh, okay. Do you think that it would? And this is. I'm just trying to figure out how best to ask this. Do you think that would still work as intended if Norway had looser immigration policies? Because I would imagine if you shift the makeup of your population you would probably get a bit more schizophrenic in terms of the choices that the country makes for what to take into consideration when using that fund.
Well, honestly, it would probably work better if we get a bunch of greedy shits in here. Because this isn't run like by a vote or anything. It's a person at the top who is in charge of distributing the funds, but he is a governmental employee. Therefore, if the will of the people is like, don't purchase into tobacco, he can't do that. There will be rules and regulations placed for him not to do so. So if you were to switch out our people with a lot more greedy shits, that would be excellent. And I found it here, by the way. Alberta's expenses is 70.3.3 billion. At that point, the handful of millions created by their sovereign wealth fund is enough to run a transgender bathroom for about 6 months.
So I decided to look it up. So in 2017, Alberta's sovereign wealth fund had $17 billion. What does it have now? What is it back on that?
20,
Let's
I
see
think.
here. Oh, hold on, Alberta. Where is it? Jesus, I already lost it. No, 123. So that's a huge growth.
Yeah, 123.
So I mean, in 7 years to go from 17 to 123 is not bad. And if we keep growing it, it sounds like it could probably do something pretty good.
Yes.
That sounds all right.
Now, that is also the thing, though. But guess what? Alberta has a surplus.
Well, yeah, because Alberta is where all of Canada's currently accessible oil is.
Exactly. And now you see
tons of
why that
oil.
sovereign wealth fund is the thing again. If you've got a surplus, it will grow. It'll grow slowly, but it will grow. And even then, it's very slow before it becomes truly worthwhile. But again, America don't have a surplus.
Oh yeah, on top of that as well, Arch, you mentioned that one of the most important points to actually getting a fund like this to grow is to avoid bad stock purchases. What exactly is the system that your government uses in order to make sure that a purchase is good?
A man in a suit looks at a computer and goes, that probably works.
Okay.
Well, a lot of sovereign wealth funds are kind of tied to certain industries, right? And I mean, from what I understand, Arch, like Norway's is primarily oil and gas, because that's like kind of what you guys do, is you export a lot of oil and gas.
Well, that is where the income comes from. That is where our surplus comes from. Clack. But the investments don't necessarily relate to that. It's literally just investment. It's like playing the stock market for any other person, but the government does it, so it has a lot more money and probably cheats.
Yeah, I mean, if you know anybody who like works in finance, if you ever met like a financial advisor or something, they do kind of give you the rundown. It's basically like, make sure you have a diverse portfolio. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. So if one stock tanks, the rest of them will be okay. Like there's ways to at least minimize risk and when you're investing money.
Yes. But again, like I view this as a pure virtue signal, because America can't build a sovereign wealth fund. It's simply not possible. And even were it to try to do so, it would either A, need to massively raise taxes. We're talking 40-50% of your income at least. Or it would need to start nationalizing natural resources. Just creating a sovereign wealth fund does not money make.
I'm still hung up on the whole why not just let people do all of the investing for themselves, especially when you are in a position like America as a country where you don't have that surplus to throw around.
Well, also
Because-
it's because the surplus doesn't necessarily it can come from taxes, but it's not necessary that it does. Oftentimes it comes from taxes on corporations or specific specific industries. It's not like it's your personal taxes. So sometimes it is, but
Service guarantees citizenship.
so like basically you wouldn't have had that money anyway, right? It'd just be money that Norway's oil and gas companies would keep, but instead now it's being used for this.
Wow.
You know, it's like, I think for like individual state funds, if they have like, you know, the income and everything just kind of stored away, Why not use it for, like, fixing the goddamn roads, updating the fucking lights that always like to break on some streets, fix, stuff that needs to be fixed. Like, for example, in the area that I'm in, dear fucking God, it's about time that they're starting to think about adding fiber in our area, because I'm too far away from any city to already have it. And they're like, yeah, we'll look into this. Maybe start funding that. If, like, say that if some internet companies want to put in a bid, like, okay, we want our fiber internet here, we'll place some money down. Why not do that? But also that's kind of, thinking a little too much and a little too charitably of people who have a lot of money as well, probably.
Yeah. I was also going to say, because, like I mentioned before, as someone who lives in Australia, our government fucked up our entire country's internet, so I don't exactly trust the government. I am much more okay with personal incompetence when it comes to managing money than governmental incompetence when it comes to managing money. Because when you say that individuals are fiscally irresponsible, sure, that's fine. But why are we judging the entire population off of the actions of the least fiscally responsible members of that population? I'm much more okay. The only reason why that would be a good counter-argument is if the aim is to eliminate inequality. And I don't think that inequality is a bad thing when it arises directly as a result of personal choices.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah.
Largely, I think the primary argument is the size of it. Due to the sheer amount of money you require, you need to be able to manage a vast quantity of assets simultaneously to be able to produce the amount of surplus that you need to have a meaningful, percentage that you can take out of it. If you gave the entire population of Norway their parts of the sovereign wealth fund, it would probably amount to something like $200,000? No, less. 100,000 maybe tops. Which
Per
most
person?
of them would probably throw out the window. A small minority would probably invest it in something worthwhile. A couple might even make money off it. But by and large, the overwhelming majority of our sovereign wealth fund would probably be pissed away within fucking months.
Yeah, and then you wouldn't get any of, like, the road reinvestment or anything that Lumi's talking about.
Yeah, then we
Because-
wouldn't get our slush fund anymore.
Yeah, I mean, some things are better if just done collectively, as long as it's managed properly.
I just don't understand money. I'm not rich enough to understand money. I just get, like, my taxes done. I do enough to not get arrested.
Yet. You've done enough to not to get arrested yet.
Yet, I mean, now I have to start doing taxes on, like, the YouTube shit. And also, kind of got to figure out, like, finding new job, because guess what, everybody? Everyone's favorite fish has been laid off.
Oh, that sucks, dude.
It's been a long time coming, because the company that I worked for, there was, the elusive whispers of getting sold to someone else, and then it happened, and now they're starting to get rid of the people who've been there for a while. So I am going to be using this time for more streams, more video uploads, and just helping out Arch where I can, and try to
That is the way, yeah.
until I get another job.
Well, maybe this will take off, and then you'll be able to just do it full time.
I mean, it's like, I'm happy. It's like, I know it's not a lot of viewers, but when I do, like, my just yapping non-gaming streams, I get about, like, 250 viewers. So I think that's a pretty decent amount for the size of my channel.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. It's like, I want to keep making good content, and if I can take advantage of this little time of between jobs that I have, I will do my best to, entertain everyone else.
Oh god, the chat is saying you were working in DEI, and that's why you got laid off.
Oh yes, because a warehouse getting sold off as DEI.
No.
You're taking
Yes,
all that USAID money.
I was the DEI Mexican forklift driver. Yes.
Lum Lum
I mean-
is one of several FBI agents I have.
Do I have USA whatever? I'd have a lot more money if I got paid like that. I wouldn't be living paycheck to motherfucking paycheck if I was getting paid with that money.
Get
I
the
wouldn't be living in a
idiosyncrasy money.
bum ass apartment if I got paid that money. I wouldn't have to worry about the dead body that was found like a few streets down a few months
Service
ago.
guarantee
Jesus.
citizenship.
Uh,
That is one thing that I heard while I was gone, though, is that
Yeah.
like the American government was funding like anti-Gamergate propaganda 10 years ago.
I seen that.
Oh God.
Oh, I see that nice new shiny Doge clock. Of course it's gold.
You ignorant slut.
That finally leads us to the first topic of today after an hour 33 minutes.
Man, see, Arch, even when the stream is the majority dudes, we still go off on tangents. But they're not as fun as, like, you know, when Stabby was on or when Remo was on.
I have never once admitted to viewing Dev as a male in any capacity.
Women Canadian, close enough.
Again, Dev and Rima have never been on the same stream.
We
Nope, not
literally
yet.
have.
Have we? Have you
Yeah.
guys?
Nope.
No, I've been on a Rima stream, yeah.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No, you haven't.
Arch, I'll bet you $100 right now.
This is the same false narrative that Rima tried to push. It's like,
Arch,
I've totally
$100?
been in a room with him.
Arch, are you taking the bet?
Dev, you've already lost too much money to Buckymus.
Give me a second.
USAID, our first topic of today. An hour plus later.
Oh, stop
USAID
lying.
has shut down and is no longer there. There will be a lot of little people all over the world being sad by this. None of them are Americans.
Oh man, how terrible for the foreigners? Question mark.
Largely, yes.
I don't know. As long as at some point prices of stuff start going down, or money is better allocated to, you know, things that actually matter. I don't
Hey, just
care.
real quick, I
What?
posted in live links. ArchCast 121. It is the Dev and Rima episode, and for some reason, the thumbnail is you licking your own feet, Lumi. Why is that the thumbnail?
Oh, it's because the stream cut out because Arch got sniped by the government. So then we had to make a new stream, and he
Oh.
just never updated it.
Yeah, that's nonsense. I can see 4 pictures there. Lum Lum, Buckymus, Rima, and myself. There's no Dev in
Yeah,
there.
if you play it, you can hear my voice.
Heresy's the
Nope.
question. Fire is the answer.
God damn it.
If the picture isn't there, it clearly doesn't exist. Didn't you know that?
Oh.
Let's see.
So yeah, the whole USAID thing. How do you guys feel about that?
There we go. Right, look at that, Dev. Look at that.
What's that?
Interestingly, it also... There we go. The video doesn't exist. Dev, now what?
You just deleted it, didn't you?
I think he privated it.
Dev,
went
you owe
back
me
and deleted
$100.
You went back
Oh,
and deleted it.
bullshit. No, he didn't delete it.
This is this. You know what this is? It's that picture of Stalin where the guy like disappears.
I will await
I remember
payment.
this stream because I had to leave.
Service guarantee
No, I
citizenship.
either came in late or I had to leave. What was this when I was at the Renaissance Fair? I don't remember.
It might have
Lum
been. I don't recall either.
Does not remember many things. It is fine.
I don't remember many things, but yeah, I could still see the stream because since Mr. Archley has me as an editor on his channel, I can see everything he hides.
Oh, nice. Wait, hold on. There's an
How do you
opportunity.
think I
here,
did the
Lumi.
Lumicast?
There's an opportunity here, Lumi,
No,
to find all of Arch's secret videos.
I already tried finding his Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 videos. They don't exist.
So obviously, there's quite a lot of people who are panicking over the USAID thing. Crucially, none of them live in America.
Is it all the Indians who are the tech support people I have to talk to?
And the argument is always that it damages America. And see, the only way this damages America, if you assume the Devian narrative, basically.
You're just assuming what I'm going to say, Arch?
Yes. So the Devian narrative in this, hold on, I need to find a nice communist poster to bring up so I can talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I really
I mean,
need
it's
to-
like with the acronym USAID, it sure seemed like a disease.
It does. Right, there we go. That'll suit for now.
Heresy is the question. Fire is
Whoosh.
the answer.
So, the
It's
Devian
so
narrative
stupidly edited.
on USAID is that it will compromise America's international position because they can no longer bribe foreign dictators to suppress their own people in America's favor.
I wouldn't put it like that, though I'm sure that definitely happens.
Yeah, you wouldn't put it like that, but that's what you would say.
Well, no. It's also that, like, clearly soft power is a thing, right? And America has tremendous amounts of soft power. And this is basically cutting off one of the major sources of that American soft power. Which, by the way, is fine. If America just doesn't want its soft power anymore, then, you know, that's their choice, right? But I mean, as is with everything, every place that America retreats from leaves a vacuum, which means that America's enemies move in. That's just how
I
it
think
is.
I think it's a little bit of an overgeneralization to refer to soft power as if it belongs to all of America. Because in reality, what I have seen is that when Trump and the government has started to actually list out some of the things that USAID was paying for, those choices seem to be quite unpopular amongst quite a bit of America. Because hold on, let me see if I can find. I was looking up the BBC complaining about how this has happened. Let me see if I can find the article.
And they were getting funded by. No, I think I saw that. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And
No, the thing is,
oh, go ahead.
they've tried to deny that they were getting funded by it because they tried to say, "Oh, this was just this was just our charity that's not connected with us at all," etc., etc., etc. But whenever they talk about what USAID was funding, they never mention some of the things, like, for example, how, what was it? Let me get the exact number real quick. Hold on. I think it was.
Uh-oh, Arch, your stream ended.
Arch?
Not that
Arch?
stream, the other thing.
Okay, I was about to say, like, oh shit, did he die again?
Yeah, no, $15 million somehow managed to make it to a terrorist organization.
Okay,
What?
do you have the link for that? I kind of want to see that.
Hold on, let
By
me
the way,
let me grab it.
Listen, I promise you, there's going to be a lot of waste in USAID, and I'm not going to agree with any of the waste in USAID. Like, I've also, even though I haven't been online, I've seen some ridiculous shit, like in the periphery of my vision of just, oh, they spent that money on that. Like, there's some dumb shit that has come out of USAID for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
The
did you
thing
see
is,
that...
I don't know if this is soft power in the sense that it benefits all of America, because it seems more like there are just a small cabal at the top of your government that has been making these decisions on an individual basis. And yes, sure, maybe sometimes they manage to do something good with the money, but the problem is there is no oversight to make sure that they eliminate all of those sources of waste.
You're wrong about that. Sorry. So, here's how USAID works. USAID is basically a part of the executive branch that just deals with the nuts and bolts of doling out money as per it's been allocated in Congress's budget. So the oversight is Congress, right? And that is the main problem with Trump, you know, basically bulldozing his way through USAID, because I personally agree a lot of this bullshit should be cut. America should not be spending money on this stuff. But however, per the Constitution, it is not the executive branch that controls the purse strings. It is Congress. It is the legislative branch. So when Congress passes a budget, and they pass one every year, they say, okay, we're going to put X number of dollars aside for this project, and X number of dollars aside for this project, and X number, and they have a whole list of things that are funded. And once Congress funds it, it is the job of the executive to basically dole out those monies as Congress lays out. So, and that's what USAID did. So when you say there's no oversight, there is oversight. Oversight is Congress, right? So it sounds ridiculous to me.
Both have a point here because...
Well, let me just finish real quick, because it sounds ridiculous to me that they spent $20 million to fund that Iraqi version of Sesame Street. Like, it's kind of just stupid. Like, okay. However, you have congressmen who have been voted into those positions. They pass the budget. The money's allocated, and so the executive lawfully has to do it.
Yes, but Armchair has a point as well, because there is currently alleged $100 billion a year that are sent out without any recipient that can actually be tracked down and identified. So the oversight is there, but it's not really there.
Hey, can you post that link, Arch? I want to see it.
It's basically just a semantic argument, isn't it? Because, like, yes, we can call Congress oversight, but if they don't actually do their job, like, we're just playing word games then.
Now, there is a deep argument, though, which Dev is correct in, that you do need to go to Congress to defund this. So this is a band-aid, in essence, to go after USAID. Because a lot of the stuff that has been identified, like social justice, public charter school, $563,000. Social Justice Learning Institute, $625,000. Black Veterans for Social Justice, $67 million. These are things that have been budgeted by Congress, so there's a much deeper malaise than USAID.
Yeah, so this is why it's not semantic, right? It's actually quite important, because Congress is actually oversight. Like, if you don't like what money is being put into the budget, you vote for different Congress people. Like, that is the solution to this problem.
Yes, USAID is a expedient target for now, because it will stop and highlight the problems temporarily. But this will have to go far deeper if the problem is to be actually solved.
That's
also,
fair.
It might be incredibly illegal, right? Because as per current law, the president only has the ability to pause USAID payments for 45 days in order to actually basically highlight issues, which is what's currently happening. If Trump goes beyond 45 days, it'll probably drift into constitutional crisis territory, because the Constitution is clear. This is the domain of Congress, not the executive branch.
Possibly, but I don't think it can move in that way because of how incredibly popular this move is.
Maybe so, but I mean, we'll see. It's one of those things where, well, here, how about this? If in 45 days, Trump is like, yeah, I'm just going to unilaterally ignore all of the laws and ignore Congress and just not allow this to happen, what do you think happens next?
I think people will make some noise about it, and then they will shut up again.
Oh, I mean, maybe so, but that is a giant mark in the Trump is a dictator column, ignoring the Constitution. That's a pretty fucking big deal.
Well, the problem is the system is flawed.
Yeah.
Okay, but like,
the people still voted for Trump. Like, he won the popular vote in America. And if he's doing this and it's a popular move, then just saying that it breaks a law or something like that, I don't think people are going to care, because that sounds like a law that's made to prop up something that fundamentally just isn't working.
No, it's not breaking a law. It's breaking the Constitution. This is the thing that especially right-wingers have appealed to as if it is sacrosanct for decades now. I have lost shit.
Mm-hmm. No, I get your argument, but I don't think it's going to go that way because of how popular it is. They have too many arguments, like when they funded the BBC. Why is America funding British broadcasting? Why is Politico receiving, what was it, $8 million, I think? And Politico is like, they didn't give us that. They just purchased a $14,000 subscription pack 200,000 times.
They just bought a whole bunch of shit.
Yes.
The other thing as well is when you say soft power for America, a lot of these examples, I'm talking about the Foreign Affairs Committee release about some of the things that have been that USAID has been used for. A lot of these things just sound like some form of cultural erosion in other countries. For example, $446,700 to promote the expansion of atheism in Nepal. Like, is that really something that is that good for Nepal? Like, what exactly is the point of promoting atheism in a country?
Well, that is the soft power argument, because theoretically, ideally speaking, this money should be used to spread America's interests across the world. And America's interest is going to be to make other countries as similar to it as, well, it is. You know, it wants to go like, hey, Nepal, you're American now. Fuck you. That's basically the goal. Now, whether atheism is that goal is another question.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Is it good for America, though? Like, how does advancing okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, atheism specifically, I mean, it's not something I care about personally. But in terms of just, hey, having other countries in your back pocket, that's always good for a large power like America. Yeah.
Now,
from the perspective of one of those other countries, the thing is, right, if you ask, I'm willing to bet that if you ask the average citizen of a country that has received USAID funding, they would probably find whatever USAID was funding unpopular. But if you go and ask that country's media circuit, they would be up in arms about the fact that USAID is being cut. And that's the thing that convinces me, at least to some degree, that cutting USAID is probably a net positive.
I think
I have lost.
maybe, but it depends on exactly what we're talking about. Because atheism in Nepal, you're probably right. I don't think the average person really wants or cares about that bullshit. But I mean, there are other things, probably like if we're talking like anti-AIDS programs in Africa, they're probably more popular than not, I would guess.
Yep. I mean, the thing is, too, there's also the ridiculousness argument, because a nation might be willing to do certain things at certain times that it might not be willing to do other times. The recent, $5 million worth of condoms to Africa, for example, that people thought it was for Gaza, for the Palestine Strip. Now, that is obviously for things like aid preservation, where they go like, okay, stop fucking each other unprotected, savages. And if you ask the Americans if that was a good thing, you know, preventing the spread of sexual diseases in Africa 10, 20 years ago, people would probably go, yeah, sure, why not? But today, people look at them and go like, we're spending $5 million on condoms for Africa? Don't we have money to spend out here?
Yeah.
Also, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. Go ahead.
I was going to say, even if you look at this from the perspective of how you communicate the value of USAID, USAID right now is a government initiative with an identity crisis. Because is this supposed to be some sort of benevolent fund that you use to do things like curb the spread of STDs in poorer countries? Or is this supposed to be some sort of this nefarious thing to fund American, as Dev puts it, soft power by essentially eroding the cultural roots of other countries? Because it can't be both. If you want to characterize it as a benevolent...
I'm pretty sure it is both, yeah.
Yes, but if you try to explain it to people as both, that doesn't exactly work. One will overpower the other.
Yeah, that is a good argument.
That's true, but it is also true that it's both, though. Even if it's not convincing to your average person, it's still the truth.
And if it's not convincing to the average person, then why is the government doing it? Is my question.
It's like, okay, speaking as the average person who is the only American in this goddamn stream, I don't give a shit about what the hell is going on in other countries. I don't care if fucking super raids is going on in Africa. That's their problem, not mine.
And there's the Lumlummy narrative. Hold on, I have a picture of this too.
What?
Is it going to be Lumi as the dictator of North Korea, sealing the country off from the rest of the world?
God
Oh, there
damn
we
it.
go. Lumi the Leninist.
Yep, giving the finger to the black people. No, my money.
So
Yes, it's my money.
Yeah.
I don't
So
care
here's
what's
the thing,
going on
so-
in other countries.
like
Jesus
this.
Yeah.
So USAID was put into place in 1961. Congress ordered it, and then JFK signed it and put into place. And basically, like when America was actually like on the upswing, when the good times were still ahead for the states, it made a lot of sense, right? Because it's sort of like a rising tide lifts all boats kind of argument. But the United States has had some pretty serious economic woes in the past 20 years or so. USAID made sense in 1960, but it would not make sense during the Great Depression. So it's one of those things that it's like, well, yeah, okay, maybe you do get a lot of clout with other countries, and that's useful, but perhaps America should do it after its own domestic problems have been sorted.
But then that's I don't think that's an argument against cutting it, though, because then if you phrase it that way, sure, but that means USAID is just another example of a government initiative that should have had a clear expiry date, and it is now well past that expiry date. It is no longer going to be used as effectively for its original purpose. It is now a waste of money. At least it appears a waste of money to enough people whose money is funding it, to the point where it is an unpopular thing. So why is it still going?
Well, there's two answers to that, because one of them is that the reason USAID was not given any sort of end date is because it was 1961. This was the height of anti-communism in the States. The Cold War was happening, and basically it was in fact a vehicle for soft power around the world because the Americans were competing with the Soviets, and the Americans didn't think the Soviets were going to collapse in 30 years' time. They thought this was going to be like a multi-generational Cold War, basically. So it didn't have an expiry date. And then secondly, because like I said before, Congress controls the purse strings, right? Congress
Fire is
kept
the
voting
answer.
in their budget to spend X dollars on Y initiative, and it got passed every year by people who were elected.
It should
How much
end-
transparency surrounds Congress's decisions, though?
Technically
Well,
a lot, realistically very little.
lot. Like you can anyone actually can get a copy of any of Congress's doings, basically. Whatever happens during any congressional day, you can get the minutes.
And that's the thing. Technically, yes, you can get anything you want. You have access to all of this data. In reality, this is the data. Good fucking
in
luck.
reality, no one's going to go and do it, right? Like, here's the thing. I wanted to get the congressional record for the whole Nixon thing for my Trump video a few months ago, and I could do it. You go online, if you know the date, you go to the date, and you download the PDF, and here's all the minutes for that day in the Senate, and it's like, oh, here's what happened, and I just scrolled through it, Control F, find the part that I want. If you know what you're doing, you can find anything because it's all public, but you have to be like, okay, when did they pass the budget in 1993? What day was that? I'll go check on Wikipedia. Okay. Can I go to the site now and then find the minutes for that? Okay. And what am I looking for? What's in the bill that they passed? What's the name of the bill? Like, it's all available, but no one is going to do it because everyone's too lazy to do it, frankly.
I don't think it's just laziness, though. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was actually going to make the same point. It's not just laziness, that is part of it, but it's also because, like, this is a single spending bill. Fucking look at that thing. The people
this
who
is
are
the same
paid to
argument.
read it don't read it.
Yeah. It's the same argument that tech companies try to use when it comes to writing out their EULAs in the most obtuse manner possible. Because you can say,
Honestly-
yes, that's transparency, and technically, yes, that's true, but you've included absolutely zero comprehensibility in it, and transparency without comprehensibility means nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this was a well-meaning system back when a bill was intended to be a handful of pages and any man could technically get through it. But now that Congress is passing fucking hundreds of these things, like, we have admissions from the people who work in Congress and the European Union, all sorts of stuff. They don't read this shit. They parse it off to like 20 interns who then make a summary of it. The bureaucracy has grown so large that it literally cannot exist in a transparent form anymore. And this is why you get funding to crazy shit like transgender operations in fucking Colombia, because it's going to be buried at page 6,243 in the bylines.
The other problem...
Yeah, it's like this is so stupid, because it's like people say that the government is like transparent as hell, like anyone can find any information on anything the government passes, but they make it look like the most unappealing thing to do, because
Exactly.
they know that the average person would not spend time reading through all of this. It's like it will take someone with severe fucking autism to just like, read through all of this and just be able to comprehend what the fuck is going on. It's
Why
like,
do you think
you
I'm the one who
need-
reads all of it?
No, and then...
Do you
no,
read all
even...
of this, Steph?
I have before, yes.
Even if we take that point, right? So let's say that, for example, there are a few good-natured autists who happen to have enough of a platform to signal boost some of the more ridiculous things that this fund is being used on. The problem is, for the past few years, that should not have been the job of autists on the internet. It should have been the job of the media circuit. But for some reason, this was just never something that caught on in the media agenda. Because every single news org has an agenda. And the problem was, for some reason, those agendas kept excluding this information, even though, in an ideal world, that would be the exact job of the media circuit. They would take the things that are obtuse, fully transparent, but lacking in comprehensibility. They would, for want of a better way of putting it, dumb it down, make it interesting, and then make people talk about it. The problem is, they haven't been doing their job, because they are they are locked in this incestuous relationship with the government. And so what you're saying is, yes, anybody can go and take a look at all of these documents and take the time to pass it through, cross-reference it, make it interesting, turn it into a YouTube video and put it out there. But is that really a solution to getting people to become more aware of what's going on with their government?
And it doesn't help that we have the whole fucking Zoomer, like the Zoomer demographic that can't watch something that's more than a minute and a half long.
Exactly.
Like, how are you going to condense an entire fucking bill in a minute and a half? It's like people already sensationalize the stuff that they agree with. Like, oh my god, look how great this is. You really think they're going to break down an entire bill that's like 10,000 pages long?
It's literally impossible.
Hold on. Okay, so then what is the solution then?
I don't think there is one yet.
I don't think there is one.
This is unironic, actually. Okay, so I'm working on a tabletop setting where one of the factions of the UEC, which is humanity, one of the ways it does whatever it wants to do is literally by burying everybody in paper. The UEC can be incredibly authoritarian, but it also has complete transparency. You can find out everything the UEC does. They have secret weapons program that develop weapons that turns human beings into fucking soup via sound waves, and you can find it. It's got a reference number and everything. It's got appendices. All of its spending is accounted for. All of it's out there, alongside 500, 600 billion pages of reports on dog biscuits. Because there is actually no way, I think. Like, because the thing is, even if you had an AI that could summarize it, what do you even summarize? Like, there's going to be 600 things in this report. What's important? Unless you can download this shit into your brain.
Download all the pages directly into your brain.
Yeah, and somehow
So
comprehend
here's the thing,
them
right?
all simultaneously.
So here's the issue, right? Because it's like I said, Congress is voted in by people, so they do have the legitimacy to rule, because that's what it means when you get voted in. And they pass these budgets, and these budgets are millions of pages long. And the argument is, well, no one's gonna look through all that and hold Congress accountable. Okay, fair enough. The issue is that this is, okay, it's kind of strange to say, but this is sort of like Trump's art of the deal in a sense, because every congressman or congresswoman, whatever, has their pet project, right? And they say, listen, I'll sign on to your budget for this year. You get my vote. However, my
But you'll have to cut in my cat farm.
Yep. My constituents voted me in to do XYZ, and you're going to devote some money to XYZ. And it's like, well, okay, so that's how I get your vote. And then the next guy will be like, well, I want funding for this project of mine. And I was like, okay. And like that is, everyone complains about omnibus bills, and I understand why everyone hates omnibus bills, but they are an essential component of negotiation because everyone has different interests, and everyone has to basically have some of their interests serviced if you want their support. That is just how making a deal works.
That is a good point, Dev. I agree. The solution is fewer politicians.
I agree.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well.
I
I'm
would love to
joking,
see
YouTube.
more
I'm
tree
joking.
decoration.
Just to make that
No,
clear.
no. You're right. No.
Listen, if you guys want, less democracy, more oligarchy, that's fine by me. Go ahead, do it. Implement it.
Is there any reason, though, why having all of these interests requires the documents to actually be thousands of pages and hundreds of massive piles of paper long, though?
Legally, yes, because there's all the amount of regulation, because it needs to be written in legalese, basically. So even the simplest fucking thing, you've got to be like, herethrough we are passing the omnibus spending bill for Madame Mercurio's cat farm. We define cat farm as a farm for cats, hereby referred to as cat farm, and so on.
And also you have to make sure that it is in compliance with other laws. They have to reference back to, oh, this law about cats from 35 years ago is relevant to this part of it. And there's, as the law becomes more complicated, you have to basically every sheet of paper makes the next sheet of paper longer.
Yes. There was a brilliant picture depicting the U.S. tax code next to the old one.
I think I recall this, yeah.
Let's see if I can find it. Because basically the tax code was once super simple, and then people added in a little bit, and everything was referencing back to everything, and so on and so on and so on. Ah, there we go. That's part of it.
Cheese and crackers.
And eventually,
No.
Holy shit.
No, that has to be fake.
That's so funny.
Please tell me that's
It
Photoshop.
looks kind of Photoshopped, doesn't it? The 4 stacks the same size. I don't know.
Please
About that one, but it's
tell me.
funny.
I'm trying to find the... here we go. Nope. It's not.
It's not.
No.
What happened to save the trees and the environment and all that?
Let's see. All right, it depends. Okay, so the U.S. tax code
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
goes to about 1 million words.
You're not surprised.
So it's not this bad, but that's 1 million words. That's
Per page?
no, you're crazy. Lum, what the?
No, I could
On the
see
brain
them doing
work.
that though. No. That would be fucking funny though. I could see them doing that in the future. It's like, okay, everybody. So this is all of our
You
documents.
don't want us to have
Break down-
100 papers? Okay, well here you go. I hope you brought your magnification glass.
Well, that's why we have computers nowadays. What happened? It's again, what happened to save the trees? The environment's important. What about climate change, everybody? Nope, cut down an entire forest just to do this entire stack.
Okay, so here's a decent example. Let me see if I can find a good picture of it, sideways on. Right, so this is War and Peace, a famous
I've read
book series.
War and Peace.
Yeah, by Tolstoy. This entire thing is about half the U.S. tax code.
Nice.
Yeah. So, double War and Peace, and you have the size of the U.S. tax code.
This is
That
also by
sounds
design,
miserable.
too. Yeah, this is also by design too, right? Because you have a bunch of basically exceptions for certain industries and certain companies that all have their different reasons and all this fucking bullshit.
Yep.
It's complicated for basically for financial reasons.
If you live in Alaska on a full moon and you have 3 children, you're exempt from taxes if you scratch yourself behind the ears.
In fact,
it's just
I would
love
funny
to
because
see the
go ahead.
Okay. Like, I would love to see the formatting on some of these papers too, because like how some of the covers, like the cover piece of some of these bills, the format is absolutely horrendous. You could fit more words on that bullshit than that.
Roughly, there's 450 words per page in the U.S. tax code, so it's pretty dense.
Mhm.
Oh, hi Flash, how you doing?
Hello, Flash. This is your tax code.
This is your tax code. It's one of those things because it's very strange. If you go over the course of American history, the more pro-capitalist the government is, the larger the tax code is to provide all these different benefits for various corporations and various industries. And then the more like it's very odd. The more regulatory the tax code is, the simpler it becomes, because it's just like, nope, you're all fucking paying.
Yep.
No one gets their exemptions.
Because exemptions is also a thing, and closing of loopholes. This is another thing as well. Because technically, a tax code could simply be as easy as everybody pay 10% of their income. There you go. That's your tax code. But then a billionaire goes, but I haven't actually had any income. I've just, had my worth in stocks increase by $500 billion. I didn't earn any money.
Man, I wish I had a rich person's problems. Ugh.
And then the tax man has to go in and go like, okay, if we define income as money earned via, paychecks or profit from stocks, then that loophole is closed. Then the rich man goes like, oh, but I didn't earn it from stocks either. Foreign investments. Income is defined as, and so on, and so on, and so on.
Yep. And then you have, let's say your country is struggling with production of food, and it's like, oh shit, we got to stimulate our farmers. Okay, what do? We'll give them a tax break. Okay, so you got to write that into the code, and now suddenly there's another page, and it's like, well, these taxes don't apply if you work in agriculture. And it's like, okay, and basically, as you begin to make more and more benefits for, frankly, either corporations or rich people, the tax code becomes more complicated.
Yeah, until you reach fucking War and Peace times 2.
Mm-hmm. So therefore, every single person in the chat who's been saying that this is too complicated, should be cut down, you're all communists. Welcome, comrades.
Although I am sure there is some bloat in there. Honestly, the longer and longer I live, the more and more I am just appreciative of some kind of flat tax system. Just something simple that just a sales tax. Honestly, I kind of want us to just go a sales tax. I don't care if some dude has 500 bajillion zillion in the bank. I don't really give a shit. But if he spends the money, you should pay a tax on it.
Just be a Georgist, Arch. Be a Georgist.
The fuck is that?
The socialists like Georgism, and the libertarians like Georgism. Pretty much everyone likes Georgism, so just be a fucking Georgist.
What the heck is a Georgist? Do we have to change our name to George to fit in?
No. So Georgism is fuck, I forget the name. Well, the guy's last name was it Henry George, or what the fuck his name was? He had an idea. Say,
his name better be George for it to be called Georgism.
Yes, his name's actually George. He basically said that you should only tax rents. You should not tax production, right? So a rent is basically when you can kind of gain a profit from something without actually providing anything to the thing. So if you like own a piece of land, and then that piece of land goes up in value because something changes regarding like other land around it, you haven't put any work into that, but nonetheless your assets increased in value. So that is you should be taxed on that and only on that. So it's Georgism basically says anything that you do, zero taxes. Right? So there's no income taxes. There's no property taxes. There's like none of that shit. There's no taxes on wealth saved. There's no taxes on selling your stocks. Anything that involves actual human actions, zero tax on all of it. The only thing that you tax is what already exists in the natural world, and that all has the same flat tax. So basically, the idea is that it will develop. It'll promote people developing property, basically. So, like, let's say that you have a piece of land, and you could just let that land sit there and do nothing, and you'll be taxed on the value of that land, and only the value of that land. Or you could build an apartment building on that land, and then you have like a whole bunch of people who are paying you money to live in the apartment building. However, you're still only taxed on the value of the land, not the value of the apartment building, because people built the apartment building. So you only tax things that are natural.
Sounds dumb. Don't like it.
Those are a lot of words I don't understand.
You only tax things that exist without human intervention.
What happens if you own farmland?
Then you tax the land, but not the products that are grown.
Sounds dumb. I don't like it.
What?
I'm confused.
Yeah. It's literally what you were advocating for just now, Arch.
No, sales tax is not the sales tax. If you purchase something, they take your money away.
Yeah. Get rid of that.
No, keep that. I like that.
Wait, are you saying that, Arch, you like sales taxes?
Fuck yeah,
Just
compared
do
to
a
the regular
flat sales
taxes.
tax. Get rid of the Get rid of
Also-
all the other taxes. Just do a flat sales tax.
Everyone's saying this is commie nonsense. No. This guy was a libertarian. This is libertarian stuff.
You know, it's like I would love to look into more things like this, but I don't know a lot of words. I don't know the meaning of a lot of words. I'd end up asking people what these words mean. But then if I'm like, okay, well, I asked this person this, someone would say, oh, well, that's that person's interpretation of that. Why don't you ask this person? And I'm like, I'm confused again.
Wait, here. Pull this image up, Arch, because this was from when Henry George's ideas were actually popular. So this was a while ago. But it says, everyone works but the vacant lot. And it's basically complaining that the owner of the vacant lot will wait until the property value rises the value up of the lot, but no one's actually working on the lot. So like no one's actually made, like why has this lot increased in value? It makes no sense. That increase in value should be taxed.
Does that not just function as a sort of cattle prod to keep pushing more and more development in a space?
It does, yes.
Okay.
But that's okay.
But again,
The question.
coming back to the whole farmland thing, right? So if you are taxing the natural, anything that's natural, which means the land itself, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So how would a farmer pay taxes on that?
So basically, like, let's say you have two identical pieces of land, and one of them, the guy just says, fuck it, I'm not going to do anything with it. And the other guy says, I'm going to build a farm. And so he builds his farm, and he has his buildings, and he has his equipment, and then he has crops that are growing, and then he has income from his land. Both of these pieces of land that are otherwise identical, they're taxed the same. But because the farmer actually has an income, he can pay that tax. But the guy who just owns the land and does nothing with it, he can't pay that tax unless he has money.
Okay, but how does the farmer pay that tax? Like, what money does he use? Where does the money for the tax come from?
Well, from his farm.
From what on his farm?
Well, he grows food and he sells it, and then he has money, then he pays the tax with that money.
Then that eats into the amount of money that he would have made by simply just selling his produce.
Yeah, it does, yes.
I have a segue away from this.
But that here's the thing. It's okay.
Why?
Wait, what is this?
You get to define what masculinity and
What did Craig
femininity are
what
for
did Craig
yourself.
post?
Don't let society dictate your gender expression.
Who hacked Craig's account?
There we go. And now we will never talk about George again for a while, or you get more of that. Google kills diversity hiring targets. But first, I need to
Of course.
try and get through some of these fucking super chats.
I think you went to
Got
like
through
two of
two.
them.
I did, and then
Two of
Lum
them.
Lum sidetracked me. Silly little woman.
I told you to read them, then you're like, I don't want to. I wanted to go through this first.
Emo Otaku, for curry, I think you enjoy a pal. I don't know what that is. Why Hayden? Don't know if the panel has heard, but the courts have blocked the USAID shutdown and all laid-off employees are reinstated by the courts. Well, Dev yet again needs to ruin everything for everybody else, doesn't he?
God damn it, Dev.
Well, it's like I said, because Congress this is part of the legislative branch. Of course, this is going to happen. Obviously,
Honestly, they should just pause, trim whatever fat that they need to, restructure a little bit so things make sense, then they can get back on to business.
I mean,
But
see,
until
I
then,
completely agree with you.
Mhm.
I agree with you, Lumi. Yeah, it's just that it can't be the president that does that. It has to be Congress per the Constitution.
Fair enough. Okay, continue, Arch.
My ear trumpet has been struck by lightning. Huzzah! The chairman is here. Mao is his name. Mowing is
Mao?
his game. A domin, high feet curry Lum Lum. Lum Lum likes stirring curry with her feet. It's one of the many, many problems that Lum Lum has.
Why do you keep just like making new narratives for me when I'm not here, and I have to hear it when I'm live?
You know, this is one thing that I missed while I was offline for a month.
What, Arch bullying me?
Kind of, yeah.
Ugh.
The Lumi feet narratives are what I missed.
It's like I'm alive. I'm playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I'm happy. I'm having a good time until I get a message from someone saying, "Hey, so Arch has this curry fund going, and he wants you to feed him while using your toes." And I'm like, "What? Why is he talking about this with Sargon?" But then I get a clip, and Sargon's gone, so of course he's going to talk about it, I guess.
Mr. Personality, Arch, yell at Lum Lum for not seeing if Hans' immortally immoral fruit. I paid 100, and she has yet to check. Where's the fruit salad, Lumi? Yeah, where it is.
What fruit salad?
You paid $100 to figure out how he was gay? Do it.
I already seen one romance option for it. I'm not going to spoil the game for anyone who's going to play it.
Lum Lum.
So you can look
Man.
back at my stream if you
Lum
want
Lum,
that.
if you get
but
paid $100, you got to do the gay stuff.
to do the gay stuff?
Yeah.
Man, the whole Kingdom Come Deliverance thing, because I haven't played the second game. I've been, again, tuned out. I played the first game back when it first came out. It's but like the fact that we have swung back to the point that people are complaining about gay romance options in video games. Like, I thought we got over this back in like Mass Effect 2 or whatever the fuck. Like, who the fuck cares? I'm not going to play a gay romance option, but I don't care that it's in the game.
No,
I will
Sonics.
get a separate save file going for you. I will go back. I will go back to a save, and I will keep that separate. I will record the fucking video or whatever. Or I might just do a second playthrough where I just do Homo Henry. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do a Homo Evil Henry playthrough.
Wait, gay and evil, Lumi.
Yes.
You're going to get smacked down by some progressive somewhere.
Hey, at that time period, if you're a homo, you're evil, and you deserve
I mean,
death.
pretty much, yeah.
So Homo Henry will be the second playthrough because I have to get other achievements anyway.
Noselix says Lum Lum must feed Arch curry for curry fund.
No!
He didn't even mention any feet.
Still no.
Why not?
I'm not going to travel all the way to Norway to feed you curry.
Why not?
You don't want to. Wait, you don't want to do one of those things where like the anime waifu is like, "Open up, dear," and then like gives the spoon.
No.
Why not?
I'll do that for my boyfriend, not you.
Oh, finally something she. God damn. See, Lum Lum is like, hey, stranger, put clothes on me. That she's fine with. But feet, there's the line. Okay, so you have a line.
Hey!
Good.
There was a trade-off
Something.
with that fucking cloak, Arch.
It's something, Lum Lum. It's something. It's a big,
Hey! I got you a thing and you got me a cloak.
It's a
That's
basic
a fair
thing.
trade.
Sandoom, so spoiled bread is here. We demand dry bread. Moist bread. Moist.
Then why isn't he here today anyway?
I lock him out of the room when there's 4 people in here because I don't like 5 people. 4 people is too many already.
Arch gets nervous with more
Really?
people.
Well,
Yeah.
because everyone starts
you-
speaking to each other. I don't like when people talk.
Have you seen him on FlashCast? That's the quietest that I ever see him.
Flash has too many people on, and many of them are assertive and American and loud, and I hate people.
Man, see, here's the thing. It's always like a big, it's a big viewer draw when you have like 9 people on your show. It can be fun sometimes, but I find that like you can't really talk about a topic. Everyone gives like a surface level take, and then you've spent 20 minutes. So you have to move on. You can't really drill down on anything when the panel's too big.
it's like I don't like a lot of people. Like I don't like joining large streams because then I get nervous, I get quiet, and it's like I words, please. Anyways, I don't like talking over people as it is. It's like I'm comfortable talking over you and Arch because I've been here for a while. But when it's on streams that I'm not on a lot, I don't like talking over people because then I don't want to be seen as rude. And then
I know what you mean.
I'm not talking about anything.
I was on Smash JT's channel a couple times, and one time there was like 7 people on there, and it's like, well, it's a bunch of people I don't know who are just kind of hanging out. It's like I don't exactly know what to say.
Yeah, it's like when I was on Hypno's channel on Saturday. It's like I knew a lot of the people who were on there already, so I was already comfortable over there, which is why I was yapping a lot. But if it's like a bunch of new people, I don't want to be rude.
Adoman, Dev is sad there is less bureaucracy in the US. He is. He doesn't like it.
Hold on. Didn't we just establish that cutting down the tax code makes it more socialist?
Dev?
Yes?
This is just you trying to get socialism.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Phantom Lord DJ, I prefer the M1 Garand. The M1911 are the best. Rooney Ridge, supporting Dev is back. The M1 Garand is an objectively inferior weapon to the Mighty Mauser. Piece of American shit.
Also, Mausers just look slick, you know?
Yeah. It does.
There's several different sizes of them. I like the one in Resident Evil 4. If you guys played that game. I think like the best pistol you could get in that game was a Mauser, and it's like, man, this is nice.
Resident Evil 4 is still the best Resident Evil game. The original, not the remake. The remake is dog shit.
Is it really? I've heard good things with the remake. I haven't played it yet.
I don't like it. They took out a lot of the charm from the original. It's a modern game for sure.
So they took out like Ashley being into Leon one-sidedly. I'm sure that's all gone.
Yes.
Of course, it fucking is. All right. Fuck.
It's like I don't like the remake. There's no charm to it. They took out like a lot of Leon's humor. They made Salazar not the funny little short man anymore. He's not funny. It's like Leon doesn't even. Is he still a
dwarf at least?
He's still a dwarf, but he looks like a politician. He looks like a politician now. He doesn't look like. It's like Leon doesn't even do the whole like when Salazar is like, I set my right hand after you, and Leon is like, your right hand comes off. He doesn't do that in the remake.
Dude, I love Leon's dad jokes in that game. They're so fucking good.
They're great. I love the jokes, but they took out most of them, and it made me sad.
So I heard the Resident Evil 2 remake was pretty good, and the Resident Evil 3 remake was dog shit. I didn't play either of them. I guess I'm not gonna. Fuck. It sounds like they've all been bad.
In the remake, Ada is hotter, but her voice actress is dog shit. Her voice actress is literally the fucking worst. She can't act herself out. She can't voice act herself out of a wet paper bag.
Okay. Anyway, Arch, I posted the Mauser from Resident Evil 4. If you want to look at that, it's a bit fictionalized, but it's like it's one of the slickest video games guns I've ever seen. I think it's so nice. Look at that thing.
Lumi Loves Feet says, Hi, NTR Empress. Hail Arch, greetings rest. I started receiving Lumi ads on YouTube. I will buy a Lumi grinder should I ever need one, Lum Lum.
No! Stop! I'm not affiliated with them!
The Lumi foot grinder returns.
I'm not affiliated with them! Go to my actual merch store, God!
Do you have foot grinders on there?
No! I have standees and stickers. I gotta add more on there. I gotta talk to the distributor.
Then apparently they're not interested.
Wait, just so we're all on the same page. Armchair, you know about the Lumi feet thing, right?
As in, okay, just to make sure we're all on the same page, Lumi, what is the Lumi feet thing? Just the meme that you like feet?
It's the narrative that Arch constructed.
I see.
Constructed my ass. Evidence.
You photoshopped that. You photoshopped that, you fuck!
Well, it's not just the fact that Arch has pushed the meme of Lumi being a foot lover. It's also that it turns out the word Lumi seems to be just independently of this associated with a lot of foot things online.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's terrible.
I see.
which culminated with, what is it, a month and a half ago now, while we were on stream, I discovered there's a Lumi company that sells a foot grinder that like grinds off just dead skin from your feet.
Oh, okay.
I hate it so much. Can we just go with the I'm the granddaughter of a Nazi narrative? I'd rather have that.
You are also
You're
the
gonna
granddaughter
end
of
up-
Werner von Braun, but that one's newer.
I'll let that catch on. We need to let the foot thing die. I will happily be the granddaughter of a Nazi.
You're gonna end up like Rosa did eventually.
No, I'm not Pavloving myself into liking feet. Go to the next super chat.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Stop! No! I hate this. I hate you.
Why is the word Lumi associated with feet?
I don't know. Lumi is snow in Finnish, I guess. So I guess because the foot shavings look like little bits of snow, maybe that's why they use Lumi.
Oh, that's
I
don't-
grim.
At one point, this might have been 6 months ago now, I think I found that there was a river called Lumi somewhere, and it was a river that was named that because everyone washed their feet in it. It was some Middle Eastern thing.
Oh, that was during the election stream that we were doing.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm ready to change my VTuber name.
To be fair, there are about like a dozen Lumi VTubers out there, so maybe it'll work out.
Nah, Lum's still fine. And plus, wanna know what's funny? A viewer of mine sent me a screenshot. They were looking up like the Base Connect Lumi to see if she was playing Kingdom Come Deliverance too, or Kingdom Come Deliverance. I forgot which one. And when they looked it up, my stream showed up at the top. I'm like, okay, I'm winning now.
Nice.
The real Zardax for the villain of KCD 1. The codex explicitly states they left him alive longer than history. If they don't for Hans, he's unraged. PDF files, all of them. No. Why hating Arch? I agree with your take from Thursday's stream. Chili is slop, not fit for human consumption. Eat something else. I agree. Chat, can't you fund me eating pizza instead? Come on, chat. Get pizza fund instead. I'll make it a whole lot cheaper also. Pizza fund. We need pizza fund.
Do you really think people want to see you happy, Arch?
Yes.
I don't know.
If there's somebody out there who wants to see me happy, give me money for pizza. It's like, what? YouTube takes a third. Give me $60 for pizza. It's Norway. It's expensive, okay?
Fund the Lumi cast because I know everyone wants me to bring back the femboy and savvy.
I'll let you double dip Lumicast and Pizza Fund. Benjamin,
Wait,
mini Lumlum hats.
Who's the femboy?
Mizu.
Oh, right. There's so many of them running around nowadays.
There's too many femboys, but there's only like 3 femboys I care about, and that is Mizu, Taiga, and Small and Strong. Small and Strong is great. Base femboy.
Nightmare says, sorry about your friend Dev. I don't know if you want to bring that up, but yes, condolences.
Thank you.
Bacon King, I want Arch on sofa with Lum on Arch Dev footrest.
What?
Oh, they want Arch to shrink Arch Cat to put on armchair and then shrink me to be on top of Arch. Cat sitting on a chair with fish shitting on cat.
Mark the shame.
I'm all for that idea.
GTA started the childless troop in games. Or did they? To be fair, it's against their daughter.
Heresy's
Maybe
the
they don't want
question.
children in that one.
Fire is the answer.
Cuban922, something to listen to while waiting for the Hulk coaster, getting my adrenaline up to try and outdrink Critical Drinker tonight. US liver supremacy. Nice. The real Holsonator, welcome back, Dev. Did you see the video of the leader of the EU forced to kneel like a horizontal pillar before the might of economic reality?
I did not. What was that all about?
Me and Sargon did a whole stream on that. The EU is sad. And they made a particularly tortured metaphor about the horizontal pillars on the economic compass.
What the fuck? Okay. All right.
Brandon, when games become mainstream corporate, make gaming fringe again. Get these plebs off my lawn. I agree.
Yep.
Sean King, here's some money for Arch's curry fund. Don't forget that if Arch gets 5,000 for his fund in 6 months, he will eat curry. I thought 5 grand would be adequately disencouraging. Not so far.
What's the fund at right now, Arch?
$844, and it's been live for like 2 days.
Okay, Arch. You know how chat is. If they want you to be tormented, no matter what the price is, they will fund it. In 6 months, that is a generous amount of time for you to give them.
You're right, Lum Lum. I'll give them like 6 days next time. Good, Lum Lum. See, Lum Lum hates you, chat. Wants you to fail.
Well, don't forget, chat. He said next time, which means 6 months is still going on this one. He can't change that time.
Roland Compton, Devo is a disgusting person. Wow, his personal remarriage makes him abhuman. Every time the government does something, Devo just sucks the government's boot, because no matter what, the government can't be wrong. Bad, Dev. Bad.
God, I love the Dev derangement syndrome. It's still going. I've been offline for a fucking month and it's still going.
Bad, Dev. Bad. James Kuhn says, Arch is 20 for pineapple pizza. There you go. Give me another 40.
And that's another 20 towards the Lumi cast as well. Don't forget, Archly.
Well, she didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
He didn't say that.
You said that any money towards pizza goes towards the Lumi cast. So put that 20 on the Lumi cast.
And Bill Skinner, objectively wrong gun take, Arch. The M1 and the M1911 are better. The M1 is semi-auto rifle with more powerful cartridge. The Master rifle is bolt action. The M1911 is more reliable with a better cartridge than the C9. The M1911 is garbage compared to the Luger. It's a terrible thing. It's not pretty enough. And the M1 is just M1 is overrated. Jams a lot. Dumb. It doesn't clear very well. Limited accuracy over long ranges. Don't like it. Mercer was a cuter gun. Chikailand Mikanaran best. I don't fucking know. The reason I love Danganronpa UGG is because it's willing to bring up sensitive topics to our children. You can make jokes about it too. A lot of fans hate it for that. Not sure if it's unexpected.
Danganronpa is a great series.
What did I bury under all of the Lumi feed pics? I can go back to the London Likes Pause one. I do like that one. But I think I had one about Google quitting their DEI thing. Misplaced it. God damn it. But that was the other topic I was going to talk about briefly. All of the tech companies appear to be rolling back their DEI initiatives, which I quite enjoy. I wonder if it'll continue.
That was obviously going to happen, right?
Noises.
What was that?
I heard that.
I heard that. Arch, what is it with you and your side monitor having weird shit on it?
Actually, I was going to bring this up for Lum Lum, because Lum Lum is like, Love and Space or whatever is a nice Chinese video game about nice things.
Love and Deep Space. Yes!
This is Lum Lum's nice video game about nice things.
Oh, come on. The reverse rate fetish is great.
Don't you want to become like me?
This is Lum Lum's thing.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
me and Savvy are researching into this game.
Researching is what you're doing.
Yes.
That's what it is, eh?
Yes. Reverse rate fetishes are fun.
Okay, so
Remember, chat, keep Lum Lum out of your house.
More BL games for no. Love and Deep Space is not a BL game. You're a female MC, and you get to romance like 5 dudes. It's great. And I agree with Savvy. It's a crime that we don't get to romance our adopted brother. It's a missed opportunity. He's
Listen.
hot. They shouldn't make him hot.
listen, okay? The pendulum is swinging back, and soon enough, the rightoids are going to come for those games too. You're not going to have any more yaoi. It's all going down the toilet.
Nope, me and Savvy are going to enjoy our yaoi.
It's all going to be censored.
Nope.
You are going to be dragged to Bible school whether you like it or not.
I've already been to Bible school.
Anti-yaoi Bible school.
Nope. Too bad. You can't take away the physical media that I have. There's no book burning for my yaoi.
Pizza enthusiast tipped $40. Treat yourself to a nice clam and sausage pizza. See, people do like me. They want me to have pizza. People like me. They approve of me. They don't like Lum Lum. Lum Lum makes feet curry. Bad.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Oh, wow. You shouldn't Google foot curry, by the way.
The fuck? Why did you look at? Why? Why'd you look it up in the first place?
I figured it might be an easy way to attack Lum Lum, but it's a bit too disgusting. Don't like it anymore.
I think you hurt yourself in that venture.
A little bit. In my confusion, I hurt myself. But DEI programs, good. Failing, good. Google quitting, good. All of this, good. I'm wondering if it'll continue. I don't sure.
When Google says it's closing its DEI initiatives, like, how is it doing that?
They're closing the hiring policies.
Oh.
Yeah, so no more of that, hey, you are going to get extra points on your hiring resume, whatever the fuck, if you are a black, brown, queer, trans, lesbian, in the wheelchair, whatever.
Fair enough. I mean, I'd say
I
that's
think everyone understands that.
Yeah. I'd say that's a start. I don't know if just that is going to be enough to buck DEI, though.
Honestly, I think DEI is on the way out. And I think the people who talk about, like, oh, they're just rebranding as Bridge, that's cope. It's not going to fucking work. Basically, DEI was implemented not for all of the feel-good progressive reasons everyone said, oh, we're just trying to be more inclusive. No. It's because companies thought it would make them money, and now they realize that it's not making them money, they're pulling back on it. That's all it is. It's simple popularity.
It's like with my very limited knowledge and being an outsider and not looking into this bullshit. I think what happened with the whole DEI thing is that the lower marketing people, just sold the idea of, oh no, people love this to like the CEOs and the higher ups, and like, oh, trust us, people are gonna love this, people are gonna spend their money on it, because CEOs and stuff, they don't look at any of that until their numbers start going down, until the money is affected, which is why now we are starting to see a change after so many dead projects, so many just like fail after fail after fail. So once those people are gone, they're either going to dig in their heels, go into another position, and bake things behind the scenes until they see an opening again, or it's just gonna go away. More likely, it's going to be the first example if they manage to get into a different position, even if it's a lower down. Because unless you dig out the rot, it's gonna stay there.
This is why I keep going back to the Saints Row interview that I did at this point over a year ago, because he basically confirmed that at least in that company working on that game, the people at the top of the hierarchy did not give a shit about progressive, woke DEI nonsense. They did not fucking care. They simply wanted to make money. It's the people in the middle of the hierarchy who convinced them. The secretary is bringing in the coffee to the CEO who said, hey, if you want to make more money, put woke shit in your game, make it more diverse, because everyone loves diversity right now. And now that they realize it's not happening, no one actually likes this woke bullshit. They're not making any money, so they're pulling out. The people,
I think
the people
I
at
don't
the
think
top are
it
not
was
ideologically devoted to this.
I don't know if there was ever much impetus behind the idea that it's popular. I think they just got funding to sustain these initiatives, whether it be from the government or from NGOs. It's pretty much I'm pretty sure I think the illusion that it was something that the average everyday consumer wanted, I'm pretty sure that was always just a bit of a sham, and people realized that not too long in.
I think what
it is a sham, yeah.
I think
it was sold that way.
I think what they latched onto was, especially during 2020 with the whole George Floyd thing, because that like, you know, people seen sympathy flying all over the place. They seen like celebrities being like, "Oh, this should have never happened. We need to stand with blah, 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 blah." It's like it was a lot of virtue signaling, but it was popular virtue signaling. Fucking hell, I can't speak. But you know what I mean. It was popular at the time. It was popular for a while until, you know, we really started seeing what the fuck was actually going on. It takes time to find these things. But now it's like, now it's just uprooting the rot. It's getting rid of these people. It's going to take time. We're not going to see results right away. There's going to be blocks to what Trump does. And until they can get the votes in, until they can, you know, do whatever they can legally, it will take a while, at least a year or so, until we start seeing real fucking change.
Yeah, I mean, that's also what I meant when I said this is a good start, but I don't think it's going to get rid of the problem, because yes, this ends the influx of people who would have only gotten in through DEI policies, but it doesn't get rid of the workplace attitudes that have already had about a decade or so to build up within those workplaces.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's just like a lot.
No, go ahead, Lumi. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. It's like a lot of people.
I'll do it later.
A lot of people expect that change was gonna happen day one. Like, oh, this is gonna happen. All these things are gonna collapse within like a week of Trump taking office. But it's like, you could say the same thing with how the left was like, oh, what happened to all this change and all the prices going down? Look at the price of eggs, they're going up. And then, like, you know, everyone's favorite little, you know, fuck it, I'm just gonna say it. Everyone's favorite little fag, Harry Sisson, is just like, oh, look at this. Oh, look at, there's no change here. Look, guys, it's like, Harry, no one cares about you. Shut the fuck up. But it's like,
Adamite boy.
I fucking hate Harry. God. Anyways, it's like, things are gonna go up before they come down. That's just the nature of things. And I don't know a lot. I don't look at number charts and I don't look at trends, but I at least know that much.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't expect it to change within a very short time frame either. I'm just trying to make the point that celebrating that DEI is over might be a little complacent. It's a little. I think that's a little preemptive.
Yeah,
man,
I know.
There's a lot here, man. So the thing is, I think the reason why you have even idiots like that Catamite boy, Harry or Henry, or the fuck his name is, why he's jumping on this. I mean, there's one. I think it's because Trump said day one prices are going down, and that was like, well, okay, well that didn't happen obviously, and it wasn't going to, because Trump's an idiot. But also because there's no charitability from anyone who's really politically engaged right now, right? Because when it was Bidenflation, when it was all about what was happening in 2022 or whatever, there was not a single drop of charitability from the right wing regarding like how complex economies are. So I do not expect the left to give any charitability whatsoever now that Trump's in charge of it, right? That is just how the game is played now. No one's going to give any sort of charitability. So here we are. When it comes to DEI, like the three of us were talking about this, I think like a year ago at this point, that DEI was going away, and DEI is going away. It's like Trump is not going to be the vehicle that ends DEI. Trump is a symptom of a social change that is itself going to end DEI, people just don't want it, and they haven't wanted it this entire time. And it's basically just been a giant fucking smokescreen that has been created by millennial activists, especially, like you said, Lumi, in the wake of George Floyd. Which is very interesting to me because while I've been gone for a month, I've been working on a very large video. And the large video is basically I did a deep dive research into the origins of the idea that you can't be racist against white people, and why is it that is so prevalent on the left. And it involved reading a lot of fucking bullshit going back to 1970 of just all this leftist fucking nonsense. So I wanted to understand this, and so I did a whole bunch of reading. I dug out some of my old college stuff and just a bunch of stuff. And one interesting thing that I came across actually yesterday, because I'm currently in the process of like editing the video up. One thing I came across yesterday was a guy who works for one of a near infinite number of these progressive consultancy companies that basically go in and like give companies sensitivity training or diversity training. It's like, here's how you be a diverse company and have a diverse workforce, all this bullshit. And he basically said, he didn't quite say it with glee, but underneath what he was saying was basically George Floyd was the best thing for our industry because every single company was beating down our doors, asking us how we can be less racist, and we had a shit ton of work. And every company was fucking hiring people like him.
I have lost.
And I was like, this is a bit ghoulish, frankly. You're happy that like this guy fucking died and you get more work out of it. But also it's like it's become an industry. You know, there's now an industry of people whose job it is to give these fucking seminars or whatever, and it's all bullshit because I've now spent like 2 weeks going over all of this fucking literature that they have, and it's been the same bullshit for the past 50 years. It hasn't changed since 1970, not really. They changed a few different words. That's about it, and none of it like does any of the things that it purports to do. Which is probably the craziest thing about it is that like this is how you make our company less racist. Oh, how do you do it? And then you read through it, and it's just them like patting themselves on the back for 12 hours.
Yeah,
I'm just like, this isn't. You're not helping anything. Like the actual question is like, what do you do when a black coworker and a white coworker have a disagreement, and it turns out one of them is racist towards the other? Well, the answer is you fucking fire them or whatever. Like you don't need all of this bullshit. It's
okay.
Listen, guys. It's gonna be a great video. You're gonna enjoy it, but it's gonna be like an hour and a half long of fucking nonsense.
I mean,
I swear you and your long ass videos, but it's like I can't complain about the length of your videos because last week I watched Armchair's like 16-hour video talking about Bichocho and Twitch.
That actually sounds awesome. I gotta go watch that now.
You gotta watch it. Armchair streams are great. It's more fun watching it live and interacting because I always have a lot to say. I'm sorry, I talk too much in your streams.
No, I always welcome it.
It's great. I love Armchair streams. I'm happy that VOD broke the Dustborn record.
We had to have something unseated. It might as well have been that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dev, no, I agree with pretty much everything you just said about how ghoulish DEI is as a movement and as a philosophy. Yeah, all of that I agree with, but it kind of feeds into what I was saying earlier about how celebrating that it's over just because it's no longer in the hiring process is a little premature because it's been around for that long. It's managed to linger for that long. And
I mean, yeah,
the thing
I know what you're saying.
yeah.
But I do think that, see, there's like preferential hiring for minorities, in my opinion, is ridiculous because you should be hiring the best person for the job. And if it turns out that that's overwhelmingly straight white men, then that's how it is. You know, if you want to compete, then actually compete. It doesn't matter what race you are. The counter argument to that is that someone who legitimately comes from a disadvantaged background and who, despite their disadvantages, manages to get to a position where they're on roughly equal footing with someone who didn't come from that background, well, their journey to get there might have given them an extra set of skills that's not going to translate onto their resume. It's like, okay, I get that. Like, I understand that. And there's also, there's value in having different points of view on your team. If you're making if you're hiring for a company, you want to have people with different life experiences because they all bring something new to the table. Like, there's value in all of this stuff. The complaint that I have is pinning it to something that is so, I don't know, like just brutish as skin color, right? And then attaching a morality to it, which is what a lot of these activists do. Is they're like, well, why is it that you're basically, even if you don't say it necessarily, you're acting like black people are more moral than white people, because they're fucking not. There's like reverse racism is 100% a thing, no matter what some people might say about it.
And Dev, I do have one question for you. What do you think of people crying about like Trump getting rid of DEI initiatives, but saying that he's getting rid of the Equal Rights Act, saying that he's trying to get rid of it?
I mean, he's not.
But he's not. No, he's not. He wants to get rid of DEI programs, DEI fundings in government.
Yeah.
And it's like there was somebody who, what was it? Her title was like chief DEI officer. And then when he said that all these people in these positions are getting fired, they changed her title to something else.
So there's something that happened in the late 70s and early 80s. And what happened was you had at this point the precursor to DEI, like affirmative action stuff, had been around for a while now, right? And there was definitely, legitimate, actual, real anti-black racism in the States, pre-1965, obviously. That definitely existed. And so there was this, you had like people saying, okay, we've done a fair bit to fix real racism in the States, and the next generation coming up is not nearly as bigoted as the people who were born, in the 30s or 40s or whatever. So, okay, things are improving. And then you had like a group of people who were white nationalists who basically pretended to be liberals. And they would say, hey, listen, everyone's equal. We don't need these sort of legal protections anymore. So we can undo these laws now that we've made progress. And what they actually intended to do was to, once the federal government kind of let go of the reins, they would actually backdoor in legitimate anti-black racism again. And this is something that I think fucking what's his name, David Duke, laid out in his autobiography, the KKK guy, that they actually had this subversive plan to reintroduce old style racism by convincing everyone that we were all like equal and colorblind. And so that was a legitimate op on the right, on the very far right of this happening. The issue is that the left looked at this and said, okay, everyone who believes in liberal colorblindness is actually a secret KKK member, which is obviously fucking ridiculous. But that's kind of the source of it.
That was a pretty long socialist rant there, Dev.
Yeah. Is it socialist when you just read books and understand things, Archer? Is that where we are at this point?
Yes, that's why this background works so well. You're breaking Lumlum's mind with your little references.
That's why I don't read actual books. That's why I read, fiction. I don't understand a lot of things, but I could tell you about how toxic BL novel writers are. It's great.
Oh man, I think I've seen something similar to that recently. There was a comic that went viral where it's like, the average guy's erotica, and it's like a dude with like a harem of three or four women, and he's like, I'm gonna take care and love all of you, and it's gonna be great. And they're all like pawing on him, and they're kind of pawing at each other. And then it's like the average girl's erotica, and it's just like the girl getting choked out and like near death. And the guy's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, bitch. And then the girl's like, harder, daddy.
Yes, and it's great. Any woman that says that she doesn't like that type of thing is an obvious fucking liar. It's like, have you read some of these,
Service guarantees citizenship.
Like, if you go to, Walmart or something, and you see the women's romance novels, have you ever just picked one up, opened to a random page, and just get absolutely horrified?
Oh no, I know exactly what you're talking about. And actually, in fact, the same artist drew another comic that also went viral, and it's just like she's drawing just basically she's drawing smut of guys raping other guys, and then this woman comes along and is like, how dare you? That's so problematic. What the fuck is wrong with you? And she's holding like a Walmart erotica novel of like just even worse shit. And it's like, what are you holding there? Isn't it? And she says, well, it's different when you read it. It's like, oh, okay. Is that the standard?
I mean, a lot of women prefer reading stuff over like watching. It's like,
yeah.
I honestly prefer reading things over watching like smut and everything.
Lower IQ individuals have an easier time getting lost in their fantasy lands.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on.
Arch, you can't say no. Arch, you can't say shit. The way that you've been fantasizing about the various things that Dev would do during our play of fucking what was it?
Yeah, but I don't need to read that. That's just how my brain works.
Yes.
Why are you fantasizing about me, Arch?
I think it was something about grilled chicken or something.
No, you're fantasizing him about flying through the air, crop dusting everybody.
Ah, yes. Dev taking off while shitting himself so hard that he could fly. I remember that now.
Listen,
Yes.
I'm not Indian, all right?
He'd fly through the air, spinning gently. Whee!
See? Arch missed you. He's just been fantasizing about you and traumatizing the rest of us about it.
Oh, I know. I've been missed during my absence. I've missed the chat, to be honest. Like, there are people saying like one person when I was talking about like David Duke and the op to like infiltrate what colorblindness is. One person is saying like, Dev, that didn't happen. Another person says, yes, segregation is the solution. I'm just like, okay, chat. Okay, guys. Very wide opinions here.
I enjoyed when I was little. I was just, chilling out with my friends and, colorblind, not giving a shit about what their skin color was. I was just hanging out. I was just having a good old time.
Yeah. That's kind of how like the millennials and to a lesser extent the Gen Zs were. It was just very much don't care about race. Like we kind of solved the racism problem in a lot of ways, and then progressives brought it the fuck back. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah, good job, progressives.
Look at this. Look at Deeth. Look at Deeth. He does tend to all say, hey, everyone, I hope everything is going well. Monster problem. Be more like Deeth. Deeth is just a kind person who wants everyone to be happy, unlike everybody else.
Hey, I like people being happy.
I don't know about that.
Mean.
You were the one who was like, remember that time you talked about Dev flying through the air while I was pooping? Lum Lum doesn't want anyone to be happy. Lum Lum joins it when other people are in pain. And speaking of pain, that's an excellent segue to anything Warner Brothers has done in the last 20 years.
What Wonder Woman game reportedly still years away from release.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not fucking coming up. I mean, at least she's kind of hot.
I don't know.
There's that.
It's based on the new Wonder Woman. The new Wonder Woman is way too... I don't know. There's something wrong with her angles of her face I just don't like.
You ignorant slut.
She looks like an arrowhead, and like not in the good way.
Maybe.
Her face is blending in with the rest of her body.
Like, I've never been a fan of Gal Gadot's interpretation. I mean, don't get me wrong, she's a fine-looking woman, but I don't like her representation of Wonder Woman. And to be fair, Wonder Woman is probably a character that has kind of grown outdated. Like, what does Wonder Woman do anymore? Like, what's her plot?
You ignorant slut.
She whips men into submission.
I wish. She doesn't even do that anymore.
Oh.
Does she still have her invisible jet?
No.
Wow.
She just flies now.
She's just a fucking Superman then.
Yeah, like they've kind of lost her uniqueness.
The fact that Queen Maeve is more Wonder Woman than Wonder Woman is sad.
Yeah.
Okay. So original Wonder Woman had kind of an interesting idea. So you had the original back in the ancient ages, where somehow the ancient Greeks made a eagle and star-spangled banner outfit for her. That never quite made sense, but fair enough. But Steve Trevor was the US American pilot who landed on Themyscira, and Wonder Woman was like, no, we can't kill this one. It would be mean because he's handsome and blonde. And she kind of became a inverse Superman in a way. Like, Superman has Lois Lane wanders off, does dumb shit, and the Superman has to fly in and save her. Wonder Woman was kind of that, but for him. Like, he'd get himself embroiled in some Nazi plot and get himself shot down again, and she'd had to fly in and save him. That was kind of appealing. It was kind of the opposite aesthetic, where you had the driven person in Lois Lane, who usually made things happen, but this time in Steve Trevor, and then you had the saving character in Wonder Woman. That was a personality, whereas now she's just kind of one of those superpowered hero characters who has all of the superpowered hero trope powers, and that's kind of it. She's Superman with a vagina.
Yeah, you know what? I think that actually makes a lot of sense, because if you think of all of the popular superheroes, you think of not only what they do, but also where they come from, right? Like, so, Spider-Man is a great example of this, where he's superpowered and he saves people, but like he is like of New York City. You can't really do Spider-Man without New York City and the experience of growing up in New York City. And Batman is completely defined by what happened to him as a kid, you know. But when you think of Wonder Woman, like what is Wonder Woman's character? It's just, it's girl. Okay.
Yeah, it's girl. And, I mean, they could lean into the Greek myth thing, but they've kind of tried that, and it just comes across as really fucking cringe when Marvel is like, oh, hey, look, it's Ares, the god of war. Oh, Superman punched his head off.
Yeah.
It was DC, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Details. Well, yeah, no, he doesn't have a lot of personality, which is kind of a problem. I don't really know how they would fix that. Just have her, like in that one movie, punch Nazis, I guess. It's like, what's your personality? I fight Nazis. Okay. I mean, okay, fair. Fair enough. Why do you fight Nazis? Because my boyfriend does it. Oh.
To be honest, a lot of these characters who have origins in the Second World War, as we move further and further away in time from the Second World War, their modern interpretations are getting weirder and weirder. You know what I mean?
True, but most of them had a very solid foundation. Like, Superman was always the Boy Scout, Batman had his parents shot, etc. Whereas she just kind of just is superpowered woman.
Well, sure, but like Batman made a lot more sense when mob violence, mobs, mafias were more prevalent than they are now. You know, now it just kind of seems anachronistic.
Yeah, they've kind of forcibly transitioned him to be a part of the superhero team, like he's on the Justice League and shit, whereas in reality, Superman would probably just die in the first confrontation with something like fucking Doomsday or what's the Thanos version of DC? Doomsday and
what was his name?
Yeah, the big purple dude who basically is just
Darkseid. Yeah,
Darkseid. Yes. I mean, Batman would just die. I'm sorry, he's just a dude.
Yep, know what you mean.
Or he fights like is it Yellow Flash? Evil Flash? He just move at the speed
Yellow
of
Flash.
fucking.
Yes, he fights Yellow Flash.
Yes.
Yellow Flash. Is Flash still in the chat?
I think he left a while ago, but I don't know. I think we'll have to let him know that he's canon in comics now.
Well, he kind of is. Well, what's the name of the Yellow Flash guy? The dude who has Flash's power but is yellow.
Nega Flash. I don't know.
Isn't he just Reverse Flash or Eobard Thorn or whatever
Reverse
his name
Flash?
is?
That's a worse name than Yellow Flash. I like Yellow Flash better. But the point is, Batman fights a guy like him. Okay, he's gonna move at the speed of fucking sound and just kind of run through Batman, and he's missed.
Yeah, he's just called Reverse Flash.
Well, yeah, Reverse Flash. Okay. And hey, if he has enough time to repair, then sure. But like most of the time, the Justice League is just rushing off to stop whatever is destroying Earth that particular weekend.
Slut.
But again, like Wonder Woman, I don't know how they could make her particularly interesting. They could Lara Croft her, like really lean into the sex appeal. I guess that would work, particularly if it got released now.
One of the things that you raised when you were talking about Batman and Spider-Man and Superman is that all of their characters, well, part of the things that makes their character distinct is explaining how their backstory how their backstory shaped the kind of superhero that they are now. And I do think that when it comes to the way that Wonder Woman is written, at least in the movies, there isn't really much exploration of what it would be like to have grown up in an environment like the Themyscirans would have provided.
Yeah, I mean, like, take the whole fighting against the Nazis thing. I think Diana, who has grown in an absolute matriarchy with a singular ruler who pointed by the gods to rule over all of them, would probably look at the Austrian painter and go, huh.
Yeah. And that would have been something that was probably uncomfortable for writers, and they probably wouldn't have wanted to dig into that more, because getting more than surface level when it comes to something like that, I mean, even what you said earlier about how she grew up in an absolute matriarchy, there are probably going to be some, shall we say, latent, inherent traits that accompany a female-only society that most writers nowadays just don't want to touch.
I mean, I hesitate to suggest that they should lean into the fish out of water thing, because that gets boring real quick in many cases, but she comes from a completely different society. I feel like exploring that more would be way more interesting. Like, how would an absolute divine matriarchy with basically infinite resources, they can't fuck shit up, and zero technological development, okay. If we think about the culture of that, the world today, and especially the world in the 1940s, must have seen like fucking Jupiter to her. What do you mean women are supposed to shut up and be demure? Like, fuck, what? Don't you understand? We're the natural leaders of this. You should be taking orders from us.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just that, though, but exploring some of the pathologies that might arise as a result of existing in an only female society would probably be interesting as well.
Yeah, and again, the fact that it was created by the gods. Like, she would probably have all kinds of ideas about divine ordainment. Like, what the fuck do you mean you select your leaders? How the fuck do you know who's fit to rule over you?
I mean, something I've noticed with the few interpretations of Wonder Woman that I've seen is that they try to do, what was the Jungle Book. Do you recall the end of the Jungle Book when Mowgli sees a girl for the first time, and you spend like 10 minutes on his fascination with just girls? Like,
Yes.
They try to do that with Wonder Woman seeing a man for the first time, and it always sort of falls flat. And they never really give that moment kind of the attention it deserves.
Because I don't think they don't understand that. Like, you can get the idea of a guy being kind of amazed at seeing a female, because that's kind of our current day social paradigm. Women are the ones in power in the dating space. Men are the chasers. Whereas here, Steve Trevor would be the only man on an entire island of women. Like, okay, how would that work out? And why is Diana the only one that looks at him and goes, everybody else like, kill him? Is she a sexual deviant?
Being straight is not allowed in their society.
Oh, that's another... they could explore that too. You guarantee an island full of incredibly fit, horny, athletic women. Oh yeah, they've got some interesting parties at night, shall we say.
Yep.
Explore that. Like, she must be kind of weirded out by the entire idea of straight masculinity, or sexuality more correctly.
I mean, this is all true, but I don't think writers today are comfortable with dealing with any sort of actual sexual or biological sex conversation. They talk like they are, but they never actually do. When you hear about, we're gonna cover human sexuality, and it's just fucking a bear. It's like, okay, you're not actually doing anything important here. Fuck you.
Yeah, the problem with having to pursue all of the themes that Arch just suggested is that would require departing from just blanket valorizing women, which is something that is anathema to movie writers nowadays.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot of potentially interesting thing you could do with Wonder Woman's backstory, but again, the problem is that virtually all of that has to do with Themyscira and the Amazons, and virtually none of it actually has to do with, her.
I mean, that's not a problem. It's just that they always end up taking her off the island as soon as possible to go do World War stuff. And it's like, oh, that's kind of boring.
I would really be interested to see a version of Wonder Woman who comes into contact with ideas that Hitler proposes, realizes that is somewhat similar to the society she grew up in, and then at first thinks that those ideas make sense. Why wouldn't you want to do that?
Yeah, we
and
are
then
the
goes
chosen
on
people.
some sort of...
I am the leader,
exactly.
appointed by fate,
Yeah,
and then it would become it would become a more complex struggle than just Nazi bad.
Yeah, but unfortunately, if we portray anything Nazi as like, not just bad and everything, if we try to make a more deep thought anything on it, people will be like, oh, you're just sympathizing. Like hell, even like 2 movies that I recently watched because people said they were really good. All Quiet on the Western Front and Come and See. People still think that they portrayed the Nazis and war and everything too lightly in those movies. But those are 2 of like the best anti-war films that I have personally seen.
I can't say you've seen either of them, unfortunately.
Oh, they are so good. I highly recommend them. But you gotta watch the 1930s version of All Quiet on the Western Front.
Will do. Oh, Chad is saying, by the way, that Wonder Woman's World War I, not World War II, so not the Nazis.
Oh, okay, so...
I think she fought both in the movie, didn't she?
I'm not sure.
Oh, All Quiet on the Western Front is World War I. Okay, and then Come and See is World War II.
But even then, let's do a quick rewrite of Wonder Woman, but it's World War II, okay? Before... Like, you spend, like, half of the movie, or half of the story, whatever, on the island, and, like, a copy of Mein Kampf washes up on shore or something, right? There's contact with the outside world before any actual people from the outside world arrive. And then you have someone who's against the Nazis arrive, and then she has to square what she's learned from... what she has gleaned from reading certain things with what this guy is telling her.
Like, yeah, because you would have an incredible opportunity to kind of have a character who doesn't have a frame of reference moving into the world and trying to figure out how the world should work. It'd be more interesting than simply just going like, oh, yes, well, liberty. I'm all for liberty in my single ruler matriarchy island.
Oh my god. Okay. Do you recall... I don't know if any of you guys... You guys know this. The Suicide Squad game, because we did start talking about WB in the Wonder Woman game. Okay, the Suicide Squad game. Did you read what Lex Luthor wrote about Wonder Woman?
No. What did he write?
I'm gonna pull it up for you. Give me a second.
Because Wonder Woman's the only character that died now, I think, because they cloned all the other ones.
Yeah, they cloned all the other ones. Yeah. Yeah, and also, despite Lex Luthor, being a villain, he actually likes Wonder Woman quite a bit in these... Here. I think I got them. All right. So, basically, you can get a hold of Lex Luthor's files as you play through the Suicide Squad game, and they appear in your codex, and you can read what he thinks about the various characters. So here, just read those 2 images there, Arch, what Lex Luthor has to say about Wonder Woman.
Let's see here. View. Zoom. I am prone to wild imaginings. As a man of science, speculation is how my brain finds leisure and the closest thing it knows to play. But there's little amusement to be found in imagining how improved Earth would be if instead of forcing the Amazons into hiding with our cruelty and avarice, We instead look to them as models, replicable if only we could set aside our baser instincts. They've solved so many of our society's ills. Broken democracy, lacking technology, toxic masculinity, unless they flourish through higher learning, mutual aid, and governance without cruelty. They are a golden society who deserve to be all as secret as they are. Yeah.
Who wrote this?
Oh, he keeps going, man. He keeps going.
Enter Wonder Woman, so named, I assume, because one wonders why a woman of her caliber and ancestry would leave paradise to play in the mud with us. In the League, she is a beacon of rational thought paired with profound empathy, of strength and kindness in equal measure. She is a hero more so than any who surround her. Still, her very presence in the League makes me consider whether if Wonder Woman turned her lasso on herself, a different story would emerge. One of a person who craves the brutality, crudeness, and our world, who left the equitable sisterhood for an exclusive brotherhood, and whose own heart is more aligned with the maddened billionaire and overpowered alien than with any of Themyscira's queens. Perhaps the Amazons are the Golden Society, and we have been given the worst. Jesus.
And by the way, this is from Lex Luthor, who's supposed to be, you know, the capitalist who wants to take over the world character. Why would he write this?
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Again, like, obviously, a character is only as clever as the writer. And in this case, the writer is here lionizing a superior race society who enforces very strict selection on his population, ruled over by an absolute, unquestioned ruler, and goes, wow, that society's amazing.
I mean, yeah, all true, but also when you were reading off just the problems of the society that Wonder Woman has moved into, they're all very like left-wing views of those problems, you know, broken democracy and capitalism and all this shit. You know, Lex Luthor is out here talking about mutual aid, apparently, which is like a fucking left anarchist thing, you know? It's fucking stupid. As for who wrote this, this is not confirmed. There's no evidence for this whatsoever, but it's my personal opinion that this is Sweet Baby Inc.'s contribution to this game, because it is by far, you know, head and shoulders, the codex entries are significantly more left-wing than the rest of the game's writing is. So this is the Sweet Baby Inc. contribution. This is what they added to the game when they were brought in to be writing consultants.
Looks like it. And I suppose that kind of works because Wonder Woman doesn't have much of another backstory, so you can just slap whatever you want on her. Also, to expand on this, they are working on another Batman game, which I think is going to be too little too late at this point.
Yeah, I mean, are they just going to decanonize Suicide Squad from the Arkhamverse? Because it makes no fucking sense that it's in there.
I think they did already.
Did they?
Let me look.
Well, it didn't happen. No, it didn't. It happened in the same universe, didn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, because of that Suicide Squad video that I was making and didn't finish last year, I'll probably still put it out because fuck it. At this point, it's just hilarious to go back over it.
It says the Suicide Squad is not considered canon to the DCU. James Gunn clarified that while Creature Commandos will reference events from the Suicide Squad, these references do not make the Suicide Squad part of the DCU continuity.
I think
Continuity. There we go.
I think it's the movie.
Yeah,
James
that's
Gunn is
the
movie guy.
cinematic universe, which is different from the Arkhamverse.
Give me a second.
Yeah. Arkhamverse timeline. Well, because here we go. Arkham City Wiki timeline. Oh yeah, I want to see if they decanonized.
Therefore, without specific information about a Suicide Squad game, it cannot be definitively stated whether it is canon or not. So they never said it was canon, never said it was not canon. It just exists.
The issue is that in Suicide Squad, they directly reference the events of the Arkham trilogy.
Well, that's cool. A lot of things that aren't canon reference, things that are canon.
Okay,
Kind of
on
like the whole
timeline-
the Star Wars books. All of those were decanonized.
Oh, sure. By the way, it would be in WB's best interest to decanonize the fuck out of that game.
Yes.
Because holy fuck, did they like? So yeah, apparently on the timeline, Suicide Squad is 17 years after Arkham Origins. So it is currently canon, and like aside from the game just being complete and utter fucking shit, the issue is that like there is a whole arc that Batman goes through as he goes from like just Batman doing his thing to joining the Justice League, and they skipped over that entire arc in the Arkhamverse. It just all happened off screen, and I think the most recent Arkham game ended with Batman like he had been like morphed into some sort of fucking creature, like Joker creature or something at the end of that game. And they just skip over how he recovered from that because the Suicide Squad game picks up after the Justice League has all been corrupted by Brainiac. So like there are several important story arcs that they just skipped and said, "Oh, that all happened off screen." It's like, "Oh wow, you just raped the fucking lore of the Arkhamverse," and people love that series.
Yeah. I swear. Boog just sent me something. Apparently, the Germans are very repressed, and they are releasing a movie called Spermageddon.
Okay.
Here you go.
But Lum, I don't want that.
Too bad. Look at it.
No.
Look at it and suffer.
Come on, force me.
I'm sure chat's interested.
Chat doesn't like that.
See, look at that. What?
Is that a
dude?
real movie?
Spermageddon?
I don't know. Directed by Violent Night director Tommy Wirkola.
This looks like a shit post.
I hope it's a shit post. It's coming out the 28th of February. I hope it's fake. I guess it's not. Oh no.
Correct, chat. Bad Lum. Inserting
Bad
her weird
Lum
things.
Lum. Blame Boog. He sends it to me, and I'm sure he already sent it to Arch, but Arch ignores like most of everything Boog sends because it's cringe.
I have not checked my DMs from Boog in a little bit. To be honest, sorry, Boog.
This is why you need to start checking your DMs. God.
I know.
Arch, on a scale of nunnery to self-masturbation unicycle from Weimar Republic, where would you put this movie, if it's real?
Depends on if it's trying to make a point or not, I guess.
Are you gonna watch for science?
No. Chat will have to pay me to watch shit like that.
Okay, so what would you replace the curry fund for this?
That would be mean to chat. It's just a movie. It's only an hour or so of cringe.
Oh, it's real. It has a 6.5 on IMDb. Why does it have such a high score?
By the way, where did that masturbation fucking cycle come from anyway?
The Institute of Sexology, of course.
God.
Was that?
I mean,
was that part of Weimar Germany?
Yep. And to be honest, the Japanese have reinvented it at this point anyway, so whatever.
I mean, I think those function the same as those like masturbation yoga balls that women use.
Yeah, probably.
Masturbation yoga balls?
Okay.
Yeah, you haven't seen those?
You ignorant slut.
Lum, go into your corner.
No, I refuse.
Into the corner.
Lumi.
No.
Lumi.
What?
Okay. Have you seen the Kegel soda pop exercise?
No. I know of Kegel balls, but not.
Yeah.
What?
Okay, so you get like a glass of some sort of a liquid. Usually it's like a liquid that has a color. So like, so usually it's probably soda. but
Oh no.
you stick a long straw into the glass up into your vagina, okay? And then what you do is you start practicing with Kegels. Because if you can pressurize your vagina enough that it starts sucking liquid up the straw, you know that you're doing a proper Kegel.
Okay, whatever women is using sodas, that's a yeast infection waiting to happen.
Well, you don't suck it up all the way. You just...
No. Regardless, don't use soda. Use like dyed water or something, not soda.
I've got a video of it. You can't see anything explicit because it goes under their skirts, but I'll pull it up in a second. Hold on.
No, I don't want to see it. I know what it is.
It'll be okay.
Perhaps Lum Lum should learn before she brings up these things, because Dev will bring something worse. Perhaps this will be a valuable lesson for Lum Lum.
I mean, it's like, I don't think the Kegel sucking is worse than Spermageddon, but okay. And also, why do women do Kegels? They usually do Kegels after they give birth to re-strengthen the muscles down there.
The pelvic floor is the muscle. And it's not just to get your vag tighter. It also makes sure that your organs don't fall out of your body through all your holes.
Well, that too.
And guys should do them
implied.
too, frankly.
Yes, because guys need to work out their words, please. I know I'm still sick, but stop.
Are you sick? That sucks.
I've been sick for the past week and a half.
No, Lum Lum. Men don't have to exercise their vaginas because they don't have those. Silly.
No. Pelvic floor.
Dumb Lum Lum.
All right. There are absolutely
pelvis.
Okay. Listen, sometimes men become incontinent as they get older because they don't work out their pelvic floor. You should do Kegels regardless of your sex.
No, I think Arch wants his intestines to fall out of his ass as he gets older.
Oh. I mean, that's somebody's fetish.
I mean, people do what was it called? Rosebudding?
Oh, fucking. I know what you're talking about, I think.
Yes. It's gonna happen to Lily Phillips if she doesn't prepare accordingly.
Jesus. Okay, didn't she just do 1,000? No, it was 100 guys recently. But then she also recently decided to walk around with cum on her face outside.
Yeah, and then she got threatened by the U.S. border agents that she was going to get deported from the U.S. if she tries her 1,000 men challenge in Las Vegas.
What? Okay, why though?
I don't know. It's like every single news place that I see it, it's not from an actual news website. It's either from a foreign country or some blog post. I can't find anything definitive, but it's all corresponding. Fucking, they're all reporting the exact same thing. There's no differences in the wording.
Is that the video? No, that's actually a different video. It's still funny to watch though if you want to pull it up, Arch.
No, and consider yourself banned.
No!
You would have to download it because that's an actual video file.
I found it.
God damn
There it is. Look at that. Look at that video.
That is a yeast infection waiting to happen. And also, she still has her pants on.
Yeah. They just put it into a hole.
She cut a hole into her leggings just to
This is a class 4 for Kegels. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Is Armchair alive? I think he's just traumatized.
I have nothing to contribute to this, whatever this is.
Look in live things and watch that video, and then
let's make sure this is safe before we do anything else.
Also, stop putting files into the chat because then Arch has to download them.
Is Arch too boomer to download a fucking file?
You really think he's gonna take the time to then screen capture his media player to play it on screen? It was hard enough getting him to do the Fugi tech thing.
Oh, that's right. It took him 6 months to do that, eh?
Yeah.
That's right.
There you go. It's a video about women sucking things up into their vaginas.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's how you know they're tight, boys. Because they can suck liquid up a straw with their vages. Why is there a kid there?
Because they couldn't keep him at daycare.
This is obviously Dev's fetish, and we shall move on from Dev's fetish.
Wait, Arch, play the other one too.
No.
Why not? It's fun.
You're lucky that he already played one.
Arch has decided it's time to finish Superchats now. Georgian Rogers says Dev is back. Free Dev from life.
Hello, I'm freed.
Nightmare, gatekeep normies from your hobbies. They turn all your favorite hobbies into normie slops so they can wear t-shirts and go, lol, I'm so nerdy. Yes, that's where we
Correct.
got Lum Lum from.
What? You're the one that picked me up willingly and said, look at a fish. And also for, just because I like shilling for Armchair. Armchair does have a video on gatekeeping that he was yapping about a while ago. I will link it in the chat for you guys if you guys are interested.
Much appreciated. Thank you for shilling me.
Cough
I
right
think
up.
I was
What?
working on one too. I just didn't finish it. I don't finish any of my fucking videos nowadays.
It's
Fuck.
fucking dumb. Gay! Dev, bad.
Yeah.
Response videos first. But Lum Lum, if the sniper picks a short feet-smelling Mexican over a blonde Scandinavian, it's clearly a DEI hire and will miss Arch and hit you anyway. Correct.
God damn it. I mean, the Mexicans will always be willing to take out one of their own. That I can't disagree with.
E platypus unum, hell yeah, Dev's back. Roland Compton, Devo, Defi, defend actual child killers. Why would Dev do this? Not Dr. Evil, the shroud of the woke side has fallen. Begun, the gatekeeping wars have. It's true, now we're gonna find all kinds of posers picking up my idea and being like, I had this idea about gatekeeping. Rip-offs. I am the only one who can do this. I have declared myself the moral arbiter. Hexy, Devs like Waco and Ruby Ridge. He is pro-child death. A Dragon Master Outcast. Lum Lum, I need a name of a famous Norwegian commander to name my Baneblade after. Failure will result in naming the Baneblade after Carolus Rex and a Swedish flag painting on it.
I don't know any other Norwegian names besides Arch.
It's not a Norwegian name, you little tard burglar.
Okay. I don't know.
Tordenskjold.
Yeah, sure that.
There you go. He really does deserve a little movie. He's like our one actual like brilliant military commander, Peter Tordenskjold, or Peter Wessel, I think was his full name. Now, that was during the whole, subject to Denmark thing, but he did some pretty cool stuff. Aaron Gray, people will attack you for being free, no matter what, whether right or left. They will, because your freedom annoys them. They live in ignominious entrapment. They wish they could be free too, but they can't, because they're gay. That's why Dev's so upset. I've come to the agree... Okay, right, my theory is that Dev is like an anti-groupie. Basically, whatever political position is in the ascendance, Dev will position himself squarely in opposition to that movement. He is a political contrarian.
Hey, why did all of the fucking dev super chats and dev conversations come in as soon as I walked away for a few minutes?
Basically this. This is still one of my proudest achievements in Photoshop.
No, so I'm actually just a moderate, and most people think that moderate means dog whistling as like extremely pro-Trump, but no, I'm actually just a moderate.
Yeah, that's not Dev's position. This is Dev's position.
Where did this one come from? This is a new one.
Oh, yeah, that is new.
Nightmare. The right exists to lose. They never meant to win. Oh. Brandon, that's how I felt rewatching Stargate. SG-1, Air Force wearing BDUs still throw me off. I do need to watch Stargate at some time. Okay, chat. We're going to start the Stargate fund. Every episode of Stargate, we'll watch it online in the Discord or something. There you go.
Oh, good. You're finally taking my advice. Community.
Yeah, but my chat doesn't want community. I offered them community stuff before. You know what they said? They said, meh. Yeah. Then they
I don't
walked
know.
away.
I don't believe you.
You know what my chat does want? My chat wants me to eat curry, fed to me by your feet. That's what my chat wants. Chat doesn't want fucking community.
The projections of things that you want is getting very concerning, Arch.
Chat doesn't give a shit about community. Reverend Norse, I hope you prepared some relevant topics to have armchair on. No. We'll do it again. Armchair Man has been very kind to us, but today has just been a complete wonder. We had an hour, 30 minutes before we got to the first topic. We need
That's
to pick
okay.
a stream with something more specific.
I've been all right with just tagging along for the ride and jumping in occasionally. That's perfectly fine with me.
Plus, it's Lum Lum's fault. She only is like, I'm gonna bring this guy on. Okay. Lum Lum could then have prepared something like a topic or a video to talk about, but no, Lum Lum was like, oh, person.
Oh, shut up.
I have fulfilled the bare minimum of my obligations.
Next time I will prepare some things, but also it's like I figured nice little introduction stream, and also it's a good it's a nice change of pace instead of like hard focusing on VTuber antics and the absolute corrupt state that is VTuber corporations.
Don't get me wrong, this was a nice break from what I usually do.
What was your favorite? Lum Lum feet pics, the grinder?
Why are you like this?
Have you seen this?
No! Why?
What?
He hasn't seen that.
No, not again!
Who drew this? I must know. I need the name of the artist that drew this.
My friend Tori, I could send you her link. She's also in she was in my Discord, but I'll send you her stuff if you're interested. She can draw a chair.
She drew this too.
She drew that too.
I see. I must know the name of the genius who made these.
Lum Lum and her desire for feet. It is never ending.
Why not show him something nice, like white ginger Harriet Tubman?
No.
Why?
Because we're on this topic now.
But it's in relation to a game you played yesterday.
Yeah,
also, I put Tori's link and live links for your armchair.
Thank you.
The real Zartak. That's just makeup on a mediocre face art. Yeah, okay. You know what? There's an interesting thing there, actually. Okay, hold on. One of the things... let me see if I can find... Oh, yeah, this will work just fine. Catwoman. One of the interesting things that I began noticing is that in Buffy wears all kinds of coordination. You know, she wears eyeliner, makeup, lip gloss, pretty clothes, all of this stuff. And it gives her a superior feel, you know, because obviously... pretty people dressing prettily, and you're making themselves pretty, look even prettier. However, in actual games, you can see the exact opposite. On the topic of the Arkhamverse, so Catwoman in Asylum was depicted as a kind of classical Catwoman, right? Full leather, purple bondage gear with a whip, right? Then in City... they kind of made her a bit more realistic. Downplayed her a bit, but notice again, lipstick, choker, eyeshadow, she's done up. And then finally, in Night, now we've got the suit still, but we've removed all of the makeup. If you look back at entertainment through history, you see this trend that they basically de-sex the characters by taking away their makeup. It's the reason why the new Witcher looks kind of weird, because they've downplayed her eye makeup again, giving her a slightly less feminine look. Because Ciri always had those like huge coal eyes, and on the one hand, how the fuck do you get that much eyeliner in, Poland? But on the other, it immediately marks her out as immediately feminine, because we combined that idea of, black eyes. Lum Lum, don't. I know what you're thinking. Don't.
What? What'd I do?
link black eyes to women, and therefore they had to remove them for Witcher 4. Just a random
Do we?
observance. Yes, we do. Observance.
I don't link black eyes to women. I don't know about you, Arch.
Oh, absolutely. How many men have you seen with the massive like eyeshadow makeup?
Oh, gee, I think we were talking about getting punched in the face.
Yeah, that was what I was warning
Raccoon
Lum about.
eyes. Are you talking about raccoon eyes?
Raccoon eyes?
Yeah.
Is that the term
Raccoon
for it?
eyes it's the style of makeup. Yeah, heavy mascara.
There you go. I don't know
God,
the
Art.
word for these things.
You should. I thought you were a man that knows many things.
Not a lot about female makeup, no. This is one area of expertise I am happy to ignore.
Okay.
Random side observation. Right. Kuruna Soul. Hello, everyone. Watch the movie The New Guy. Trust me, you gotta have faith. The New Guy. The New Guy movie. That looks like one of those silly American comedy thingies, but it does have faith in it. Okay. I might have to suffer through it just for that. Although it will be a trial.
I can't believe that actress gave up a Faith TV show to star in just shitty movies.
That's weird. Why did she do that? Oh, maybe she thought they would be huge. Wait, hold on. Wasn't that around the time of American Pie?
It probably would have been. Let me look it up.
Yeah, because American Pie was absolutely enormous. Yeah, it was 2 years after. So maybe she thought it would be another American Pie, I guess.
Yeah, I guess in the early 2000s, there was definitely all those teen comedies coming out left, right, and center. So maybe, yeah, because Buffy concluded in 2003.
Right.
So the Faith show would have been 2004, and maybe she was like, "I'm gonna go do teen comedies instead, and maybe they'll continue on after this," and they didn't.
Did Willow star in American Pie?
Yes. You didn't know this?
I have. Like, God, it's been a while since I watched American Pie.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't seen it since high school as well.
Yeah, same. That's disturbing a little bit.
No, she was one of the girls, and she was the flute and pussy girl.
Ah, okay. Well, there you go.
And apparently people still quoted at her, and she's like walks around with her kids, and she's like, "Can you please not?"
Can you please not?
I regret doing that movie 25 years ago. Can you please not bring it up whenever I'm out in fucking public?
To be fair, like, American Pie was one of those cultural landmark movies. Because it became a huge success because it was American Pie kind of defines the anti-establishment movie. Like, it takes the piss out of everything, and it does it in this incredibly irreverential manner. Like, if you want to define my generation, it's kind of American Pie. Taking the piss out of the government, taking the piss out of religion, taking the piss out of social standards, of everything.
Yep. And also, it kind of like single-handedly revived the sex comedy genre of movie, which had been dead for over a decade at that point, since the 80s.
I suppose, yeah.
So it kind of set the tone for the 2000s, basically. And it's also, by the way, probably part of the reason why there was such a social justice-y backlash in the 2010s, is people saying, okay, well, things have gotten too raunchy now and too objectifying, so now we're going to become like these left-wing Puritans.
Well, maybe. 1x at Bandcamp says Willow was an American Pie. There you go. It's confirmed by an expert.
Hold on. This guy in the chat, American Pie was a very Jewish movie. What do you mean by that?
Wait, there was, wasn't it?
I mean, there was a Jewish character in it, yeah. Like the main guy, I think, was Jewish, or like one of the main characters.
You know, because I remember a big part of like the plot was like his wasn't his dad like super Jewish or something?
Yeah, like his dad was practicing, he was non-practicing, and like his dad was like kind of forcing these religious standards on him. But I'm not sure if like a very Jewish movie necessarily means that there's Jewish characters in it. I think it might mean something else there.
Subversive of society. Well, in that case, that was the correct level of Jewry. Honestly, that was. I appreciated that level of Jewry because the very early 90s, like the 2060s, etc., very, very conservative, too conservative, and this was the rebellion against that, and it was just right. It was just right. It was irreverential. It took the piss out of everything. But it did so with a bit of a glint in its eye. It wasn't intended to ruin Western society or anything. It was just being funny.
Yep, I think so too. It's one of those things where everyone can get made fun of as long as you don't actually mean it and no one actually meant it, so it's okay.
Yeah. Well, that took another turn for something else. Nightmare. I miss when women looked like this. Now they all resemble Melanie Mack, but fat and with nose rings.
Oh my god. Listen, Melanie Mack's like pretty attractive. Nothing wrong. Just, I'm not a fan of the religious Puritanism, you know?
God damn it. I need to move away from DuckDuckGo. It keeps giving me porn when I'm looking for non-porn.
I mean, are you sure you're just not looking at a substantial amount of porn and it's just like, yes, this man wants to see the porn right away?
Nah, I use Yandex for that.
You're Arch,
Fair enough.
Don't have a Vosh moment on the stream.
Oh, don't worry.
Where your porn folder pops up.
Yeah, my porn folder is fairly vanilla, honestly.
I don't believe you for a fucking second.
It's not that bad.
If it contains ASMR, it's already not vanilla.
Oh no, I don't jerk off to that. I just use that as background noise.
You just listen to it?
Literally, yes. It's like white noise for me.
He says that he listens to it while he like edits or does other shit.
Oh yes.
Well, to be fair, I don't listen to ASMR when I'm editing, but I do have like a series of editing music tracks. And
I cannot listen to music. Music makes my brain activate, and I'll start thinking about multiple things at once.
No, fair enough. But like these are like tracks that are they don't have any vocals. They're low. They're a little bit droning, and they kind of put you in like a flow state of like, okay, I'm gonna knuckle down and get some work done.
Yeah, that does not work for me at all.
I am one of those people. I'm one of those people where I have to work in complete silence, otherwise I will be distracted by something else.
Yeah, silence I can't do either, but some white noisy stuff. But no talking, because then I actually feel myself annoyed and looking over at the other screen like, shut up.
Okay, so you guys know the music track from Noveria and Mass Effect 1? That's a great track to just like listen to while you do like menial work.
Fair. It's like I'm similar to Arch. I can't listen to anything that has words because it's it's not from like me getting annoyed or getting distracted, but I will start typing out what I'm hearing. And I'm like, shit, no, that's not right.
Stooge McDuck, Buffy and Faith are great, but Cordelia is peak. Who was Cordelia? Yeah, I remember Cordelia, and I didn't like her anywhere near as much.
And neither did I. I mean, Cordelia is just kind of the asshole girl in the first few seasons, and then she leaves to go to Angel. And on Angel, I didn't really like her on Angel either. For some reason, everyone fucking loves her, but I just wasn't a fan.
Yeah, I didn't really warm to her much at all either, honestly.
To be honest, like Cordelia had no purpose being on the Angel show, in my opinion, because her and Angel like didn't really like each other on Buffy.
Yeah, but
and like
he was the one who mind broke her back in the day.
What, really?
Oh yeah, when Angel was in his cray-cray phase, he like fucking tortured her entire family to death in front of her and properly fucking snapped her.
No, that was Drusilla.
What?
That was Drusilla. Cordelia was like the Veronica character, just like the Buffy's bully.
Oh, I'm missing the two characters at the end of that. Yes, now I know. Yeah, no, I didn't like her either.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, now I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. She was the bully character, the one who would always like shit on Buffy just because she was being a mean girl, you know.
I have
And then she moves off
lost-
to Angel, the Angel show, and her impetus for being on that show is that like Angel bumps into her at a party in LA. And it's like, "Oh, you're here." She's like, "Yeah, I moved away to the city to try and like make it as an actress." And then she's just there. It's like, "Oh, why are you still hanging around?" They eventually gave her a reason to be there, like at the end of the first season, I think. But just for a season, she's just fucking hanging around, dude. It's like, what are you doing here? You don't even like this guy. You guys don't even like each other.
Black 917, Arch, did you see that Sony is closing their California studio and firing the employees working there? We did see that briefly, yes.
Based.
Yeah. Black gets special treatment because he basically funded an entire character by herself, so I'm going to pick out his chat when I see them. Preferential treatment.
I can't wait for California to just sink into the fucking ocean at one point.
That would be funny, but it'll be sad to lose Lum Lum.
Wait, you're not Californian, are you, Lumi?
No, I'm not.
It's part of the narrative, and it shall stay that way.
No, I fucking hate California.
Sandu for 30, thank you, on Streamlabs. Fun fact, in Fallout 2, there's a quest where you can reverse pickpocket an explosive into a kid's inventory and have the kid run to his father to deliver a message, which blows up both of them. Also, anti-curry fun, disgusting slop. We need baking stream.
Arch doesn't bake. He doesn't even know how to cook.
I can bake, I can make waffles.
That's not baking.
That's baking.
Wait, hold on.
No, it's
Are
not.
you just microwaving frozen waffles?
No. Oh no.
What?
No, it yeeted
Stop.
like half of the Superchats. Why does it do this to me?
Because there's a max cap on how many is going to show up on the thing. Go to your...
I hate you, Lum Lum.
Arch,
Why did you do this to me?
why is it my... Anyways, go to your stream elements. And then go to your log there. It has all of them.
Imagine,
Plus, you have to check there anyway for donos and all that.
Imagine if Lum Lum could not sabotage Arch just for a short, brief period of time every now and then.
Arch, it's not my fault. And plus, I could keep track of this shit for you if I had your login information, but I don't.
I'll figure it out.
Figure it out. What then you could say, "Oh, Lum Lum hacked me. That's why all this is happening. It's not my fault. It's Lum Lum's fault."
Yes. I'll do that anyway, so
Yeah.
what's your problem?
Well, then give me your login information. I can make it actually happen.
Nightmare, why are anti-anime types so often IRL Peter files? Who knows?
Probably projection, to be honest.
An inability to distinguish fiction from reality.
It's a mental disability that a lot of people seem to have.
Maybe guilt. Maybe a lot of it's just guilt pouring through.
Projection.
Lum Lum's Jiggle Physics says Vosh wants to socialize all the lollies.
There's another one of you? What the fuck?
Wait, there's a person called Lum Lum's Jiggle Physics?
Yes, and then there's another one that's just called Lum Lum Likes Feet.
Okay.
Or Lumi Likes Feet, or whatever it's called.
To be fair, there's been a guy floating around for like 3 years called Lives in Dev's Walls, so... that's how
Yeah, I
these things
see
go.
them around.
Anime Dacumen says hello all.
Hello.
Hello. Brandon, the red PDF files and blue PDF files support each other. It wouldn't surprise me if that's the real reason why the southern borders are kept open. Curry.
Yeah.
Curry fund. The Soap Viking's been a member for 11 months, thank you. I've been watching your Vampire Bloodlines VODs and heard you say something horrendously wrong. Bullpup rifles look better than normal rifles. That's where you're weird and wrong. Yes, bullpup rifles are terrible. Stop it.
I mean, why? It's like, why do people bullpup their guns anyway?
It's better stability to have the magazine back there.
I see.
Zero Firewater, where's the trucker video and the hate response vid? Trish, get off the ArchCast. You'll get those done, fat boy. I agree.
Actually, speaking of the trucker video, I need to go ping my artist because he's making art for it.
Dev,
And he's
So
several
is
days
the video
late.
done? Or is the video done and you're waiting for the thumbnail?
The video, it's not thumbnail art. It's art to be used in the video itself. And the video is not done, but it's certainly well on its way at this point.
Dev,
What about the responses?
I will fucking choke you on this one. I
I
swear
will
to God.
probably do the Canadian election related videos, like the trucker video, before the responses.
Imagine
Oh, then get on it, Canadian man. Chop, chop.
the tension you wasted.
I'm talking to my artist right now. It's like, where's the
You
art?
wasted it,
Where's
Dev.
the fucking art?
If you had released it when I urged you to months ago,
Mm-hmm.
you could have dumped it out before Trudeau resigned, and you could have been like, "Look at me." But no, you were like, "Oh, he's resigned now. I'm gonna make a 2-hour video attacking him." Oh, Dev, dumb Dev, bad Dev,
You
bad.
could have made the video.
Listen. I still want the Conservatives to win the upcoming election, so it has its use.
It has
I mean,
far lesser use.
Isn't the election pushed until October? I think that's what Dry Bread said. October.
The election has to be held by October, but it could
Yeah.
and probably will be held much sooner than that.
You waited until he died of old age.
Listen, I didn't fucking know that he was gonna cuck things up this fucking badly, okay?
Hey, you should have released the video. He would have resigned, and then he could have framed it as, "Wow, my video made Trudeau leave."
But Dev didn't do that now, did he?
Nope.
Rip.
Bad Dev. Shame Dev.
Bad Dev. Hexy, one Republican does a thing, 10 Democrats do a thing. Dev, both sides. Not shocking. Dev Blade trumped on the DC crash, caused a 7-day hiring freeze.
I did not. That's okay. There's two bullshits in one super chat. Talk about a 2-for-1 deal. So, listen, if you manage to find 10 Democrats who want to pass fucking child marriage laws to compare to that one that I showed earlier, please go ahead and send them to me. I want to see them. But the whole legalizing child marriage thing seems to be in the domain of the Republicans. It's the grooming kids with LGBT stuff that seems to be primarily in the domain of the Democrats. They have two different methods for their pedophilia, okay?
Goddamn Republicans wants to marry people. The other ones just want to diddle them. Fucking Republicans.
They're kids, Arch! Arch, hold on. Arch, you coming out here and you're like, listen, it's actually okay to marry children, Arch 2025.
You know what? If you're going to put me in a corner and okay, we have 2 scenarios here. Either you just rape the kid, or you marry it. I'll lean Republican. Yet again.
You marry it and then you rape it?
No, or there was an order.
This is not how the actual real world scenario
It's not
is
how it
playing out.
works, no, but in this dual scenario universe of ours, I support the Republican
That
position.
you're inventing currently. And anyway, no. So my video on the recent plane crash that I put out, I basically said that Trump and others are blaming DEI hires. It probably wasn't DEI hires. And then other people are saying, "Oh, Trump's hiring freeze." Like there's circumstantial evidence pointing towards both conclusions, and they both might have had a small effect on it, but it's probably not either of them. It was probably just a fucking accident. That's what my video said, but do not expect people to actually take what I say, at face value ever. So.
Benedictine, all dogs go to heaven, Art. All dogs do. No, there's not a single dog in heaven. Not a one.
There's a whole movie on it.
Yeah.
All
by
dogs
Disney.
go to heaven.
It's not a single dog in heaven because they don't have souls. When you get
They do
up
have
there and you
souls.
ask God, so why are there no dogs here? He'll just look at you like, 'cause they don't have souls, you fucking moron. What's wrong with you?
All dogs go to heaven.
John McCalla, I only just got here, so I can't stay. I'll watch the stream later. Until then, all coins for the curry. Also, hey Dev, good to see you back.
Hello. It's good to be back. It's good to be back online and making videos and doing streams again. It just feels good to be back in the saddle, After
Yes,
a
focus
terrible
on your
month.
focus on your streams and stop fighting with people on Twitter.
Listen, sometimes when you're hanging around, sometimes in the hospital or whatever, just waiting for shit to happen, there's a lot of downtime. You're just on your phone. You know what I mean?
Stop that. Go play a gotcha game or something. It's no, while I'm at the hospital, there's absolutely While you're at the hospital, there's nothing happening. While I'm at the hospital, Trump almost gets assassinated, and I'm losing out on content.
Brandon, if dogs are just exploiting you, how does Arch explain when dogs will throw themselves into danger for their owners? Cat would watch you die. Easy enough, because that's how they get you to care for them. They'll go like, hello, master, I'm a gentle, loving, loyal dog. I'll kill myself for you. And maybe if that extremely rare scenario comes up, it might. But that's still a 1 out of a million scenario, whereas the other million scenarios have you feeding the dog. Ballcraft simply donates $10. Thank you. Flail's Artax. Women not having souls would explain a lot. It would. It's not that they don't have souls, that they're degrading their immortal souls by going the evolutionary path of cats and dogs.
You know what? It's starting to make sense to why my friend Honey just wants to be a pet. She wants to be kept in a cage.
All right, we're bringing her on like next week. That shall be the topic.
Wait, who the fuck is this?
My friend Honey. She's literally the best.
Is she also like a VTuber or?
Yes.
And she wants to be kept in a fucking cage?
Yes. She says she doesn't want any rights. She wants to be kept in a cage where she can live stream and have fun. She wants to be fed. She doesn't care. She just wants to have fun, not have any worries.
It's genuinely bizarre how many women I've come across who said the exact same thing. And this is like not on the internet. It's just random people who are like normies. So it's not even an internet specific thing.
It's like I don't want to be kept in a cage, but I'll happily give away my right to vote and everything if I could stay home and just like have a lowered cost of living. I'll sign away those rights happily.
Got to be a fetish thing.
No.
No, I don't think it is.
I mean the cage part.
Oh, the cage part? I don't know. It could be like a metaphor for like, I don't know.
It might be a safety thing, the same way guys like to keep their beds in corners.
It's like a lot of the girls that I know that kind of have that thing going on, they also have like a lot of repressed trauma as well.
Yeah, I've noticed that. When you have like girls with crazier kinks, they all have a bunch of shit that happened to them.
Yes.
Seems to be common.
And also today is Honey's re-debut with her new model, so it's going to be great. I told her to make sure to enable rating. Yeah.
Oh, are we rating them today?
I was going to bully Arch into rating her, yes.
Oh.
It doesn't stream on YouTube, you little...
She is streaming on YouTube today because I told her to.
Double. I can't see it.
Well, she hasn't made the stream yet. I keep telling her to make a damn stream.
What's her channel called?
Beat Lum Lum.
Hold on, I'll link it.
Hit.
Well, to be fair, if she's not live before we're done here, you can always raid Lifu instead. Because Lifu's currently streaming.
Did she turn on her raids? Because last time.
Oh, are they still off? Oh yeah, that's right. No, she turned them off for a while.
This person is either.
Well, go harass her.
You know who Lifu is, Arch.
Who's that?
She's in the fucking ArchCast server.
Oh.
She's literally right above Lumi in the fucking alphabetical list. She's between Lumi and Kirsch.
I have no idea who this is. Infiltrator.
You forget the people that you invite into this server.
We'll purge later. Nightmare, there's a dog pill joke here somewhere. There's always a dog pill joke somewhere. Animate acumen, give Lum Lum head pats and snacks. No, put in corner and make shamed of self.
No.
Jay Stewart, Dev, you're wrong. Ecclesiastes 3:19 better translates, says both man and beast have souls. The problem is cultural Christianity teaches a feeling, not the actual teachings of the Bible. Well, the Bible is wrong.
Okay.
Dreyfy, we turned wolves into shih tzus, kind of like us purposely taking a garlic barbarian, forcibly breeding some ancestors are now tarded midgets. Yes, correct. Remember, every twink out there was once a great Gallic warrior. David the Red, dogs and cats also provide tangible benefits, one for hunting and herding and the other for protecting granaries from pests. Unstoppable trio team. Yes, soulless things have many purposes, like cows.
Like cows.
Dryfee, didn't natives send Europe syphilis? Ah, did they? Maybe. Mr. J, talking about have...
They did, yeah.
Oh, there you go. Dev was wrong. Bad Dev.
Okay, Arch. This is not what the conversation 2 hours ago was about. You can't just turn that into Dev bad.
Watch me. Mr. J, talking about have and have-nots. Screw you, Arch. I had to travel to the Balkans to get my hands on horse meat. Horse meat, delicious, worth it, expensive, but worth it. I know. I wish we had more horse meat up here. Sandoom, the American gave Europe syphilis. There you go. Brandon, that makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. The biggest problem with the African colonies was malaria killed most of the Europeans who went there. Curry. That was unfortunate for many reasons, yes. Oh, God, where did it go? Where did the thing go? That's the thing. Zero Firewater, Trish, I checked your channel. And leave the ArchCast. Arch hold Trish to his standard and ban him till he makes those videos. Dev needs to work on response videos. Do Dev.
I mean, Dev, didn't you say, like, a few weeks ago that you were making decent headway? Because you had all that time to think and write.
Yep.
So the scripts are coming along.
Yep.
Just not the recording part.
Yep.
Progress, everybody. Progress.
Mr. Twisted Fancy, I've no doubt that everything you've said about the evolution of cats and dogs is true, Arch. I just don't think I'd agree with you in what a soul is. I can't articulate to you what I think it is, but I know I don't agree. Hold on. I think I know how to respond to that.
Yeah?
Hold on. I know exactly what that basically boils down to. I just need to find it. Let's see if I can avoid bringing up something... Ah, there we go. Yes, perfect.
Avoid bringing up even more pornography.
Jeez.
Coping so
Jesus Christ.
Is this your first time seeing this, Lumi?
I've seen it. I've seen edited versions as well with other people's faces and stuff. I know Legal Mindset uses it a lot as well.
Yeah, it's really good. I love that shit.
That is the humorous way of putting it, but yes. When you can't articulate why, it's usually because you have some sort of deep-seated belief as to why you don't believe it. But most times when we humans do that, it's not instinctual, but we've never had to truly think about it before. There's a whole wide amount of stuff like this. In the Righteous Mind book, there's a big portion on this where he basically asks people questions that are intended to revolt them. Like, a family's dog was killed in a traffic accident and the family decided to eat the dog. And everyone's like, God, that's horrible. But, I mean, they didn't kill the dog. The dog didn't suffer. Nobody saw it, so nobody's upset about it. So why are you upset that the family ate the dog? The whole cats and dogs don't have souls things is that. You think they have souls, you want to believe they have souls because they're cute and fluffy, and you probably have lots of personal memories about it. But you are coping. That is, you are inventing a rationale for my cold, hard logic that dogs and cats are soulless.
Wow. That's amazing.
And I will not move from this position. Ripoff Productions, LLC. Unfun fact, my dad has cat allergies and looked into hairless cats. Turns out he's still allergic to those. So sadly, that's not an option. Plus, hairless cats are expensive due to skincare. There you go. David the Red, Alaska pays its people from the fund and no taxes. Maybe we should move to Alaska. Brandon, Dev is overestimating the financial literacy of the US government. For proof, see the current inflation and US debt. Yes, because America wants to have too many things. America wants to have the world's largest army and everything without paying for it. Lazy little bastards. And now chat is also copying and seething. Again, I'm going to play that clip again. Where they're like, no, but none of us have souls. We do, chat. I have a soul. You know how I know that? Because I say so. Fuck you. Now what?
Say that you're the king of Norway and some people will just believe you.
Yeah. The thing is, this is a topic that none of us know anything about because it's the realm of God only knows. Like, we have all kinds of, like, suspicions and suggestions. People claim to have, like, captured souls on cameras and ghosts and all of this kind of nonsense. Ghosts are real, by the way. But at the end of the day, none of us know.
Wait, ghosts are real?
Yeah, ghosts are real.
Where is
Ghosts
this
are real.
fucking coming from?
Ghosts are real because I've seen one.
Really?
Yeah.
Explain this to me.
My grandmother.
She's a ghost?
Yep.
And you saw her as a ghost?
Yep.
What's the story?
Grandmother died, and in the middle of the night, I woke up and I looked at the door to my room. The door was open. It is not open normally, so it had been opened, and there was my grandmother. I could see her as clear as fucking day, and it freaked the shit out of me.
What did you say?
Nothing. I was scared.
What happened?
Nothing.
Did she? So you just stared at each other in perpetuity?
No, just for a few seconds, then she disappeared. And then I ran screaming to my parents' bedroom.
Oh.
But in hindsight, she was just checking in. And I was like, one last time. Very nice. But it did freak the fuck out of me. Also, there are echoes of things that have been passed as well. My house is also haunted by my cat. But not haunted as in soul, just haunted as in he's chilling out there. The echo of him wanders the halls, meowing.
Is your cat dead?
Yep.
But the cat doesn't have a soul.
Nope. Echo.
What's the difference between a soul and an echo?
Probably the effect that humans and living beings have on the environment.
So, Arch.
Uh-huh.
Do you recall a few years ago, back during the vampire Nazi campaign, when I used one of my vampire powers to read like the emotional imprint on an object, and you said there's no way this is possible?
An object
sort of
doesn't have an imprint. Unless it's been like a beloved, cherished, used item, I guess.
I don't know if I buy any of this logic here, Arch.
I may have evolved by thinking on that, but I definitely know Cat is in house. Because Cat wanders the halls. And I can see Cat.
Yeah, you've seen the not spirit of your cat.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if the cat. Because it doesn't talk anymore. So clearly, it's probably just the imprint of the cat in reality. The echo of Kitty Cat.
Wait.
Why did your cat talk
talked
to you?
before?
Yeah.
Your cat talked.
Meowed, you retard.
Hold on. Okay, if your cat doesn't meow anymore, how do you hear the meows?
Oh, that was me being hyperbolic. I just see him.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
And occasionally he knocks shit over. That's how I know it's the cat.
What if it's a different cat?
Well, there's been that many other cats around here.
Arch, I don't know about any of this, man.
No, because Kitty used to knock pieces of Christmas decoration off the Christmas tree. And every Christmas, I find Christmas decorations shoved under the couch.
You're going to find out at some point that you just have, like, a random, like, stray cat living in your house that you just keep barely missing.
That would make more sense, but I doubt it. Poor little kitty cat.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Icthulu, how do you see sovereign fund positively? Did you learn nothing from BlackRock? This will be used by the government to prop up nepotism companies and political-like media. Everyone needs to oppose it. Possibly, but it can be used well. Like it's even going to get off the ground, so...
Also, BlackRock wasn't a fucking sovereign wealth fund. Like, it's not the same... Okay.
Small amount for the sovereign lum-lum. Lumicast.
Yay, Lumicast.
The Sovereign Lumi Wealth Fund.
The Sovereign Lumi Wealth Fund. Well, that would be a sovereign lum-lum, yes. Zero, currently playing Corvedin Come Deliverance 2. Covered. I was supposed to read that quicker. I get it now. Aaron Gray, agreed, armchair. I'm not a big fan of the government. The government is evil. Say it after me, Dev.
Amen.
The government is evil.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they're good, though, either. I think the government is like any other institution run by humans. It just has its interests.
It has all of the flaws, but none of the conscience.
Of what?
Humans.
Yeah. You can say that about any sort of grouping of people.
Yeah, and that's why I don't trust them. That's why I think it's the logical position.
I mean, yeah. No, I'm just kind of neutral to them.
Zero, otherwise known as Kingdom Cuck Deliverance 2. To be fair, the only one who cucked anybody in that game was Lum Lum.
Hey, I slept with like 2 more women in my last playthrough. It was great.
Oh, so you cucked the women too.
No, it's not cucking if they don't have a significant other. But I will find a married one, and I will cuck him. At this point, I will just embrace it.
You were the significant other, and you cheated on them.
Unfortunately, Teresa is not in the second game.
Yeah, you're supposed to stay faithful to her, Lum Lum.
Well,
everyone in the chat's now going off with the government thing. Listen, guys, anarchism's fucking retarded. Fuck you. Please graduate from high school, please. God.
Marked ashamed. Lumi worked at USAID. She did.
I did not.
The federal government.
I'd have more money if I did.
Here's the question. Fire is the
Allcraft.
excuse me.
Lumi is living in a van down by the river. Send money for bigger van. Black 917. The reason so many pedos are anti-anime because the lines and pixels aren't real children.
service
Tragic.
guarantees citizenship.
That's why the EU is opposed to anime. To Neil89. Arch, I remember Andre has had harsh words for a lot of Norway's media as commie-leaning. Will the closure of USAID help correct all that too? Nah. They're communists by belief rather than by bribery. Not Dr. Evil. How sad for all the white people taking advantage of other individuals who want to be there. The real racists. Oh, look that. Hyena Firm. My mum had a similar ghost experience to yours, Arch, except it was her mother who appeared a few days after she passed away back in 2011. Ghosts are real. And Brandon, a reminder that Arch also believes that music and art are illusions. Yes, they are. They are simply tricking your lizard brain into thinking that you're enjoying yourself. John Smith, seeing the joke about Trump causing my girlfriend to break up with me, that due to budget cuts at the FBI, she could not chat with me about conspiracies. Yes, and I have found an FBI agent. So I found another little VTuber on the internet, and as I do, I begin to groom them. That's my That's just what I do now. It's my hobby. And I was talking to this person via DMs, and suddenly, just as the freezing cut from the FBI, they stopped.
Dun, dun, dun.
An FBI agent.
You found your local FBI agent. Good job.
And then when the freezing cut stopped, she started messaging me back, and now it was like, hey, do you want to buy drugs? Like, oh, I see.
Which VTuber was this?
The quotas have gone up. She's got to nail me down to something quick.
Now I'm curious, which VTuber is this?
And she'll be a surprise for later.
Is she in the server?
Nope. I'm keeping it secret from you, Lum Lum. I will not have you building any alliances against me like you clearly did with Savvy.
There's no... I never talked to Savvy before the stream.
I don't believe you.
I followed her for a while, but I've
See?
never talked with her before.
The narrative begins to crack. I've never seen this. Okay, I've followed her for a while too. Yeah,
No.
we were talking to DMs for
No,
weeks.
I've known about Savvy, but I've never talked to her before.
Now it became
So it was
I knew of her too.
It was an instantaneous bonding experience, and that should worry you if I get along with someone that quickly.
Listen, Arch, I'm gonna tell you the real secret here. The whole under the tea thing that Lumi has going with all these people, it's all just anti-Arch action secretly.
That's true, because I saw this new one via Momioka. Lum lies like she breathes.
What I do?
Been planning this for a while now.
What I do? I never talk ill about you unless it's your weird ass fucking fantasies.
Wow. Daniel 89 said in Rich Evans' voice. I don't know who Rich Evans is or what he sounds like, but USAID's. AIDS.
It's the Red Letter Media guy.
I don't know Red Letter Media. Nagelak Auslander Raus of Northwestern Europe. Only way. Alex Anderson, the UK also has a lot of soft power, according to our government, and look what it has bought us. What is the state of the UK right now, Dev? Yeah, soft power is overvalued.
The difference is that the UK is not a world power.
Shaman McLamy. USAID was a massive slush fund for unelected bureaucrats and their political allies. Democrats are freaking out over USAID. Most of that aid money went to paying salaries and political patronage. They are
It's
evil.
not
Dev.
unelected if Congress fucking sets the money that it sends out. Oh my god. They're literally elected. They're
But
elected to Congress.
Maybe
You
Congress shouldn't
fucking
be
brainlets.
elected. Maybe we should dissolve Congress. I'm warming to that.
Dissolve Congress.
I've always wanted to see what a modern-day monarchy would look like, and America seems like a good option. Hexy, feminist frequency is essential for US soft power. That was actually debunked. She hasn't received that much money from the government.
That much? Well, hold on. So, like, did Anita Sarkeesian get money from something from USAID? Was that revealed?
Yes, but it was like a tiny amount, like $8 or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
The $250,000 appears to have been kind of just funding that she herself raised, like donations and stuff.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like with Dustborn and the Norwegian money, where it's not going to be like, oh, the government is secretly funding explicitly, communist propaganda or whatever the fuck. No, it's just that there's going to be some sort of program that promotes like Norwegian art, and they're going to give a bunch of money to a bunch of people and not really vet them all that well. And it's just going to, like, it's not going to be like a specific sort of kickback.
They're going
it's
to
going
fund
be like
the Norwegian art about the American road trip of the black woman and the fat Chinese chick.
It's a bad game. But no, like, Arch, we spoke about this like a month ago, and you basically said, yeah, like the chances of this being like actually we're going to fund this evil propaganda. It was like just it's not happening. It's not what it was. It was more like stupidity and waste and less active propaganda.
What convinces you that it was just an accident, though?
I have lost basically what Arch told me about it when we were talking about that one time.
Less accident and more just good old-fashioned cronyism. Not
Yeah, but
I
even
want
then,
to fund communism, more I want to fund my friend.
Yeah. It just turns out that there was going to be no
Ignorant slut.
there was like no kickback for that. There was not kickback. There was no profit to be made there. Like, I understand because it happens in a whole bunch of countries, a whole bunch of American states, where like the government wants to get people working on projects, so they will like help fund some of the projects because that creates jobs. It's like, I get it. It's stimulus. Okay, fine, whatever. But like, usually the stimulus isn't done for propaganda reasons. Usually it's done because somebody at the company knows somebody at the government and can say, hey, can you put me into this program? And then they get put into the program.
So on the Lich. Hail Bridge God, Glow in the Dark Lum Lum, and Patriotic Front Dev. And hi to guest.
Hello.
Dreyfy, how much soft power do you guys think went to Ted Turner for Captain Planet in the 90s? Oh.
Oh, man.
By the way, also, Armchair, if you have to leave, you can do so in case you're sitting there and being, like, nice about it.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Because
No,
this
it's
takes forever.
fine,
These
it's
fucking
fine.
super chats, they keep going half of it's
Oh no, I
curly.
understand. I watch VTubers, Arch. I'll be okay.
Man, guys, you hear Arch? He said stop. You guys need to stop giving him money so he can finish the super
That's
chat.
right, stop it with the curry fund, you little silly shits.
Yeah, put it towards Lumicast.
Do you want to expose yourself to Lum Lum Cast? We'll just talk about our feet again.
I mean, I'm going to be doing Lumicast in March when you're gone regardless. You can't stop me.
I'll just block
Wait, where
the
are you
airwaves.
gone in March anyway?
Tenerife.
Where?
Tenerife, Spain.
Oh, how long are you gone for?
Just a week.
Oh.
You know, we can do Lumicast, but I set the topic. So next Lumicast, this will just be the main thing. Discuss.
Last time it was you, me, and Dry Bread. Who you having on next time, Lumi?
I don't know. It's like if Arch is going to set the topic to My Little Pony, I know the perfect person to bring on.
That'll be the topic. The cultural impact of My Little Pony.
You know what? I could do that. I could fucking do that. I'll even use my pony model.
Lum Lum is out here sweeping. Lum Lum, they're banking on historical accuracy, which is why with the first game, Ververs was making statement on you playing Henry II is DI infested. Hiccup.
Well,
And Pokelda too, Lumi, you missed my question last week. What is the primary projectile fired by the M551 Sheridan tank?
projectile of fire? Huh?
Yeah. What does it shoot? What does the Sheridan shoot?
What does it shoot?
Yeah.
Really big bullets.
That's incorrect, Lum Lum.
Rockets.
That's close, Lum Lum.
Lasers.
That's also wrong, Lum Lum.
Missiles.
Yes.
That's the same, basically the same thing as a rocket.
No, it's not.
Well, no.
It's basically the same thing. They both have fire coming out of the end and go.
Wait, that could also be like a joke cigarette.
Yeah. Or Dev flying through the sky.
I have lost.
Mr. Comrade Yuri, Dev, there was no oversight for decades on a budget. It was just vote on raise the debt ceiling, fight blame, and then wait for a scary government shutdown. The debt ceiling is the dumbest fucking thing. Like,
Yeah, it's stupid.
It's become just a ritual now and an opportunity for more horse trading. Like, there will be post-apocalyptic tribes inhabiting America 1,000 years from now that will do the yearly raising of the debt ceiling, and they'll have no idea what they're doing or why they're doing it. It's just, our ancestors did this. We must raise the debt ceiling.
Yep. Like, no other country has a debt ceiling. They just have debt. It's like, why is there a debt ceiling?
Well, the debt ceiling was actually a good idea to begin with. It was, we can't put our country any deeper into debt than this, or we'll never crawl out of it. And then America was like, yeah, but what if we did anyways? Americans, you're all fucking retarded. Johnson Smith. USAID was not under oversight by the Congress. Congress could not get them to answer what they were spending the money on. That's been documented. Like when the Pentagon failed its 5th audit. And a document correction, the 3 branches serve as checks and balances to each other. So when one acts out of line, it's the moral responsibility of the other 2 to smack the first out of line.
That's true. Which is why, by the way, the lawsuits have been happening against the executive branch right now. And some things have been frozen.
Shaman McLamy. Congress allocated money to build American soft power. How that money is managed and spent is is at the executive's discretion. USAID was created by an EO, and bureaucrats decided how the money is spent.
Not exactly. It is true that USAID was created by an EO, but it was created by an EO because Congress previously passed a bill that said, okay, you need to make an organization that does X, and then Kennedy signed the EO making the organization that does X. So that's just kind of a fucking Twitter talking point. The Congress can lay out and be as specific or as vague as it wants with regards to how money is spent. So they can say $100 million for Israel, or they can say very specifically it's going to go to this program, that it has to go this time, this thing, this, like, it is the domain of Congress, and basically the executive has the leeway that Congress allows it to have.
Wolf Among Us, his first super chat. I'm sorry I missed it like 5 hours ago, but I got to it now. Sorry. The soft power argument doesn't work because the money was used a lot to fund powers that worked against the US. That was the case here in Brazil. Yes, it's been poorly oversighted and it's been funding things that it should not have been funding.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
Sujad, Doge is actually an Obama initiative, repurposed by Trump via 5 U.S. Code 3161 and 44 U.S. Chapter 35 as a federal IT and cybersecurity oversight.
Yeah, and that's actually a basis of, I think, at least one of the lawsuits against him, is that Doge began as, what was it called, DARA or something? I don't fucking remember. But it was supposed to be basically an agency that Obama created, that Congress at the time said was okay to create, that basically would try to modernize the government's use of digital technology, basically. And Trump turned it into Doge. And the reason that it exists is still to modernize digital technology, but it is going far beyond that original mandate, which is what Congress allowed its creation for, which is going to be one of the lawsuits against the Trump administration.
Wow. But isn't Congress going far beyond its remit and sending money to transgender operations in Brazil, too?
Not according to the Constitution.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Not like it. You might not like it, and I think it's fucking stupid, too, but Congress controls the purse strings. That is one of their core powers.
I think maybe we should just get rid of Congress. I want a king.
Let's just get rid of the Constitution. Based.
No, just get rid of Congress. Like, I know the perfect way to get rid of all of them. You call a meeting where they all have to join, and then you just firebomb the place.
Mean, Lum. Cruel. And don't advocate for terrorism on YouTube, you vile little fish. Bad. Hit.
In
strike.
Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Whip. We have FBI agents in the audience. Johnson Smith, Congress controls purse. Maybe unconstitutional to stop the spending, but if the people hate it, then it's political suicide. Keep going. Yes. And Shaman McClamby, one last point, USAID is an arm of the CIA. A lot of this aid was financing dissidents and causing civil unrest on behalf of the US. A lot of these tactics were then used in the USA to shape politics.
Listen, it is completely based to cause civil unrest in communist countries, and I'm not going to say otherwise. Fuck them.
David the Red. Dev, if you care so much, why don't you give your money away for soft power? Why does it have to be the US? Why not Canadian blood and treasure?
Canada's not the world power.
You know, the hair around my ears have gotten a little sweaty right now, and it's a little bit uncomfortable.
Probably because you've been yapping for almost 5 hours now.
Lum scratch my ears.
Ew, gross. No.
Why not?
What the fuck?
What the fuck is wrong with you? You have hands.
I can't scratch them adequately myself.
Why not?
Very synchronous. Good job.
Why can't you scratch your own ears, Arch?
So I can't scratch the top and the bottom at the same time.
Sure. What? Do you only have one finger?
I only have so many fingers, yes. No sympathy. Never any sympathy.
No sympathy. You can scratch your own goddamn ear, you psychopath.
Bob Boring name. Force Dev to read them kidnap. Read them kidnap, Devin. Make him read them for us.
What are we talking about?
The bills. The big spending bills.
Oh.
Bob Boarding name. Every page is human skin. Oh, at least that would make them put some effort into it. Jacobus Peterson, isn't there a bit of archaic Jewish law where every 70 years you reset law and debts to avoid this sort of things? We definitely should have that.
Yeah, it sounds kind of familiar.
05 Water, Australian Chair, I heard your government fucked you with the super hate speech bill where they define hurting others' feelings as a recklessness to go after you.
Yep, that just passed.
Oh, nice.
So
Pass.
we're in for a fun time for the next few years.
Have fun with Australian Chloe's in your chat. It's like, I know everyone else doesn't know who the hell Bint is, but careful, Bint might report you to the government. You'll hurt their feelings.
Good luck with that. Oh,
Yeah,
by the way,
Australia's-
I'm not sure if, sorry, yeah.
I was just gonna ask, like, is Australia going the same way as the UK and Canada, basically, when it comes to offensive speech?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I am as anti-bureaucracy and anti-government as I am. Our government has far too much. It has more freedoms than, we do at this point.
Is there
Have
any
you-
progress on that fucking internet ID thing?
Well, not yet. They're still experimenting on how to roll that one out. But yeah, I mean, for those who don't know, over here we have a government agency. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say government agency. Technically, it's supposed to be independent. We have a government agency called the E-Safety Commission, which was started with the purpose of protecting children on the internet, and then over the years it expanded its remit to include adults as well. And now we have a bunch of unelected bureaucrats running around in that agency trying to make laws around what is or is not okay for Australians on the internet. And fun fact about our E-Safety Commissioner, which is the name of the official who heads the entire thing, she apparently she was born in America, and apparently when she graduated college, she was offered a job with the CIA that she turned down. So we have an almost glowy running our social media policy.
That she turned down. Are we sure of that?
Yeah, I ask myself that question every day. She does have links to the WEF though, so more conspiracy fodder there.
Oh man, and she may not be glowing bright, but she's dim enough to still be seen.
Yes.
Dreyfus, if 10% was good enough for God, it's good enough for the government. A complicated tax certainly doesn't seem like a built-in fault. Complicated? Oh. Mr. Renzi, Dev, could you do a video explaining Georgism, please? I'd like to know the pros and cons to this. Dev has too many videos already.
Yeah,
Dev can do it after all of his response videos. He's not accepting any more video requests.
Here's the worst part of it, right? Is that the video that I'm nearly done, that's going to be over an hour long, it's neither a Canada politics video or a response video.
What is it?
It's a video going over the history and logic, and then also how to refute people who say that you can't be racist against whites.
So then what's the project after that one, Dev?
It's going to depend on whether or not my artist gets back to me on the Canadian art. Because I think what I'll next... Well, here, so first of all, there's like tiny videos that I can do in like an hour or two. I'll just
TikTok
do those
Tuesday?
whenever I want. Yeah, stuff like that. But like the next large project, the next like really big one, it will either be Canadian politics stuff if my artist gets back to me, or response videos, one of those two. Because both of those will be out in the next month or two.
Do you have a release order for those videos?
For the Canadian...
No. For the response videos, like we were yapping about.
I do have a release order, but I'm not going to reveal it publicly.
Well, duh.
But I do know how I kind of want... Like the response videos, they're all like set into place. I kind of know how I want them all to go. Like the work on those is continued quite nicely, but I just haven't recorded them yet.
Well, so we're probably seeing a timeline of probably like a month or so till we see the first response video, depending on your artist.
I'm not gonna say a single thing about it. It'll be a
Okay,
surprise.
it'll be a tentative, but that's your next big project.
I'll talk to you about it offline if you want.
Well, yeah, that won't go anywhere, but that's just the fucking election video for Canada, or the response videos are going to be your next project.
Yeah, the next big one.
Okay.
Like I have a few other large projects, but I'm setting those aside. I'm just setting those ones aside until this stuff gets done. As much as I want to work on them now, I'm just gonna set them aside. Honestly, the only reason that I'm doing this this whole "can you be racist towards white people" thing is because I was on that fucking call with Alyssa Mercante, and I was like, man, I didn't get nearly enough time to debunk this person's fucking nonsense, so I'm going to actually do it. So I'm going to do it.
Are you going to be doing any videos reacting to the debate between Blair White and Brianna Wu on Brad's channel?
I haven't even seen it yet, man. I'm so far behind on everything, having been gone.
Well, at least to watch it, because I was surprised that Brianna even said that Blair was right about the radicals going insane.
Oh, of course you did. Listen. The reason why Brianna Wu has been de-radicalizing the past couple of years is because she watches every single one of my videos. I'm bringing her to the center. I'm doing it.
Dev the character changer.
Yes.
David the Red says, Dev is the reason Canada is shit today.
Oh, am I?
The sole reason.
Oh.
Yep, the only reason.
He killed those Indian children, he did. Buried the little bodies under the church.
Based. I did it.
Shame, Dev. Shame.
Drivey, this is dangerous ground, Lumi. Arch has, to my knowledge, successfully gaslit a man into being a furry homosexual. You really think he won't get you into feet? Keep your head on a swivel.
Furry homosexual. What did you do?
I already know Lummy's into feet. Like, she's already interested in those things. She's not open about it yet.
Who did you groom into being a furry? Wait, hold on, Gibbs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was about to say, just had to say it out loud the second time. I'm like, wait, nope, that's Kibbs. Okay.
Yeah, I got sent a clip, all right? And in the clip, Kibbs is saying, I'm not Kibbs anymore. I'm actually Aerith. And I'm just like, is Kibbs actually transitioning?
Yep.
Well, why is it always either Lilith or Aerith as names that the that the trans use? What?
Also, there's Sophia. Sophia's used a lot too, but this has to be a fucking joke, Arch. Kibbs isn't actually transitioning, is he?
As far as I'm aware, he's definitely transitioning.
I don't know.
Arch,
I
you're trolling me, Arch. No, I don't fucking believe this, Arch.
I don't know. It's like at this point, it's like Arch is so like even with his tonality, even if it's complete bullshit, I have to second guess if it is or not. And it's like that's one thing that Arch has that I will compliment on. He can sell a story so easily. Fuck you.
I am also an excellent liar.
You are an excellent liar. Fuck you.
I had a friend that I called Old Dog. I told Kibbs that he was black. And he was like, he's black? Yeah, he's black. And for years, he treated him as if he was black and didn't know. And one day in a conversation, he's like, haha, he's black like you, Old Dog. And Old Dog was like, I'm not fucking black, take that back.
Yeah, I was like, oh, he isn't black, is he?
And he was yelling at him. That was very funny. He took offense. Reverend Norse, Dev, you hack. The gay in KC2 is not the issue. The lying and obfuscating is. The disrespect to canon and destruction of lore is. You know this, unless you have less between the ears than you claim.
So, I have not paid attention to the Kingdom Come situation. However, what I do know is that the original creator of the first game is still creating the second. And if he wants to ruin his own story, that is his right. It's not the same as a new creator coming in and being given stewardship of Star Wars or Star Trek or some other property that they didn't actually create. So if he wants to make gay characters in Kingdom Come, that's his universe. It's his lore. You can't say he's disrespecting the canon because he is the arbiter of what canon is. It's not the same thing as Disney ruining Star Wars or whatever.
When he's disrespecting the fans. Me. I don't like it.
You can think it's stupid, but it's not the same thing as like some subversive brought in to ruin a property.
God King Trump. Oh look, a stream with a chair and the breaker of chairs.
Haha.
Dev has
My current
shattered
chair's going
countless
strong.
chairs with his ass.
It's been 2.
I mean, as far as we know, there's been no broken chair updates.
Things are good on the chair front.
You're still losing weight on a good pace, yes?
Yes.
And by a good pace, he
that
means
sucking
he's
of
gained
air
5
and that-
pounds today.
That
No.
second of air and that, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
well, here's the thing. The past month I've kind of lost track of everything, so I don't know. I haven't done any exercises or like I don't know. But
He's
last I
gained
checked, things
12
are
pounds.
Do you weigh him yourself, Arch?
I imagine we'd use one of those sling thingies they used to weigh cows.
Oh my god. You guys have heard the stories of like the really hyper fat people who need to get like MRIs, but they have to go to the zoo because they can't fit in the hospital MRI.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Zerfauta, Trish, your shitty government is coping and seething since Canada is getting fucked by tariffs. Is your shitty country going to bow down or crash financially?
Didn't the tariffs get pulled back?
Paused at the moment, I think. Dreyfie, Rosa gaslit herself into a foot fetish. How? Same way that Lum Lum is doing it right now.
I'm not gaslighting myself if I keep saying no.
Chat, if you donate like $200 to Lumi, she'll start wearing foot rings. Like little feet rings, footsies.
No. I could say that I'm wearing them, but no one would ever know.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have the evil in your soul to lie about such a thing, would you?
Oh, of course I would.
Skeptical. Treat her with utmost care, chat.
I already said this before, and it's already been memed via my editor. But when I hit 100,000 subscribers, I will take pictures of my legs and my tootsies in my toe bean socks.
You're too far gone. Boring name. Pizza fund only if it has pineapples. Bridget's chicken tikka masala pizza topping fund. Why hating pizza fund? See, they want me to have pizza because my chat loves me and they're good people.
Wait, they want you to have
pizza?
Tikka masala pizza?
And they want me to have pizza. So John, Art, korma curry is very mild, creamy and delicious. Vindaloo is the odd kind of curry, also delicious. That'll have you sweating. Vindaloo curry. Corona, too super spicy pizza. They all want me to have pizza. It is because I have a healthy relationship with my chat, Lum Lum.
They said spicy pizza, Arch.
Instead of Lum Lum's relationship of trying to sell them little Tootsie Rings.
I have a wonderful relationship with my community. They're all great. I love my chat.
They're not a community. Community's a communist thing. They're just chat. They're individuals, Lum Lum. Individuals.
Not everyone in my chat is in my Discord, and not everyone in my Discord is always in my chat.
I will never treat you as a community chat. I will treat you as the chat you are.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Is this how you wiggle out of community nights?
Yes. Plus, again, nobody. I was like, hey, we can watch Stargate 1 in the community. Nobody gave a shit. They just sat there like, meh. They don't want that. They don't want me to lower myself to their standards. They do not desire to do that. They prefer it when I am above them.
So if I make an announcement in your server asking if anyone is interested in Arch holding a Stargate stream, so everyone can just chill and yap with you in text chat while everyone is muted, you really think people will just ignore it and say no?
Yeah, they don't want that.
I will make an announcement post right now then. I will ask. I will do a poll.
I don't want that stuff. So if I want a feet curry, Lum Lum, the NTR queen is an Indian Mexican. Lum Lum, don't start spreading Indian culture on the streets whilst worshipping feet.
I'm not Indian. I'm German and Mexican.
Mr.
Well,
Conrad
hold
Yuri.
on now. Both Germans and Indians have swastikas in their DNA. You never know.
Dev, you're a lot closer to me than Arch is. I will track you down. I will physically harm you.
Mr. Comrade Yuri says, Lum Lum, we were still paying taxes for the Spanish-American War until they discovered it in the tax pile and ended it in 2006.
What the fuck?
Mark the Sham, Lumi's going to whip the moose. With feet.
No.
A dome
would
and
not
curry
whip-
pizza fund. That sounds terrible.
I would not whip my boyfriend.
Can't
I
forever.
pamper my boyfriend.
Don't skip super sweet, or curry will continue. I skip supers to prioritize those who give me more. It's a well thought out and valued tradition amongst super chatted people. Nightmare, did you skip my super? Not sure. Eat curry? No, I didn't. It just took forever to get to it. It's normal. It's entirely normal. At least I read your super chats. Does the VTubers read your super chats? No. They get like $5,000 in one stream and they just look at you.
I wish I got $5,000. I wish I had $5,000 every stream. But regardless, no matter how much I get every stream, I read every super chat.
Wow, the bare minimum. Good Lum Lum. Wow.
You hardly want to read the super chats, Arch.
Wow.
You want to try to get that job to, like, have me do it. Be like, okay, Lum, I'm done. You read the super chats and then stream.
Chat might prefer it if Lum Lum reads super chat. Because then they could pay you to do speech funds. Like, you gotta put on that loud-pitched whingy voice whenever you read super chats for them.
But then I don't get the money. You do.
Yeah, but that's part of the employment contract. Chat, we can start speech fund for Lum Lum. She's got to end every sentence with an ya, or speak like a valley girl.
No.
Or that. John Jim for curry pizza, Arch, and Lumicast.
Yay!
Another 2 for the Lumicast. Sean King, when do you guys think the turning point of the culture war? When do you guys think there was a culture war? We've been there. The turning point was probably 2023 to early last year, probably, was when it properly turned. And you could see it properly turn. Like, up until that point, it had felt like we were approaching the turning point. We are now at and past the turn.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Kamina 2, when we win, do not forget that these people want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. Sam Hyde. I mean, okay, Rihanna, I was thinking about this. The problem is, yes, I agree, but here's the thing. We are not the majority, okay? The left were not the majority. We are the 2%, arguing over the 98%. And even, like, we might know the reason why you would want to push as hard as possible, to really punish them. We might be, remember, they wanted you broke, dead, and your kids raped. We may know that. The 98% does not. And so when they see us beginning to persecute, yeah, cat, see, cat, meow, see, meow, cat, persecute, no?
Yeah.
They will see us as being the mean ones. They will see us as the aggressor. That is what happened to the left. The left thought they were revenging themselves upon the Christian conservatives. But what they were actually avenging themselves on was everybody else. And that was what brought me and Sargon and everybody else in who was like, I just want to play video games. Fuck off. And if we start going down the same path, the same thing will happen. We'll start targeting people
I'll
who
be
just
right
want to
back
play
real
video
quick.
games. And so on. And then we'll lose because we overreached. Metrics 07012. Day can go fully away only if you abolish disparate impact. Or enshrine it in law. You don't get to do it. Bad. Bad. Heatseeker, just tune in. Hi, Dev, I missed you. Sorry to hear your older brother is losing his job. Will he be moving back with you and your parents, your parents in Cuba?
Thanks. And I'm not related to Trudeau, you fuck.
The Firehawk. Boomers happened in the 1780s, Dev. Hippies. Hippies were weird. Hexy, read books and understand things. Reddit to your Dev.
Wait, sorry, what?
Read books and understand things. Reddit to your Dev.
Okay, where do you get your understanding from otherwise?
Innate superiority? That's where I get most of my understanding from. Mr. Comrade Yuri, Marksman, for the fursuit curry fund. Arch knows not what he has done. Lum Lum can even make the curry for you. It would be foot flavor. Imagine the tastes. Would it be spicy or would it be cheesy? Lum Lum, did you wash your feet? Lum Lum has not washed her feet for years. She enjoys the pungent aroma. But what do you name? Arch, you were the one who thought of naked apron Sargon. I don't remember this.
This sounds like some old lore.
I don't remember any of this.
Well, no, 'cause do you recall for a little while there was a Sargon body pillow?
Yeah, he
it
made
was
it.
around that time. It was around that time, yeah.
Boog, since Lumi enjoyed the recommendations of Titan's bride, maybe she will also like Yumemiru Megami, a Yuri on Ice Dojin. Tags include NTR, Guru, and Riona. Wow. Jedi Sigmund. Chat is a gestalt being. It can hold conflicting positions in their rat prick brains. Lumicast and Pizza Fund. It can hold many opposing positions in their brain at the same time. One of Chat's many remarkable abilities. Marked Ashamed. Negative Wonder Woman. You know what? Just turning her evil would actually be pretty great. I think they've done that a couple times, but they called her Superwoman or something instead. Well, not Wonder Woman, but still pretty great. Storm Lich, Barch, lower IQ individuals tend to believe in fantasies. Oh, explains why Dev is here. Why, hey Dev, is the Ace 1918 response before or after the truckers?
The way that things are currently going, it depends on the artwork for the trucker video. If artwork comes first, trucker video first. If not, Ace video first.
Kalechi Oki, I recommend the Wonder Woman 2009 animated film. Great origin story. Her goal is to be an Asian peace. Steve washed up on an island, asked for help. She's vouched to help bring peace to the world. Really? I am intrigued by that. I don't think I've seen this one. I will look that up, actually. The animated films are severely undervalued. Most of them are actually quite good, and they have a far superior understanding of the characters than the live-action ones do.
I return. Honey needed help with a thing, so I had to help her out.
To lock the cage?
No, to help with her streaming app because she doesn't really multi-stream. So she's like, how do I do this? I'm like, okay, this she figured it out because her application looked different than mine. But we got it.
What's your channel, by the way? You should drop it in the old
I put
chat
in
room.
live links.
Did you? I didn't see it. Okay, hold on.
I said, Dev, I put in live links.
I didn't even hear you say that. I'm sorry.
You hate me.
Not yet.
Service guarantee citizen.
Not yet. I give it about a year.
The
Gotta let
backstab's
that
coming.
Dev.
Did you know that? I'm prepping it.
It's okay. I got a sword. I could stab him back.
Half and half. Skips the queue. $20. See, that skips queue. Because good. Hey, Arch, keep up the content. I haven't been able to make one of these in nearly a year due to life. Well, you know what they say about life. You could always make it stop. But don't, then you'll definitely not come here anymore. Life is life. Life is harsh. Look at Lum Lum.
Huh?
There's no further comment, just look at Lum Lum.
Okay.
It just said, okay.
Yeah, there are many lessons to be learned from Lum Lum.
What lessons? Not be a woman?
Yeah, one of them.
Fair enough.
No. The lesson is charge your service by the toe.
That too. See, I've told Lum Lum this so many times. Lum Lum could have a bustling business selling, like, foot molds of herself, but he refuses.
No! Sell your own feet.
See? Economic stability is right there for Lum Lum, yet she refuses to seize it by the toes. Matrix. What if wokeness is the cost of a multiracial society? Because humans can't maintain balance, can only fetishize minorities or hate the majority, I guess. Well, I don't know about multiracial society, but perhaps wokeness is the inevitable effect of a non-religious society. See, religion has an evolutionary purpose. Religion's evolutionary purpose is to make it easier for us to form cliques, groups. And these groups then will be more organized than groups who don't have religion because they have a uniform organizing principle. Thus, the more organized groups will tend to outcompete the less organized groups. Religion, therefore, is a way to guarantee that we are the best and the brightest, that we are the ones that secure the most resources and therefore in turn produce the most children. However, if you look at modern post-religious society, you see the exact opposite. We have an unfathomable quantity of resources, more so than any civilization has ever seen, and yet we are also producing way less children than virtually any other civilization ever seen, especially successful ones. It's an interesting thing, isn't it?
Well, it makes sense, though, because having kids costs more now than it used to. Kids actually provided you a benefit. You can put them to work at 5 years old. You can't do that anymore.
Kind of, but also not really. The cost of children hasn't really risen. If anything, the cost of children has actually decreased with more and more funding alternatives from the state. Like, if you plopped out a kid in the forest in Germany circa 700 BC, there wasn't a nice man to come around to give you extra money to raise the damn thing. But,
I mean, that's true. But also, you could put that kid to work like immediately. When that kid was walking, he was doing something.
That's the thing. It takes a long time for a human child to become effective at anything. Like, even just simple tasks like fetching water from the well, you're probably gonna have to wait like 5-6 years.
Sure, but that's more than 18.
Sure, but that's still way more than any equivalent creature on the planet.
I mean, yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you. But like, there's definitely a reason why you had like the stereotype of farmer families having tons of kids, because those kids would go out and work fields. Like, that was definitely part of the situation.
Mm-hmm. Part of it. But again, the fact remains that we are a society that have more resources than ever, and yet we are producing fewer children than ever. Why is this the case? How is this the case? Could it be because we refuted our unifying principle, religion, and now we are being outcompeted by other groups who have religion?
Maybe. However, like, if you look at other civilizations in the world, they're also kind of where we are, like, in the 1960s ish.
I don't know.
So, like, they're having less kids too. They're still having more than us, but they're having less kids too. So there's something about technological progress that brings about people having less kids, because as their own societies develop, they're having less children too. So it could just be like access to birth control. That's possible. It could just be access to women's education. That's possible. It could be the shifting of how useful kids actually are. That's possible. Or how expensive they are. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different factors. It's probably all of these things in different measure.
I think Arch is onto something with the whole religion thing, because this is just a personal hypothesis, but if you have both, you can insist on people living in a way that is separate, finding a purpose for themselves beyond just their biology, or you can get rid of religion. If you have both and you combine the two, then you end up having plummeting birth rates, I would assume.
It does look like it. I too think Archie's onto something. I too think Dev is wrong and should be ashamed of himself.
Oh, should I?
Samson Quadu, yellow flashes zoom, you geeklets. Zoom? Zoom. That's a dumb name too.
Zoom.
Keleshi Oki, DC has not been kind to World War II. Focus too much on bat soup. Actually, okay, so there was this is DC, isn't it? Yes, this is DC. Okay, so there was an old series called Enemy Ace. Really good. Entirely from the perspective of a German World War I fighter pilot. This was released by DC. It even had, I believe, a brief crossover with, yeah, there we go, with the Batman. Very good stuff. It demonstrates that you can actually portray the perspective of your enemy in an effective, intriguing, and appealing way without falling prey to the enemy's propaganda. There was even a follow-up to Enemy Ace that took place in World War II, where they managed to do the exact same thing. Create an interesting, compelling narrative without turning it into propaganda. This is a completely lost art these days, but we used to know how to do this. Fractal Jack has been a member for 11 months. Thank you. Read up on William Moulton Marston, the creator of Wonder Woman, a psychologist, polyamorous lifestyle, and inventor of a type the polygraph. Of a type of the polygraph. Odd duck. Interesting.
A type of polygraph?
I guess so. Nightmare Superman backhanding Wonder Woman into next week. Except these days, it's canon that she can actually beat the shit out of Superman. No, that's the thing now. She beats Superman somehow. Brandon, having Wonder Woman be a stranger to democracy, fascism, and communism would be an interesting storyline, which is why it would never happen. Modern writers don't have the brain power for it. Lumicast. Oh, absolutely. Like, fascism and also socialism. Wonder Woman would be an easy target for a lot of socialist talking points. Marked ashamed. Wayne June passed away during the end of January. Wayne June?
Who?
Not sure.
Not sure.
Nightmare. Arkham died with Kevin Conroy. Screw this new crap. I agree. If they're going to do more Batman, they got to do it in entirely different universe. Just smash the reset button, cast somebody else, and go back to zero. Bob, what name? Dev, do you want one?
What?
I don't know. He then says Dev should act out this thing for Lum Lum.
What am I acting out for, Lum Lum?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, pay enough and I'll do it.
Randomly scrolling Twitter and come across a men's versus women's romance comic. That was meant early in the stream. What are the odds, LMO? I think they were talking about Dev flying through the air shitting himself. So if you pay enough, chat, Dev will launch himself through the air whilst defecating in front of Lum Lum.
In front of Lum Lum?
The only question is Lum Lum going to be standing underneath Dev or to the side?
No. Nowhere near him.
Brandon, while I'm thinking of it, I'm still in the entry role in Discord, and I've been there for a few weeks now. Have you been talking? You need to be talking, because that'll make the mods be like, oh, hey, he's friendly. Just
Have
say,
you been digging?
Yeah, say dumb shit like, hello, hi, Brendan, hi, the mods.
Or just spam the shovel like I did.
Wait, do you have the same setup that I do, Arch? Where there's like there's like a room that new people join and they can't leave it till someone promotes them into the rest of the server?
I don't know. My mods have set that up years ago.
It's quite nice, to be honest. Keep a lot of idiots out.
Black917, hail ArchCast, the Lord and Savior. Hi Lumi, hi Dev, hi Bread, and hashtag MonsterProm.
Bread? Dry bread's not here today.
You might be Bread.
No. There's dry bread, and then there's the evil dry bread, moist bread, which is Dev.
Really? Moist bread?
Moist bread.
A Dome and Dev
It's
bringing the
unpleasing to
podcast
say.
500 pounds heavier. Heavy Dev.
I'm not that fat.
And Black917, now businesses are fleeing Delaware thanks to an activist judge attacking Elon the same way they attacked Trump over Mar-a-Lago.
How are they attacking Elon?
Because he's evil now. Also
Well, sure,
looking.
but what are they doing?
Bullpup rifles look better than normal rifles. Filthy lies. A Doman, so women want to be pets. I see, Lum Lum.
Yes.
It is a common view.
Well, Lum Lum, your task, whether or not you choose to accept it is largely irrelevant, is to track down Huni and get her measurements so we can make cage.
Get her measurements?
Yeah.
I mean,
How else
yeah,
are we
I
going to
could
fit
do
her in a
that.
cage?
I mean, no, this is a simple thing that you can do because when I was looking for like decent cages and stuff, I seen that there is actually this
Hold on.
repurposed.
Roll
What?
back that a second.
Wait a fucking second.
Yeah, roll on back for a moment. When Lum Lum was looking for decent cages.
Yeah,
For whom,
why?
Lum Lum?
for honey.
Okay,
Oh.
fair enough. Proceed.
But
Wait, hold on.
No, but-
Why are you participating in this fetish of hers?
because she's one of my best friends and I love her. So I support
Is that what you do for your friends?
Put them in
yes.
cages?
You participate in their fetishes?
It's not a fetish, it's just a lifestyle she wants. Anyways, shut up, Dev. Let me get to my point. Anyways,
Okay.
there's actually this house that's a repurposed like police station, and they kept the detainment cage in there. So I'm like, honey, this is literally perfect. You could fit your entire setup in there and everything. And she was like, oh my god, I can! So I just gotta find like a defunct police station. And then there could be like one or multiple cages. We can like break down the median to make it like one big cage.
So, I don't even know what the fuck to ask about this at this point. I have to assume that she has a boyfriend who's also into this. That's why they're going this way, right?
I mean, she's single. She wants somebody to put her in the cage.
Oh, okay. Yeah, understood.
She wants a rich boyfriend that'll put her in the cage. And also another selling point towards her. I know she's not looking for a boyfriend, but another selling point towards her. Her model may be pale, but she is a delicious brown woman.
Now, see, Lum Lum, I was actually thinking something different, okay?
What?
I was thinking something, because we need precise measurements, because there are many different kinds of cages.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
No, she needs one that she can fit her computer in so she can still stream.
The computer can
So
be
that's
outside.
why... Because that's why the defunct police station works perfectly.
I don't know. I'm liking the idea of the smaller cage. Ooh.
We're not cage shopping for honey right now. You can wait till
What?
you can
the
wait till our
fuck?
stream next week. God.
What the fuck is that?
That is a fairly specific cage, I'd imagine.
That looks so uncomfortable.
I think that's the point.
Why
I
is there
mean-
like a little basket there?
I would point out they've added a knee pad, so it's not as bad as you think it is. Like somebody took the bother to add in the knee pad, so they clearly care for whoever is in the cage. It's a cage of love, Lum Lum. Love cage.
Okay.
Love cage. Come now, Lum Lum. Don't you think Huni would be happier with this cage than, something like this? Like this shows
I think
no.
she'd prefer that one. I think she'd prefer that one. Again,
Ah.
we can wait until she's with us next week. Arch.
There's a lot of different cages. That one's funny.
No! You
Um,
put your winky in there.
Your winky?
Yes, Arch has me start calling it a winky.
Okay, first of all, okay, hold on. One, it sounds like you're 5 years old. And two, Arch asked you to start saying that, and
No,
you
he
listened to him?
No, he didn't ask me. He just said it so much that now I just say it.
Winky.
So you just got like brain fucked into this then.
No. It's like, okay, do you ever hang out with people long enough that you start picking up their speech patterns?
Sometimes, but not regarding something like winky.
Well, it's like, otherwise I usually just say dong or pee-pee. But winky is like more fun to say.
Yeah, winky is definitely better than a pee-pee.
Yeah.
And dong's just weak. I don't like that. It's a bad word. Anyways, where was I? Cages.
Or you could get onto the super chats because
Working on it.
I'm
James Kuhn for $50. Look, he skips third line too. I agree with Arch on the religious people having more kids. The reason being that religion gives you hope in a better world, whilst non-religious people have no hope in a better world. There has been interviews on couples that have no kids on this issue. I wouldn't be surprised, yes, that rich people basically overanalyze things like, no, we can't have children now. We gotta save for a second home. Stuff like that.
A second home?
Art is wrong about animals not having souls. No, I'm not. The proof is that horses have souls. No, they don't. Although, the soul can taste delicious if you torture it first. As only something with a soul could be so delicious. Ah, see, you know my point. The suffering, I know. I think suffering might be separate from the soul. I think suffering alone just tastes good. You know? Mr. Twisted Frenzy, yes, of course it's my belief, Arch. We talk about souls and going to heaven. It's all belief. Curry. Unless somebody's been there. Maybe we know it's real. Look, dogs have souls simply because we evolved together. We both have genes that make us both recognize as family. This is why white girls fuck dogs. I don't think so. I think that's a different thing that makes the white women fuck the dogs. I think that's a different thing, a weird thing. I think that's... No, actually, no. I can explain this now. Lumi has given me the tools with which to explain why white women fuck dogs.
Wait, huh? What'd
Yes.
I do?
Lumi is like, yes, harder, daddy. That is why white women fuck dogs. Because the dog don't care. The dog will bite, scratch, be terrible.
How is this my doing?
Well, you've taught me now that women like being abused. And, I mean, a dog's gonna abuse you.
Oh my fucking god.
Score patchies, bites. Probably gonna hurt, too. See? That's why. Basically, if you want a woman, a white woman, you just need to be willing to treat them as a dog would treat them. And that has been today's grain of wisdom. I need like a Buddhist meditation sound to play after moments like this, like a ding.
I can't give you that, but I can give you this.
Just really make it sink into everybody's mind.
Fire is the
There
answer.
you go.
Oh, the Darkest Dungeon guy. Oh, that's kind of sad. He had a great voice.
Mm-hmm.
Black Knight 17. Hi, Trish and Monster Prom. Nightmare. Dev, read Thomas Paine's Common Sense. Government is evil. Government is evil, correct.
Thomas Paine's Common Sense was about him basically advocating for America to split off from the UK and then establish basically a more equality-oriented government. So it wasn't a specifically anti-government screed.
David the Red, it's called discretionary spending, Dev. Yeah, Dev.
What?
Oh. Frog Jupiter, Art, have you heard of Laser Weld TX? They're trying to bring back US manufacturing by cutting out the manager and paying the lowest worker possible amount. The highest possible amount, I'm guessing. Also, Dev, since Castro's son was outside of Canadian Parliament, is the trucker video off again?
No, I'm making it. It's coming.
Laser Weld TX. Let's see what they do. Interesting. I mean, I would go the other way. I'd just make all of the workers middle managers and then replace all of the workers with robots. And then they just, each one of them programs 1,000 robots. Black 1917. If they're not elected by we the people, they're unelected. Either having a job depends on us, not Congress, or they're unelected. Monster problem.
Oh my god. Congress is the election.
Frog Jupiter, as long as civil rights law and DI, law, DI, and wokeness will never go away. Restore rights of association for private businesses and indies that get no government funding.
Yeah, see, I don't think I agree with that, to be honest. Like, so he is basically making the argument, not to say that he is a white supremacist. I'm not saying that, but he's making the same argument that they basically did back in the early 80s, which is you have to repeal civil rights laws, and basically you have to give people the right to discriminate, even if they service the public. And I don't necessarily agree with that.
The thing is,
I think it's reasonable. I think it's reasonable if you have a business that is public facing and is expected to service the general public, like a grocery store or some sort of shop or whatever. There's some reasonable level of equality of access there where you can't just say, hey, you know what, I'm just not going to sell stuff to black people. I think that's kind of unreasonable.
I actually don't mind it, because we already have this. This already exists. The racism against white people has already been this for ages. There's already been differential pricings with, like, the pictures from cup clubs or bars going like, if you're white, you pay extra, and so on. We already have this. This is just a way to let the opposition taste their own stick, and the only way they ever learn is to feed them their own stick.
I want it all gone. Colorblind society is the best.
Which is incidentally why I look forward to a massive wave of purges of certain influencers on YouTube and Twitch and all these other places. I want to have an executive order where Trump goes down and writes out the name Hassan Piker for immediate deportation.
Trump's executive order. Twitch must ban Hassan Piker.
Yes!
That'd be fucking funny. Oh, Arch. Want to hear something funny? I'm sure you're already seeing it. Team Ninja challenges Ubisoft to a feudal Japanese duel, announces the Rise of Ronin will hit PC just days before Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Oh. That sounds good.
Car forever. Lum Lum, what is the main difference between the M3 Lee and the Grant? Also, how many guns, cannons did either have?
Are those tanks?
Yes, Lum Lum.
I'm gonna say one has,
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
What was the second part of the question?
How many guns do they have?
I think the first one has 3 guns and the second one has 2. And what's the difference between half correct? One has 4, the other has 3.
No, the other way around. One has 2.
One has 2, the other one has 6.
No, 2. Help me.
2. They both have 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what's the difference between the Lee and the Grant?
Why do you guys ask me military questions? I don't know these things.
That's why.
It's the same reason they asked V back when V was the previous Lumi.
One's more heavily armored than the other.
No?
one can drive in all 4 directions.
No? Here,
One
I'll
of
make
us on
this
the winning
very
side,
very
one on the
easy for
losing
you,
side.
Lum Lum.
What?
I'll make this simple to make it fair. I'm going to... Let's link doesn't work. I'll just get it as a picture. I will show you a picture of a Lee and a Grant directly next to one another. There you go. The difference should be as bright as light as day and night. Oh, here's the same picture, but a drawing. See, it's pretty obvious, isn't it?
The tracks are different?
No.
One has a third thing poking out from the top where a person is.
Close. You're getting warmer.
I don't know. I don't know what that is. I see the difference, but I don't know what that is.
They have different turrets. The British and the American version had different turrets.
You know, I'm going to say this in, like, probably the most racist way that I can. Much like most Asian people, I can't tell the difference between these tanks.
Disappointing, Lum Lum. Disappointing. We even made it easy.
I mean, it just looks like one has a bottle cap on, and like a bottle cap higher than the other.
So on the lich, the nothing is connected, guys. Guy crying about glowy up. Penny Jar will never stop being funny. Kick Dev. He likes durable footwear. Why would Dev do this?
What's wrong with durable footwear? They're pretty good.
Zonta, I like how last week when I was seething at Arch for playing me a fool, I still triggered a rant from you. Even when I lose, I win. Platinum 17, they're attacking Elon because he's in charge of Doge, and that's the reason the left slush fund USAID was shut down. Monster Pro.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Bombarding name, Lum Lum, it's too late. Arch is readying a long ship to go a Viking, your friend. Now, by the time he returns to his ice cave, the thralls will have a cage ready.
Nice thralls.
But will the cage be of wood or metal? These are very important questions. Anatalope, how regular is Dev coming back?
Well, the event that kept me away is over. So yeah. Probably back to normal.
I am going to make the executive decision of banning Dev next week because I want to see if I can recreate the... I have forgotten her name. Help.
Savvy?
Honey.
Savvy! Savvy and Lum Lum situation, because chat gave me a lot of money for that. And if that's to happen, I can't have any allies.
Of what? People just, like, 2 girls just grossing you out or something?
Yes.
Well, listen, Arch, I won't be your ally. Don't worry about that. I am all in on the gross out Arch with weird gay porn shit.
No, you're not,
I
Dev.
mean,
You're weak and gentle with this.
Just because Arch sees you as a woman, it's 2 women going against Arch. I think a lot of people love seeing.
Phrasing, Lum Lum, but yes. Then we can bring Dev on with Rima instead
with Rima
as
to see if...
test group.
Wait,
Let's
is
see
Rima
if they
after
talk
Honey?
at
Is
the
Rima
same
coming
time.
back already?
Yes.
Yeah,
Rima
she's
comes back
once
once a month.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she's like a period. You never get rid of her.
Dev can see the nice intro that my editor made.
So wait, does this mean that I don't get to meet Honey then?
We'll bring her back.
I can't believe it. I'm being betrayed.
Yes.
Actually, no. You know what? I'm used to being betrayed by my friends. It's okay.
Maybe I can you can meet the FBI agent. I'm probably gonna bring her on after March.
Oh, who's that?
Secret.
Oh.
There's also another person that I need to try to schedule since he was sick last week. He couldn't come on.
Hmm.
Lum needs to switch up her
Guaranteed
PFP.
citizenship.
Lum is trying to.
I'm not putting tits on my PFP
Do
just
it!
so people may answer
Just
DMs.
find a picture on Google of a pair of enormous tits and just be like, "Hello, interview."
Ugh.
If Lum only understood. This is the tragedy of Lum. Adrian Cunningham, for when we suffer the same misery by government which we might expect in a country without government, our calamity is heightened by reflecting that we furnished the means by which we suffer. That is a good setting. I like that. Rod for your own
Yes. Yes, I get it. The government oppresses you, you pay taxes, therefore you help the government. But I mean,
back. You help
anarchist
the government
societies are
oppress
still
you.
dumb.
It's terrible.
Anarchist societies are still stupid.
But body name Lum, for your failure, Arch will take one more of your girlfriends for his harem.
No,
What do you mean, no?
no. She's my wife first. You don't get to have her.
The NTR plotline thickens. And by body name, Dev, you can't make Arch fantasize about naked apron Sargon. That's true.
Yes.
Rip.
Don't forget to set up the raid, Archie.
But Huni hasn't been on yet.
She's on right now.
Yeah, but she hasn't been on this channel yet.
It's her re-debut. Make her happy. She has a new model and everything.
Fine.
Yay.
Right, chat. We are finally through all the super chats. I'm pretty sure. I think. Yes, I believe so.
You check Streamlabs and Stream Elements?
I
Yes?
have.
Okay.
So, we will send you over to Huni, where you are all going to tell her that I have promised to put her in a cage. Make it embarrassing. That'll be a memory that'll haunt her for all eternity. This is your opportunity, chat, to scar a young woman for life. Don't miss out on it.
Yeah, you guys get to participate in the pre-game grooming.
Until next time, chat, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your generous donations. And thank you, Armchair, for being with us today. We need to have a more proper stream with you when you can bring some proper topics.
Absolutely no problem. Like I said, this is still enjoyable to be able to sit here and just relax for a little bit.
Yeah. He's been needing a break anyway. He's works himself to the bone to do, like, at minimum 7-hour streams.
Well, there you go. And thank you, Dev and Lum as well, for hanging out today.
It is good to be back, you know?
Always fun.
It's good to be back for basically everything, you know? Making videos again, making streams again. It's not like the real life situation is good, but it's over, so I'm back in the saddle.
And Bob Warringham, Lum, one has two. 1-3.
I have lost. Shit.
Huh?
Silly.
Oh, all right.
Hiccups. Until next time, chat. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for donations. Again, I said that. And have a good night.
Night, guys.
Night.
Night.